Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Got ourselves a win today. Feeling good. Feeling all right about things. And I'm a little delayed coming live to you guys for a second. I'm held back for a moment because I couldn't help but notice something here that the Seattle Seahawks public relations department just dropped on their side of things. I'm not going to say it here to you guys. Okay. Beautiful, wonderful joke certainly here, right? Double X point weekend. We've got the dub. And we notice, if you will, for me, please, take note of the background of what you see. As I just about a week and a half, a couple weeks ago, dropped a recent video on the channel. And on that video, I was stationed in a certain way that I'm going to show you right now. So, take a little look-see at this, my peoples. My peoples, my peoples. Above here in the up corner, we've got the 12 over his right shoulder, my 12 over my right shoulder. Behind him to his right, he's got the Beast Mode poster, which is very specific in the background. I've got my green-lined headset, gray backing chair, gray backing chair. I don't know. But public relations department, if it is true, that's a one hell of a love. I will send you right back your way for that. Let's go, huh? We got the best meme of the day, and I might be a little bit of the silhouette there behind it. I don't know. You guys tell me. I have one of those minds, you know, that'll get a little bit too creative with stuff. So we'll maybe I'm just seeing a little bit not true, but it made me laugh. It had me a little delay. I'm like, wait, hold on here. Wait, am I seeing that right? But let's go, my peoples. Let's go, my peoples, for a beautiful day. That's right, Brandon meme. It's the new Brandon meme. As our Seahawks came away with a great win. A season that has had its dark hours. A season where we're definitely all sitting back and doing as we can to fight into that place we know we need to be, where it's about patience and staying positioned on that precipice of understanding that this is a little bit of a assessment year. It's hard to be in that place because you're emotionally drawn to it. And I'm that way as well, of getting sucked into the season's drama and feeling so much at times like you have so much meat left on the bone of possibility that is being left there that you can go out there and claim, and is that kind of readily made to go grab, just get to that other spot. But it's a process. It is a changeover. It is a new, it is getting to the new, and what that takes to get there. And it's not done by a game or a couple games or start of a season. It's going to take you a bit of time, and team is rounding into shape in the ways we could want outside of the maybe final, record of wins and losses. You're 6-5, maybe potentially at the top of the division. That part's wonderful, but it was always about also what do the outliers look like here from the high view perspective of things beyond the wins and losses? Did you get stronger as the year went along? Can you see the plan coming together? Can you see how McDonald, for the hire he was, why he was brought in, and the effect that he could have? And the answers on this are emerging more and more of yes, and yes, resoundingly. We'll have our things to pick over about the need to improve on this team, but watching the defense come forward the past couple of weeks here, and the additions of the two inside linebackers, and many of you have spoken about the fact that you saw it as being that this is a linebacker-driven defense, and I've been driven to probably agree with you on that side of it. But I think you're definitely seeing that with Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight back here now into the fray. And it's great to see. I love it. Wonderful to see from this defense. And linebackers matter in this defense. Something that we not only need to carry forward for the right now, the here and now, but as we consider in the future, the moves the teams make in regards to those two positions and how much resources they'll end up being driven maybe towards those versus what other teams will dedicate to them. But it's going to be open discussion with you guys tonight. Let's see where you guys take it. I'd love to see where your guys' minds at. There's certainly going to be plenty for us to be able to look at and discuss in this game. Just a great win. A great win from the team, and I thought that they played it off well. Thought they did it well. Mike Skinner says, "Go Hawks. We the biggest bird." We're the biggest bird, man. You little tiny cardinal. We're the big hawk. We are the condor of the Northwest. Brian Kennicott, Seahawks. What's up, man? Moo, what's up, man? How you doing? Robs, hello. It's good to see you guys. Thank you for everybody who chopped into the stream today. We passed 18,000 subscribers. Let's go. Big Cat was awesome. Big Cat was truly unstoppable, says Rand. Man was a hair in the fire. Yeah, he was great. Big Cat has brought you the best game of his time here, but he's been so solid to really good to sometimes even flashes of greats in these games that we've played in his time here. And he's been so consistent week by week in that impact he's bringing. Nobody wants to give up the second round pick. Nobody wants to spend 20 million or more for a defensive tackle. But if you want a good one, that's becoming such a valuable position that you might have to kind of pay the high price to get. And if you get the right guy, you target in on that right guy, he's going to give you that performance level of play. And with Leonard stopping the run, pass rusher, knocking down balls to the line of scrimmage, he's doing it all for you defensively. And this game, he was a game wrecker for you. I don't know if there's any other way to say it, but he was absolutely a game wrecker for you. And he's been outstanding here for us. Great trade from John. It doesn't matter sometimes sometimes you can give up max assets, quote unquote, and spend the max money then for that guy. But then it's still, you still come out the other side of that saying, not but. You say, yeah, okay, had to do it that way. We're going to find that guy in the draft in that similar kind of fashion that can bring that level of impact. There's a reason this guy was a former top 10 cat and what he does. Stephen Coleman, how you doing? Says, I love this team, Brandon. I do too, man. They'll take you through it. Breeze says, we looked lost when they blitzed. It was sickening to watch. Offense is going to have a lot of draw today in its discussion, no doubt about that, and rightfully so. Our dealing with the blitz, especially sometimes considering that we take 20 dang seconds to get up to the line of scrimmage and assess what's going on, we should be better about realizing where things are coming from on that and have better options for exits for Geno and company at that point, which we sometimes don't. Yeah. Mikhail Arrington, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Random Cut, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Big Cat was truly unstoppable. All over the field. All over the field. Chasing down run plays backside. I mean, that was where you really saw him. That's where you see a defensive tackle's medal. It's one thing when they're coming at you at the point of attack. It's another thing when you got to chase it down the backside, pursue with a man on your back. And Big Cat was just playing with a level of intensity, leading the way in this ball club. Witherspoon there with it. Play with that fire. That's how you got to play to be great, to be good, to be anything that's going to put a defensive performance out there like it was today, is that you've got to be upping that ante from an intensity level. And those guys all brought it across the board in today's game, and it is worth lauding. It's worth feeling really good about in the future. It's worth feeling really more and more solid these last 3 weeks. And now that you're finally getting to see Mike McDonald's scheme turned up to the full, where he's not running it at about 80% because of the run game woes and how much he's got to kind of dial back and be a little bit conservative, you're starting to feel that impact and effect he can bring. And the way I've liked to say it, the phrase that keeps coming to my mind is that we have lived within bend but don't break. But now we are in a place of we will try to break you in from the first snap of the game. Might not always accomplish, Matt, by the way. I'm not predicting pure dominance with that, but that's the intended goal versus the alternative intended goal. You know John Snyder's watching. I appreciate that. Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Ask the PR if they can ask John Snyder about it. Laughing out loud. So you guys think, am I onto something here? I'm just saying. Maybe it's a long day today. I'm just saying it's pretty close. It's pretty damn close. I'm just saying. Hell yeah. It brought a smile on my face regardless. Thank you, Hand Grenade. Samuel said, did anyone else realize how fast Leo Williams is? Because he was all over the place today. It's the one reason that he got that nickname of the Big Cat, is that guys that will pounce around like that around the football field, nimbly pimbly, they're going to do that typically around the weight of 300 pounds. But he's a guy that's probably got a legit 320 on that build, and he's able to move around like that at that size with his length. And those three things go together, and that's where the nickname comes from, is that a guy like that big should move like a cat. And he kind of can. Kind of can. And yeah, Rand, I think you're right. I think there's no way you can't give Leonard Williams the defensive player of the week. How do you not? Six tackles, 2.5 sacks, three tackles for loss, 1 pass defense, 4 quarterback hits. I mean, that's filling up a stat line right there from a defensive perspective, is it not? Wow. What a game. That GIF is hard. Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah, it is. Mick says, hopefully people realize finally why we gave up the 2nd round pick for Leonard Williams now. I think more and more will understand why. And I've been right there with it. I know you have too, Mick, where it's say, look, this is hard to find these guys, hard to find them in the draft. And if you know you can get one, in the case of the Giants, moving a little bit more into sell mode for that given year, you make that jump and you make that leap. And he wasn't a tremendously old player. Big defensive tackles like him, by the way, with the great length. Those are the type of guys who can be established and being able to play a little bit longer into their careers, into their 30s, versus the guys that might be a little bit more reliant on the explosion and get off that starts to wane as you get into your 30s. So, a little bit more closer akin to guys like Calais Campbell type guy that can, I know he's playing forever. It's maybe not going to be to that degree with Leonard Williams, but I would imagine, and part of why you feel so confident in making that contractual signing to him is that he could be not only good in this upcoming year, but on into the future at his age. Great signing, great trade, though. J.O., if we can run the ball better in the first half, we'd be hard to beat. If we could run the ball at all, we'd be harder to beat. But you're right. Early game running would certainly help that by and large. And I don't know what they can call upon at this point. Some of this is going to be a bit dependent on Anthony Bradford's injury situation, because if he's not out there, there's a different skill set in what you have with Haynes to Bradford. But yeah, Joe, better running will help this offense out considerably if we could find some more holes, less penetration. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donations. And he says, I hope Arizona sports fan really is respecting that beatdown Seattle defense just gave to Kyler in the offense. Go Hawks. I think I saw his message in there, and I think he was joking, but I think his message on the group chat in the roundtable was, I'm going to be a little late Tuesday, Thomas. Yeah, I got a thing on the around the deal and the deal with the thing. I'll be, little, I'll get there some point. Yeah, it's going to be hard to lean off of any other way to say, hey, the defense just gave it to you. They absolutely did it that. But thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, man. I love the questions the other night too, Thomas, on those on the proposal about the running back situation and QB situations and all that. Seahawks, feed me more Seahawks is a great day. 49ers get smacked, even better, even better. Century Seahawks says, man, this game was needed. Was smiling throughout. It felt so good. So good to see this defense coming forward like that, a game like that. We're just establishing dominance, suffocating defense, not hoping the offense is going to make a self-inflicted mistake, but forcing the mistake. Playing hard, playing with intensity, playing fast, multiple in their fronts, drawing some confusion from Kyler Murray in those fronts. Yeah, we need it. Feels good. Mike Ball says, I left a comment on Mike's community post saying, I think the Hawks will win, but the Cards could take it, also depending on which team they get, the 6-11 or the 13-4. Yeah, I think that the Cardinals came in ready to play. I do. I think that defensively, they definitely were matching the intensity of our defense throughout this game. And, I think our defense was just able to establish a little more dominance. Just a little bit more. But their offense was trying to do some things. They tested us in the ways that they tested the opposite other defenses. The Cardinals don't do necessarily a lot of varied things offensively that you're going to get all this unpackaging of a carnival ride here. You're not going to get that. You know what you're kind of going to get with this team. It's just that they're going to go at it and bring a level of physicality, intensity, and what they want to do with that you got to match. And a lot of NFL teams want to get, I think, more as you get in mid-season of games and stuff into more of the finesse battle. And when it's going to be a long day of just mid-year, your body's tired, fatigued, and it's just bang, bang, your head's slamming after snap, and you're trying to find a ball carrier where a guy's tugging you to the ground and you're thrown to the ground as a lineman as you make the tackle, and you're slowly picking yourself up and back to do it again. And they can break your back with that a bit. But able to get off of that here today, Thomas says, while it was a good game, good win, it should have been an easier game if Geno didn't throw that interception. Yeah, I'm a proponent of Geno Smith. I don't think he necessarily played a purely bad game, but his worst moments, as something that I think, even as a guy that as I preface that, and not saying it's a coming to a conclusion game on Geno. This is a decision for the offseason to see where everything lies when it's all settled up. But his worst moments can be as bad as about any quarterback out there. And his good to great moments are also right there in lockstep with it, which is part of what makes the evaluation of Geno Smith confounding. But it is a bit a part of his game here. And is it just all an extension of the hero ball? Sure. Can we dial that back within him? I would like to see it, but it's got to start coming back around because there's just too many of these moments. And I think it's even beyond, frankly, that interception. I mean, that's the worst of the bunch, but the fumble at the end of half, partially that's on Grubb. You've got Walker in there helping out in pass pro. Why? Because you want to go to a little bit of a max protect situation so you can try to get the ball pushed downfield with the early reads post snap. Should that be something we're running with 3rd and 2? Is that the proper way to go? No, you probably want Walker out there in the flat, give him as a Geno option and flip it over to him. Let him see if you can break a guy down in space and go get the first that way. And then at least you have the field goal attempt. No field goal attempt. Why? Because you take the sack on the play because Geno's eyes are drifting downfield looking for something to push the ball downfield on a 3rd and 2 or whatever it was, 3rd and 4. The tip pass up by Walker, where that throw, Geno throws into him, where it's a missed throw at that moment. There's a lot of wet weather coming down in buckets. I get that, but like you throw that ball in kind of a tough way. Walker's got to readjust. It's a short throw. That's a rudimentary throw. Geno's got to hit that throw. That ball gets tipped up. It's almost another interception. And that's it. Put it on him. He doesn't have to reach like that. Little things like that. But the interception above all, and again, not to paint the whole day as bad because there's a lot of moments where Geno did some really good things here in addition to it. But it is part of what makes this evaluation in moments with Geno a little bit tough, especially as some of these mount up this year and we're not seeing necessarily always the fixing or I'm working on it, kind of feel to it. Brandon Jansen says, go Hawks, Brandon. Elizabeth says, so was this the game, the birth of the Legion of Doom? That's right, man. I like it, Elizabeth. Maybe so. It's a catchy-ass name. I will give it that. And when this defense has put the clamps on offenses, they have put the clamps on offenses. We've seen the bad end of it too, but we definitely have seen a good end of it so far. So we may have to roll with that one. I'm not usually a guy likes the offshoots of Legion of Boom, but that's further enough off of it that I might be able to work with still a slight tip of the cap to the older era. Mr. Isaac, defense, dude, our defense is legit. I am very concerned with how inconsistent our offense is. Offense is worrisome. It's going to remain worrisome as we go here into the future. But the defense is outstanding, and hopefully they can continue to step forward like they have. That'd be good. Dara, love Geno, but damn, that interception was all on him. Run for that first at least, get close, and kink that field goal. Great win for the Hawks defense. There are adjustments to me to be had within the inconsistencies on this offense and with some of the bad decision-making with Geno Smith, especially as we see the worst of this decision-making seems to happen when he's either in the shadow of his own end zone or when they're down in the red zone. For whatever reason, it seems to be those two areas are the most problematic. And so, okay, Grubb, you've got to adjust as a play caller. Okay, Geno, you've got to adjust as a play caller. I think the first and foremost place that I would say that you can make the adjustment on that would make a lot of sense, that's an easy peasy one to go get, to your point, Dara, is use thine legs. Run thine ball. He has opportunities to step and go get the run, but we see him very hesitant at times to run the football. And I'm not expecting him to turn into some guy that's got to go be like Russ in his heyday and get you 50, 60 yards every game, but make the defense play honest. Take it when it's there to get. We've got to find the cheap and easy yards for this offense that is so inconsistent when they are there to be had. And if our quarterback is deciding not to scramble at the ball and use his legs, he's leaving one of those easy advantages on the table in the name of forcing it to other stuff that might not be working quite as well. So the run there at the end on that 3rd and 7, you've got to take the run there. It's such a bad interception because it's really the throw is like the 4th worst part of that whole situation from Geno's perspective, or the 3rd worst part. The first part is You just don't take the scramble. Second part is you're obviously not thinking in that moment about the scoreboard and what's at stake and what happens if you can just even get scramble. You get down, clock rolls, you have a field goal attempt, game over. You've got to make that math happen as a quarterback in those moments. And you didn't seem like as he's making that decision that he's really processing with that. Maybe he's getting caught up with other details of the game in the moment at that point. You go, okay. Again, how do we fix this going forward? How do we drive into this forward? Geno, down by the red zone, shadow of your own end zone, start using your legs. Second place, Grubb can help him out with. You get in third and shorts, give him an outlet option. And give him an outlet option in general. Me and Young Guns were talking about this on the stream earlier about you can have times where you need to give Walker in there to be a max protect, help blocker, not even for 7-step drops, but just to keep the pocket clean. Have him come in there, bang, he chips, 1,000, 1,000, then he leaks out. Get him into the flat. We saw Geno do that with Walker early in this game for a 20-yard throw. And then have Geno know that his guy's doing that to this side. I'll be leaking out to this left. You take one peek to the left, it'll be right out to me, it'll be wide open. Little things like that to give help to where this thing, if you're just trying to run it the way you've got it dialed or planned up to run it, it's not going to really work. But he's got to use his legs at the forefront. William Later, thank you for the 31 long months. 31 long months. As a Hawks Nest member, I appreciate you. That says, we're so over. We're so back. We're so over. We're so back. Let's go defense. Offense, figuring things out too. NFC West coming for you. Hey, we got you in your sights, NFC West. You should have closed that door when you had a chance. You should have put us away when you had a shot. Thank you, William. Brandon Jana says, that defense, boy, oh boy, so nice to watch. So nice. So nice. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Sanchez. And thank you for your earlier donations as well. I'm tired of poor defensive line being the scapegoat for Grubb. NFL offensive coordinator needs to know how to use what he's got, not force what he wants when it's not working. Tunnel screen will lead to an interception eventually. Well, if you especially have to lean on it as really one of your sole parts of the offense, to your point, Sanchez, that is consistent, and can give you something that you end up over leaning on that too much because he's going to the dice move too much. It's all he's got. He just keeps going to the dice move. Well, they can start to predict the dice moves coming. I'm completely okay with offensive coordinator being given a strict view of determination this offseason. Sanchez, I know I myself do point at times to the offensive line and the way that does hold Grubb and Geno back and this offense back. But I do agree with you in that it cannot be serving then as a end-all be-all explanation for everything, that there are always finer-tuned details for what's going on than just a simplistic established scapegoat for everything. And some of these things I'm talking about on the details of adjustment, do point back a little bit to Grubb. Having Geno Smith not thinking in those moments, what's at stake here, what you need to be thinking about. You're communicating in the headset as you're calling the play. You can tell Geno, especially with you getting him up to the line 20 damn near seconds before the play calls, hey, be aware of this. Don't let this happen. Don't do this. Hey, use your legs. Those type of things. And is he communicating that stuff? The shorter routes, the less of the, especially Sanchez, the longer developing routes. This is a spread system that wants to have longer developing routes mixed in, because by and large, if I have a spread system and a defense playing a spread system, the coverages will go from dropping to deep to dropping to short. They'll take the short passing away and everything gets very compressed very quickly. So you want, with Grubb, he's adjusted off that with his spread styling to really hit with more depth on some of these throws, but they've gotten a little too enamored at times with getting locked into that stuff, leading to putting a spotlight on the pass protection woes, Sanchez, and the decision-making woes, where you need to script in more easier stuff. And the tunnel screen, while it's a good, easier thing there to prescribe and worked well today, there can also be throws to the flats and the stop routes underneath to Walker that they didn't call in that one play there until kind of the end of the game, where we're, almost at the end, that they found kind of dialed that one up as well. Those manufactured touches. Where's the fly sweep game? You ran a fly sweep with JSN last week, 8 yards, didn't run it again the whole rest of the game. Didn't run it all this week, even trying. These are things that I would be at least trying to work into something different other than just we're going to drop back, have Geno surveilling and scanning, going through progression reads. I think that especially on those longer developing routes, as much as you want to, especially with DK in this offense, and use that, maybe got to dial that back right now because you just don't have the line to make it work, and he's got to make that adjustment. If he doesn't make the adjustment, Sanchez, the criticism's full well there to be had on his shoulders at the end of the year, and I think that Grubb's got to make that assessment. There cannot be just him saying, well, it's just the line, I'll let him off the hook for that. I think it's got to be, what did I see with him working around this? Because there still is plenty to learn from Grubb as a play caller and his fit here. But we'll see what McDonald does on that, Sanchez. I think it's fair. Chris Gow, thank you for 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. Let's have it go. First in the division. What a win. D was incredible. Defense was really good in this game, Chris. And incredible is maybe the perfect word to say. They played out of their minds. They had every opportunity to ease back, to kind of sunk in, to kind of go, man, we've been giving you guys every opportunity in this game. You're not giving us anything. Come on, offense. But they didn't languish. They didn't get turned over in that way. They said, let's go. Let's keep it going. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you, man, for 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. He was great. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation and appreciate your earlier support to the chat as well. Defense was excellent. Turned a corner. Big Cat is today's MVP. He wants to play off and played a long career with not a lot of success. Dre showing up lately. Great points on your part. A lot to build off of on the back of that. Draymond has been better and better and getting maybe a little more comfortable off that edge. Big Cat, yeah, you want to give him the MVP today. I don't know who else I would give it to other than that. Hard not to right there. And I think first, has the defense turned the corner? Yeah, I think if the defense can maintain a relative amount of health as you'd hope they could, injuries are going to happen, but especially with the two inside linebackers, if they can stay out there on the field like they've been, in that I think that you're at that point where you are starting to get into more of the depth now, Keon, of McDonald's playbook and allowing him to really work in some of the adjustments that I think that he was held back from being able to work in until he made sure all of the guys were on their P's and Q's and understanding the finer details of what you need to do in this defense. Because there's a lot of room in this defense with its complexity to blow assignments and to get it wrong. And he's, I think, gotten through a little bit of that time period at this point. 10 games in with the Ravens as a defensive coordinator was right about the time it started to click into place after Roquan Smith, maybe here in Seattle after Ernest Jones. But it does feel like they've turned a bit of a corner. You've had challenges here the past couple of weeks defensively and what you've had to deal with as far as these tests go. Kyler Murray and the Cardinals offense has been a very efficient, very effective offense. And the one thing they showed the flash on this today, we're in down 16 times in goal line to goal situations on this year. They probably jinxed them, quite frankly. But 16 times in goal line to go situations, they had got a touchdown throughout this year. They've been a very effective offense, good red zone offense, and you made it happen on them. Rams a couple weeks ago, you made it happen on that game. You know, they got at you at the end, but that's by and large part because of what happened with the offense and what was going on over there more than it was with the defense. And see if they keep it going here. Niners last week. Now, as far as the Big Cat, I love your final point on this about Big Cat wants the playoff. He's played a long career without a lot of success. Great point on Keon's part, and I think that I'm getting a sense of a pull from the vets on the defensive side of the ball in this locker room. They understand a couple things in that these are guys that haven't necessarily had a lot of playoff success. Jaron Reed, Leonard Williams, leaders that these younger guys are listening to, but guys that also understand that I know what it takes for us to get to be this. I haven't had this necessarily because I look at the Big Cat in his case. He was with the Jets. He was with the Giants. Those teams didn't win when he was there. They didn't win when he left. It's not his fault. Not his fault. But these guys also look at the young talent of guys they have, from Mafi to Hall to Byron Murphy, Witherspoon, Tariq Woolen. They go, we got the talent here. We got the talent here. And then it becomes to their eyes on how do we get this young talent to lock in, which is the last part of that puzzle. It's the part I've always said with the becoming the great defense or becoming the great team, becoming the contender, Keon. The final part of the puzzle to me is the leaders emerging and taking ultimate ownership. Not leaders emerging in that I wear the C on my chest and that you have a collection of guys, C or not, that are working as leaders and that those vets are guiding those younger guys and that the younger guys are listening and taking that leadership properly and as they should. And when that happens, that's how you can create greatness. That's how you can create an elite team. I think Big Cat knows that. There's been sound bites of him even in training camp where you could see him guiding the young guys in and trying to help them in on locking in on some things and working hard and trying to set that tone and show them how it's done. And this is what you need if you want to take that final major step, and maybe why they're making right now, Keon, to your point again, why they're turning the corner, why they're making that final big step is because of this. Because these guys are doing that, taking that ultimate ownership. And big tip of the cap there to Leonard, not only for the performance on the field, but the leadership he's bringing to the locker room. And Jaron, same way, as Jaron is also having a quietly very solid season. One of your higher graded PFF guys, I think like top 16, 17. I think he had another whale of a game, 3 tackles, 2 passes defense to half a sack for Jaron in this one. They're doing their part. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, get the sunglasses out for the round table. Well, you know, man. You know how I do, because our Seattle Seahawks organization is actually a legit organization. You know what I mean? They actually do us right. So you go to training camp, you get your free shades. You get your free Seahawks shades. So I'll be out there. I'll just be like, what's up, boys? How's the bottom of the West looking? I can't see you from up here so high, and my sunglasses are just too dark. I can't see you. Where are you at? Hello? Cardinals, are you down there? Yeah, we're down here. Niners. Can't hear the Niners. I hear nothing but silence. But yes, the shades will be ready to go for Tuesday. You better believe it, Rand. You better believe it. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, what a fun year this is turning out to be. Mike hit that 10-week turnaround mark right on the dot. Defense looked 10 times better. Myers has a cannon. He does. He truly does. And great notes all around on that one, Ski Nation. You guys always bring it with the donation and support, but you also bring it with the awesome, intelligent thoughts onto the table as well, as far as what's going on with this team. I'm seeing it already here in the donations in the chat, so love it. I know there's gonna be a positive spirit, but love people putting on their thinking cap with what they're seeing as well, because you're reading right my mind and what I was saying earlier on that with the Ravens 10 weeks in, bam, that thing clicked into place. You got your linebackers ready and right, because remember with Roquan Smith going to the Ravens, it was a 2-for-1, like the Ernest Jones situation has been, and how it's kind of freed things up too, in that Roquan's coming in to play the Mike. Roquan is kicking Patrick Queen out to play the Will. Patrick Queen's now not misaligned in the Mike position, but playing in his proper position he should be playing into. He excels. He gets his contract. He's now with the Steelers. And there you go. So Mike maybe doing some similar stuff here. You can see how this happens. And then Myers, hey, look, we give him some shade here at times for his Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. But he is wonderful when he is Dr. Jekyll. He's curing cancer. He's helping the children. He's getting people that are invalids and paralyzed people below the neck to walk. That is a Jason Myers in a good year. And the big leg, that kick, I mean, you talk about the toughest of conditions for that final kick, folks. You think in your mind as a Hawk fan to game losing kicks in that stadium? And I tell you what, they are predominantly down at that end of the end zone with that open air that's out there, swirling things a little bit. You got rain pouring down, open air end where lots of kickers miss at that end of the field. You've got a little bit of a high snap that takes Dixon about a half a beat to get the ball down. And it's only a 50-yard or two. You only have to get all of your leg on this one. And Myers drills it, changing the whole complexity of the game. But the defense indeed, Ski, looks 10 times better. It is, you see the plan, you see how it's coming together. You're getting to see McDonald get into the playbook. And this is the type of defense that's moving forward in the modern age. It's not just a de jure playbook. This is also a bet about a playing style of defense to where this is going and why you're now at the forefront of that. You're not stepping behind the caboose on a trend defensively in the NFL that's going to just get tapered out here in another year or two. This is where defense is going. You must change pre to post snap. You cannot just remain stagnant in that way alone. You've got to embrace stack fronts and stack boxes. You've got to embrace getting out of the simplistic, as so many defenses in prior decades have sort of lived in. Real Cheese, thank you for a $5 donation. Thought of another name for the defense. Hawk and Ball Torture. Kind of sounds naughty. I like it, Real Cheese. Let me say, folks, maybe I have to run a poll on nicknames for the new defense. But Hawk and Ball Torture. Hawk and Ball Torture. You have to say it like that too, Cheese. Thank you for the $5, man. Don't at me. Thank you for the $5 donation as well. Is McDonald going to change the career trajectories of Bryant and Dre Jones? Laughing out loud. Looking at them differently the past few weeks. I think with Draymond Jones, my gut instinct on this is he's rounding well into shape off the edge. I think that we'll see where the team comes with the decision-making on him at the end of the year, if he's giving him quite enough. And I think he played a pretty good game. One tackle, though, in the game. One tackle Draymond Jones was credited for. I think they're trying to make him work on the outside because they just don't think he can work on the inside as the 3 techs. They've got other 3 techs that are better than him, that it just doesn't work for him in there. But he is helping him as a run defender. Being that power edge, especially, is where you really want him to lean off of and be able to just, pivot off that. Be first a power edge that can stop the run, and then let's work off of what you can do with that as a pass rusher beyond that. But with Bryant, yeah, I think that definitely there's a good argument to be made there, because in Bryant, if you do think, just go through his background and you say, okay, outside corner, very well refined as an outside corner, transitioned for a whole NFL season into slot, and learning all that sort of entails down there, and then transitioning to the safety position and becoming that. And now having a couple of years to settle in at that safety position. And does that sort of give you a chance there to get a feel for all those 3 positions, then to go into a defense that wants its defenders to do a lot of different things? You're able to then do those things and do them comfortably. And so the fit of the defense, his background, as hard as it probably was for him to gain a foothold and refine his technique, playing so many different positions here through the early part of his career, he certainly has an argument to be made here that he's locking himself in more and more into being a guy that you think long-term here as a guy who might fit into being that safety for you. I mean, I called the interception this week during a few shows saying I thought Kobe Bryant was going to have a pick. Not because I had a lot of insight on this, but anybody with 2 eyeballs could see on the guy. He was making plays on a weekly basis and getting closer and closer and closer and closer. It didn't happen this pick today by happenstance or by luck or just a poor decision from Kyler Murray. It happened because he's there to be there to make the play on the right time. We'll see, though, Del Happy. We'll see. Dre did have a pressure in this game, too. Almost had a sack there, I think, at one point. But we'll see with him. I'm not sure on that one. But Kobe, I'm starting to feel better and better about. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donations. He says, get your shades ready, Brandon. It'll be a sunny day on Tuesday, NFC Roundtable. Well, if you don't know what these folks are talking about, folks, I will be on the NFC West Roundtable. I better be careful with these reflective glasses. YouTube's going to get me for reflecting back the game I'm watching here with the Eagles-Rams over the top. But yes, we will for sure get this rolling, and I'm looking forward to NFC Roundtable show. So folks, if you haven't already, you can check me out Tuesday on the NFC Roundtable show. Those are my stomping grounds on Tuesday, where I'm going to get to go in there and hopefully as a first place Hawks, if the Eagles can just do us right tonight. If the Eagles do lose tonight, the Rams win, then technically we're in second place at that point. But 7-6 game here between the Eagles and the Rams, and the Eagles are driving down right now. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $2 donation. He asks, have you looked at Rourke from Indiana? I am totally sorry, Thomas. I have not yet. I really was working hard that last week on the Lucas video. I was trying to get done with some of the shows, and I was checking out last night. I promised somebody else a little bit ahead of the stack to get to Drew Allers. So I got a chance to look deep on Drew Allers. But Rourke will be the next guy up on my list on quarterbacks, Thomas. So he's going to be, for sure, I'll be back on Rourke right after this. Like probably Monday, I'll take a look at him. So just check in with me Wednesday. I promise you, I meant to look at him. He was on my list, man. I promise you, I was meaning to get around to him, and I got a little malaised when I was going through Aller's tape. Aller's fine. Aller's good. Like, he's a solid prospect. But I'll check him out for sure. And I got him on my list for sure. The Indiana kid. The Indiana kid. Indiana. Indy. Indy. Indy, look. Indy. Hand grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, don't forget the spatula. Oh, you mean, says, don't forget the spatula Tuesday. So he's wanting me to bring the shades. And he's wanting me to bring the spatula. Oh, I'll bring the spatula. You know what makes a steak taste just a little bit better? You know what makes a steak mighty delicious? Is when you take this and you sear this right into the top of it. Just has a little bit extra flavor, you know what I mean? With that emblem on it. Just a little bit extra flavor. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to bring this up. We cooked ourselves up a little Cardinal. It's not the most meatiest of bird. But we're almost eating it more for the Highlander reasons. It's more of a soul consumption, and we get stronger by the eating of that soul thing, right? There can be only one. So it's more of that. But you better believe I'll be serving up some Seahawks steak this Tuesday. Let them know what time it is. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Spoons. Oh, wait. Okay. Spoons' recovery speed on that interception play was impressive. He forced the action there. And this is how great plays are had. This is how you force turnovers. It's not just a simply one man making a great play. It's oftentimes 2 guys, 3 guys, 4. This in conjunction with that, working together to make it happen. And first, you have a read option play where I'm sure that Kyler has the ability to read it in the handoff and give it into the gut of the running back, and that running back takes it into the A gap. He's reading, oh my God, there's a collapsing A gap there. I got to take this myself. He takes it. They have him with an option down the field to throw to, but you remove his ability to run when you got Witherspoon closing, and Witherspoon's so aggressive and moves with that speed where he's just always hyper 100 miles an hour, where he's just getting up on top of Murray so quick, forcing that decision faster than to give Murray a chance to process for a beat to make a better choice. Maybe take the sack or maybe just throw it away. But instead, bam, he gets there so quick, forces the loop of the throw over the top. And, of course, Kobe Bryant is able to make him pay. Make him pay, man. And the cat always knew why we drafted Big Cat. We never had a chance to draft guys like that. No, you don't. They're hard to find. And even Byron Murphy taken at 15 in the draft. And what was, I forget where Williams was taken, but he was taken very high. Very, very high in the draft. That's part for sure. Mr. Fire Roundtable in shambles right now. Go Hawks. The world's been turned upside down. Dogs and cats living together. Chaos on earth. Let's go. Michael Arrington says, how's the new head coach been so far? Well, I think we're both, Michael. You're feeling good about your guy there, and we're feeling pretty good about our guy here. And encouraged. Looks like the Eagles got a touchdown here that might be overcalled. I'm not sure, though. It's right on the line on that one. Give him the touchdown. Give him the touchdown. But we're feeling good, Michael. It's first season onboarding process. You had this last year with yours. There's ups, there's downs. If you got the right guy, there's going to be ups and downs. But you want to just see things encouragingly finish out strong. I think last year your Broncos finished out strong, and how you would want to see them to give you that encouragement despite the looming decision with Russell Wilson. And we're certainly getting that at this point. If the offense has got things that needs to be fixed, it can be fixed. But if you walk out of this season and you say you've got the right head coach and his defensive system is going to work very well now and into the future, now, on top of the fact you've got a lot of base foundational potential pieces defensively to work with, that's encouraging. That makes us feel very good about where things are going. Chris Camp's NFC roundtable is going to be great again. Oh, let's go. Tiago, some weeks ago, I commented at the Hawks subreddit that we were not a linebacker away from a legendary defense. We were, though, apparently. Well, I think, Tiago, it's been a few things coming into line, on this a bit. You made trades for Roy Robertson Harris, Kobe Bryant's ascension into the starting safety role. These Job, how he's played on the outside in place of Trey Brown, Tiago. So yeah, your Tyrese Knight and your Ernest Jones are at the forefront of this, but there's also been a couple of things over the last 4 weeks or so that have started to take root here into this on this defense that have also been other changes. Maybe not fairly major changes. Trey Brown's a starter, Job's a starter. Robertson's basically he's going to get starter like reps as a rundown defender, and Kobe Bryant's been ascending. Mike Skinner says, just give me my man Geno more than 3 seconds to throw and read the field. Sometimes Geno tries to play hero when he shouldn't. Having a more stable O-line will help, and that will, with the run game, to come. I'm with it, Mike. I'm with it. I'm not bailing Geno with it. I think he does need to look at the touchdown. They're going to give him the touchdown on the field here. Like the call. Got the foot down, and then that's where it's knocked out. 2 feet down, 2 feet down. Let's go. Eagles take the lead. But your day is not determined by just this play or that play, but we do get to the root, I think, with this too on the poor points with Geno where it does go wrong, and you can go down to it being doing too much, trying to do a little too much, extending yourself past. And when it came to the defense, well, what it was they were trying to do and some of the things that they talked about and what we were seeing from the defense earlier this year were guys trying to do too much and not trusting the guy to his left. Just do your job and trust this guy's going to do his, and it will be a successful play. And I think that if you ask McDonald on this, he would tell you that that's a lot of what's happened over the prior couple of weeks is that guys are locking in on that spot. Likewise with Geno, he's got to just trust in it. Trust your defense. Understand the moment, the situation. Take the check down. Take the completion. Don't make a bad play worse. And then sometimes where we've seen, that's the place where there's some room for growth from Geno. And room that he can control right in the here and now. I don't think it's an impediment in his game. I think it does extend a lot out of the hero ball nature of things and how he's rolled. Thomas says, I think the Seattle broke the Niners too. Wow. Hey, let's just take them out one by one. 49ers, Cardinals, Rams. Come here. Yeah, come here. Oh, you want to wait till the end of the year? You want to wait till the end of the year? Oh, you want to wait till the end of the year? Okay. All right, we'll wait. All right, end of the year. Oh. The best. Shout out to Farrell Brown too. Best. Yeah, he had a good game. Solid, good game. How about them running over the guy in space to go get that first down? Tight ends in this game, JSN in this game. A couple moments where those guys leaped where it could have been down to still a 1 yard down in distance. They got the first, kept the chains turning when you needed to. Time of possession actually turned out okay here in this game, despite the fact the offense wasn't able to be really consistent through a lot of the game. And that's because you did get some moving of the chains. You did get some drives kind of rolling a little bit. Gary O'Kelly, Spoon doesn't get the INTs to be all pro. He might not. Yeah, he might not on that side. But he's a hell of a player, and he'll be worth a top-end type contract when he comes up. If he keeps doing what he's doing. Thomas, it does make me laugh. The fact this Niners team losing is also maybe if they keep losing and they lose bad enough that it'll somehow get potentially Shanahan fired. I don't know if there's a possibility of it, but that'd be hilarious. It would be legitimate fun. It would make me very much laugh. Jess says, they're asking Geno to do a lot. I'm not worried about him. He's a competitor. Yeah, he'll come back at it. One thing we know, he won't shrink from action on this type of stuff. Ooh. Sack here on the Rams. You can call timeout here, Eagles. This is where Sirianni just is kind of annoying to me. Call the timeout, Nick. You're not smarter than... He's just going to let the clock run, huh? All right. Jason McEward, big cat with the game ball. That's right. That's right. Ski Nation says, Brandon, get a pair of Viper shades for the round table. I'll have to look that up. Some Viper shades? All right. Let's go. Joe Stevens still can't believe Geno didn't just run for that easy first and threw a pick instead. Drove me crazy, Joe. It's a decision that is, there's no way to excuse it. I can excuse a lot of things. But that one in particular is one where you as a veteran quarterback need to be smarter than that. And again, this isn't the first time we've walked down this road with you down in the red zone. So when does the lesson click into you on this? I'm down in the red zone. I need to protect the ball. Instead, he has this, I'm down in the red zone. I need to turn into hero ball. And that switch that's in his brain right now needs to switch off and down. That's my lead coaching point with McDonald and Geno on this. Is Geno, you're the coach on the field. You're managing this game. And when you're in these moments and you're making these things get worse and worse, it's again, for whatever reason, you're picking down by the red zone for this to happen. So it's like, I could just tell you, like, whatever you want to do to the 20s, go crazy. If you throw a pick at the 55-yard line because of some of this stuff shenanigans, then okay. But by God, man, when we're down in the red zone, we can't have points wiped off the board. But yeah, I should have ran there. To our Thorn Chat, hey B, how do you get Geno to run more, especially when there was ample time in the pocket today? Maybe today will be finally the breaking point where you can kind of see it. He had other moments in this game though too. He had a moment in this game where he got a 4-yard scramble where he spent an extra 3.5 seconds fully determining that I've got to scramble, I guess. And if he ran earlier on the play, it would have gotten him 8, 9, 10 yards instead of just 4. Because he let the whole defense close in on him before he finally decided to run. Pass rushers are right now the front four pass rushers that are getting after Geno know that he's not the most mobile in the pocket. And this is getting them hungry and they're frothing at the mouth and they're going out of control at times as pass rushers through their gap integrity. This is allowing Geno to have open holes to step up through. And if he would just commit to it instead of going, yeah, let me take another beat of a second to look up. Let me keep looking back up again. Let me keep and throw some haphazard throw out there. If he just locked it in and threw it and chose to do that over the course of a game 3-4 times, you would keep defenses a little more honest in their pass rush. And you would find some easy free yards. And so I don't know why it's not a coaching point at this point, or it's maybe something Geno just doesn't want to do because he doesn't want to get injured. He thinks he's going to get injured because he's an older quarterback when he tries to do a scramble around. But he's got to build it into his game. Because it's free and easy yards. We saw this last week with the 2 scrambles to go get game against the Niners. It's free and easy yards for him to go have if he will just engage it. Al says he's got 12 interceptions. You don't pay $50 million a year. That does that. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think $50 million's on the table for Geno at this point. Is 40, 35, we'll see on that. But I'm not sure at this point 50 is necessarily there. Or that he can come in and ask for that if it's where he'll be at the end of the day on the turnover front of things. But we'll see. I think there's a way room to find some common ground on a contract with Geno. Thomas says the biggest problem I have with Geno is he makes boneheaded mistakes. But my son even said we were lucky to have a quarterback like Russ and now Geno. But either Geno needs to take a step up or get a new quarterback. Well, he's got to prove whether this is a fatal flaw to your point of it or not. Can you correct this or not? You are going to be almost tied for the division lead here. You're going through the rest of the year. You have ample time now to spend a couple weeks in realizing that you don't have to play hero ball, that you have a defense that's holding up pretty well. You have a special teams unit in Dixon and Myers that can help you on that side of it. You're moving into late November, December football where the elements start to play more of a part. So now I've got to sit down and think through this. How do I counter that as a quarterback here in my adjustment on that, Thomas? Removing the turnovers. Turnovers I can control. A tip ball that goes up for an interception, okay, that might happen from time to time if it's a missed throw. That's kind of on your fault still there. But that kind of play where you're able to look and control and have an opportunity to use your legs, more of a use of legs. And it all does, again, it all comes out of the same place where it's a little bit of the hero ball that's driving this. Turn that off a little bit. Or just at least turn it off at the 20-yard line in. Turn it off inside of your own 20-yard line. Pathway to success. Radu, hey Brandon, this is why I've been striving to get that dual threat quarterback. This poor O-line cannot support a pocket quarterback right now. Let me get Milroe. Milroe's an interesting cap, man. And coming from the same offense out there in Alabama that he'd be coming to here in the pros. So an easier transition for him to make. You're going to have Kellen DeBoer with some of the insider info that he can give Grubb on this kid. And perhaps that can be enough to have them jump for him. You know, he's second, third, fourth round, and that kind of ranges of things, I think. It's very possible. He's got a big arm. He can move. To your point, I think that the pocket passers are going to have a struggle as we go forward here now into the future. And that there's even some of these guys coming out in this draft that I'm looking at Drew Allers last night, Radu. Penn State kid. He's Joe Flacco, basically. And he's got the good arm and he can whip it, but you keep coming back to how much can I really keep him clean the pocket to where I can't ask him to move around a little bit. It's becoming a prerequisite. And with Geno, it's to me, it's he has it to do it. It's just he don't want to do it. And these quarterbacks, they get older and older. Just you saw with Russ too, where it's like, I don't really want to do it. I get you don't want to do it, but what's best for the offense, not what's best for you. Ran the cut. Walker will house a tunnel screen so fast. He'd be really good on those, yeah. I like me the tunnel screen. Thomas says right now $50 million is for elite quarterback, but depending on what the quarterback is in the draft or trade for a quarterback like Lawrence, Richardson, or Young. Yeah, $50 million is the amount there. Age factors into this too, Thomas. It's also depending on when you're paying those guys. The $50 million cats that come up to be paid like this, Thomas, atypically tend to be, outside of a guy like, let's say, a Kirk Cousins, they're going to be your Lawrence to Jalen Hurts, on down the line guys that are coming off essentially a rookie quarterback contract. It's a little bit of a different story if you get into an elder quarterback. And I think too, before we get to the place of saying that Geno's going to command this much, Geno's certainly going to make $50 million. I'm okay with people saying that, but understand too, when we say that we think that he's somehow going to command this awful dollar amount wise, that's going to make it such a heavy Acme weight over the top of the organization that they can't do anything else, that we're not really basing that on the past history. He's averaged over 2 years a 6.5% cap hit over the past 2 seasons. That's not 15%. That's not 20%. That's not in the $50 million a year type numbers. There's no point in guys making $50 million a year, but he's only hitting you about 6.5% on the first 2 years of the cap, of the contract. I don't think so. So if you can keep him in that same lane, if he can sign that kind of deal that is into more of that middle of the road territory, I know most quarterbacks don't make this kind of signing. I understand it's not a common deal that we see across the sport, but Geno did do that last time rather than necessarily just going out there and being the highest paid gun for hire out there on the open market. And people can maybe come back to me and say that what the counter then people would say against what I just said to you on that is they'd say, well, there wasn't anybody that was willing to pay him out in that open market. So let's keep this going then. Okay, well, if that's the case now, he's proven something else different in the last 2 years that wasn't there 2 years ago when he signed that extension that will now have them when they weren't going to before. To me, all of this kind of logically and reasonably just kind of boils down to he will probably be willing to sign that sort of deal that makes sense for both player and team. 17th highest paid quarterback in the sport the last 2 seasons. Is Geno worth that? Is that a gross overpay? If you build up the rest of the supporting structure around him at that point, can he flourish in that environment at that pay grade, that scale? I kind of think he can. But I understand it is about the final details of the number and what we're really talking on that. Dizzy says Tyler found space in the zone, threw his hand up. Geno saw that, broke the pocket, and tried forcing the throw instead of running for the first. Yes, he did. Accurate. Thomas says, Brando, I like the shirt. Thank you, man. I saw it on Amazon. I had to grab it. It's too good. Still good. Radu says, can't look at one game to judge a quarterback. He has been playing good football as a whole, especially as a runner. Agreed, Radu. I think that there's a very much of a draw of a reactionary spot with Geno a little bit game by game. Not for anybody in particular, just in general in the fan base, where it's a little bit of let's reach the ultimate conclusions one way or the other on this. And I think that this is one that let's give it the full season. Let's see what the cost is. Let's see what he's going to ask for. And then, work off of that. And then make sure that we're, operating off of what the reality of it really is. Megan Gawk Roger, my lady from down under, says, can't stay, but had to say bragging rights are still mine. A Cards-Hawks game with a 10-point margin to us seems fitting as it was when we were at Lumen in 2022, B. Yes, it does. That's right. Last time Cardinals, when I was in the stadium we played, me and Megan went and saw that game, and indeed they came out with a 10-point win. A 10-point win in that one. So history doth repeat itself, Megan, and kind of not as much similar game, I guess. That was a little more, offense gave a little bit more on that day, it feels like. A little bit. But feels good, Megan. I know your brother's going to be just cursing, just angry. Angry. The better bird won. The better bird won. I think that's going to be my title on the game wrap today. I always try to set my game wrap up titles for the short videos. I always try to put the title on there that I know is going to slightly trigger the opposition just a little bit. Little tiny triggers, It's little. I think the better bird one might help on that one. Appreciate you, Megan. Thank you for the tenner. Tell your brother I'm sorry. It's just the way it goes. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. Jesse, who I respect as an honest broker, will be stepping up to make another hostages video on Tuesday NFC. Yeah, I'm sure Jesse's not enjoying it right now. He thought, oh yeah, we'll have Hawks Nest over on the round table every week. I just get a dunk on him. I'll just do the Vince Carter Olympic move over the top of him every week because my Niners are rolling high. Little did he know they were coming to the end of the road. He was just entering the era of Hawks dominance, and he was being forced to sit front row seat and take in all of its glory. Mike's already said that he's going to be late. It might just, and if the Eagles lose this game, it might just be me and Z-Bot. Everybody else like, yeah, we're just stuck in traffic. I can't even tell you how far in traffic I'm back. I think there's been an accident. There's a lady, she's actually giving birth right now. So lots of cars, just no off ramp. We'll be in at some point on the show today. I can't. Maybe it'll go something like that, John. We'll see. Ooh, it feels good. I'm looking forward to Tuesday. The Real Cheese, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I kind of want Shanahan to stay. Iron sharpens iron. I get that, man. I will say, Real Cheese, we've had about a 10-year run here of the NFC West being as much of a dominant decade as you will find in the sport. What we got since 2013, you've got the Hawks with 2 Super Bowl appearances, the Niners with 2 Super Bowl appearances, the Rams with 2 Super Bowl appearances, 6 Super Bowl appearances within about 11-year span within this division. And that's pushed the envelope. That's made this, all the other teams have to just, work their ass off just to stay up with the Joneses. And there are other divisions where there's a bit of that feast factor that you get to work off of. It's kind of nice to have. It's kind of nice to have freebies. And to not every game be kind of that brutal run. And likewise with that, to your point on this, Real Cheese, I'm never a big fan of watching coaches get fired. who are good coaches. I'm Shanahan's a guy that I have a lot of respect for and what he does and how he's done it there with the Niners and what he's accomplished. I think that the Niners are, I'm sorry, the fan base is being a little silly in the level of critique that's coming down on this. And some of it's also being driven, quite frankly, from the shadow of the Montana and Young and Bill Walsh days, where because he's not achieving that standard, that somehow we got to move on to something else, that he's topped out as a coach somehow, and that there's nothing else there with them. And I think that they're going to live to regret it if they do it. And I don't understand the thinking behind it. You're having your one bad season in years here with him. Injuries have certainly mounted up in a major way. You have an aging roster. It's understandable you're having this kind of year. It's not just underperformance. So you got a roster getting older, guys getting aged, guys who play a lot of extra football and playoff action. But I still can't see how they actually end up firing him real cheese. To me, it still would be just pretty incredible a year after a Super Bowl and all this years of runs they've had that they would do it. Justin Rockstar, you are a rock star with that $10 donation. Thank you for that. Clear mind frame from Geno, but I didn't see it. It starts with him on offense when our O-line is halfway decent. Otherwise, our defense killed it. What you say? Go Hawks, B-man. Hey, go Hawks, Justin. Clear mind frame from Geno, but I didn't see it. It starts with him on offense when our O-line is halfway decent. Otherwise, our defense killed it. Geno's, it was a little up and down today, Justin, from my perspective with it. And I don't think this game determines for me, Geno, one way or the other necessarily with it. I think there's things here he can correct in his game. And when I have a quarterback that I think, is this a quarterback, if I put the right, proper roster around him, that can take us to win a Super Bowl? Now there are varying levels of that, right? Of quarterback that can take you to the Super Bowl. You've got all the way of the game manager, Trent Dilfer type, or Garoppolo type that you just, let's lower him down to like 13 passing attempts and just try to just grind through with it. All the way to the other side of it, which is your Mahomes, John Elway types that are the guys that are going to carry the day for you and be prolific and all of that other side. And so let's say we've got this wide scale. Can Geno find his way into that? Does he have fatal flaws within his game that don't allow him of achieving into that road? And I don't think he does. But the turnovers this year and through some of these games through these years does give you at times a little bit of pause with that. Still, this is why the decision on Geno's got to be won at the end of the year, not game by game, to be swinging like a pendulum, but to wait to the end of the year and make the full determination. And then the second part being, what is really the cost? Not as what is the projected cost? What is this guy got paid that, so he'll certainly got paid this. What are we really then hearing about what truly the Hawks are or are not willing to pay? And then you make your real proper determination with all of the data in tow, knowing where he is at. I mean, if he goes through a whole year of ending out at 21, 22, 23 interceptions, very hard to just simply say on that you go, it's just offensive line. It does come back to, some of that decision making comes in at that point. But it is one where I'm hesitant on this one to get to any kind of final conclusion because I want all of the games. I want to see this thing for a full season of where it goes and make the call at that point. But there was some good in there too, with the bad that may have existed. There were some good throws in there and good decision making and good off script throws with subtle pocket movement also layered on in there. It's not a game that you completely, draw with just a broad brush of being bad. And the guy has led the league in passing yards this year, and you don't do that being a bad quarterback. So just clean the bad turnovers up. Start with that. And give more easier completions and throws into this offense. We had one of those tight end stop routes in this game. More of that. We had one game with I think it was Phantom, maybe the Patriot game or something, where you ran 8 catches down there just on those simple stop routes coming back. And that stuff can be open all day for a team like the Cardinals that are going to drift into such a heavy amount of zone. Look for those easy completions. Look for those easy plays when everything is such tough sledding. Thank you, though. I appreciate you for the donation, Justin. Jay Gundy, 1979. Thank you for the $2 donation. Jay Gundy, I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. You didn't have anything in your chat there that it put in the message on that, but just the donation. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Sorry for saying this, but when Haynes got in, I was very happy. All right. I had to decipher your emojis there a little bit. Haynes, I think, held up reasonably well. Got to go back and watch the tape. It's always hard for me to see on the line play where guys are at and what they're doing in the game for the most part. But it didn't seem to be bad when he was in there. I didn't see a lot of busts or anything like that. Catch, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Catch. Really appreciate you for doing that. Folks, if you haven't already today, please hit that like button. Maybe sub on up if you get a chance, like Catch has. I'm very happy to announce, folks, we have crossed 18,000 subscribers here on the Hawks Nest. So thank you. I applaud all of you out there for helping us get over that mark here today. We are on the road to 20,000 and we get to 19,500 subscribers. I am going to do a 24-hour stream, 19.5, 24 hours. And it's going to be fully for the benefit of St. Jude's Hospital. It's going to be a totally donation-based stream. But we got to get to 19.5. That's the goal there, to hit that spot. You guys are helping us get there. We're well over 18,000 now. Just a mere 1,500 away. Right there. So help us go. Thank you, Catch. Appreciate you jumping aboard here on the Hawks Nest. Keon Lund, thank you for another $5 donation. How often does Geno change play calls pre-snap to help us to be effective, or is it all show? Where are you on Geno's great moments versus his rookie-type mistakes? Well, the highs of Geno are every bit as good as whatever lows may be there. And I do think that the highs extend past the lows. He's not a guy that it takes away as bad as whatever he gives you on the good side. What he brings to the table as a quarterback, and the plus component, I think, is truly a plus component. That's what, and when you get down to the brass tacks with him, Keon, that's why I am such a supporter of Geno, is that when I run my formula, when I run my math, and I project out to what I think the cost will truly be, not what people want to say they think it will be, but what it'll truly be, that's when I come down to saying, okay, I think this will be worth it. It isn't that there isn't some hesitancy there, and it isn't to say there isn't some moments of pause when you're seeing some of these plays happen, and you're going, please, don't do that. Stop that. But that control at the line of scrimmage you talk about, that's a part of it. What he does from the neck up and his ability to execute that from the neck up, if you go get a younger quarterback, they're not doing that stuff. A guy through the first couple of years of his career is probably not doing a lot of that stuff. You've got to get kind of deep in your career to do it. And so it is one of the benefits he brings. They've put a lot on his shoulders with that, on the pre-snap stuff, maybe a little bit too much. You could maybe make the argument it's almost like a bit like the tunnel screens, where it's one of the few things working offensively, so let's just lean on this mother effer. And you go, yeah, you're leaning too much. Too much lean. Little too much lean. A little more straight up. So he's asking a lot. They're asking a lot. He's doing a lot. They do have to do a good amount of that anyway, I think. Sometimes it does feel a bit much, or that it's not always bringing the net positive and running all of that stuff versus just lining up and running with the call. Some of it is also, Keon, though, and they did this with the Washington last year too with Grubb, is that they get the guy up to the line of scrimmage and that they make determinations off of the sideline. And you can tell this when Geno's looking over there. It's like a catcher that's calling a game for a pitcher, and then you see him before every pitch looking over to the sideline like this to get the call that he wants to drop for the sign. And Geno's doing a lot of that as well, where some of this is coming off of what they want to first see, the alignment of the defense, and then the coaches communicate down to Geno, and then Geno rolls it through. So it does make, I think, a little bit of a tougher draw to the quarterback sometimes to play the position in that manner, because it is so much extra a bit that it puts on the shoulders. And like I say, maybe a bit too much as I kind of think about this more and more, where you start going to, why aren't you thinking about managing the moment of the game there post snap, and just take your legs and roll for it. Make sure you keep yourself within field goal range. Why aren't these things happening? Are they happening a little bit because there's so much going on pre-snap and what you're trying to align and adjust and get here, and then by the time you snap the ball, you're just reacting and not really thinking as much as you should at all times. Saquon Barkley is loose in the open football field, and he is going to house it. Boy, what a weapon he has been for the Philadelphia Eagles. Saquon Barkley right out the gate to kick off the second half, and the Eagles are going to take a commanding lead here against the Los Angeles Rams. Round table is going to be amazing. Oh, A lot of sad eyes in that round table on Tuesday. A lot of sad eyes. Where's my... I need Pumpkin to give me the Puss in Boots sad eyes. Appreciate you, Keon. Thank you for all your support to the channel, man. And the good outweighs the bad with him. Could take a little bit off of his plate with the pre-snap stuff. Some of what's happening with Geno does go down to a bit of grub. When mistakes down the red zone like this persist, yep, quarterback's got some of it. Some of it does just come back to, yeah, what's the OC? Is the OC making this a point of emphasis and discussing with him? Are they locking this in properly? Are they just saying it in passing? Linda Catalano, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, thanks for the win. Well, I love it, Linda. I'm so happy about it as well. It's great to see because this season still is alive, and things were looking dark for a while there, like we were just about to pack it on in. And I never wanted to pack it in. I didn't want to tank. I want to see this team rounding into shape. I want to see the plan coming to form. We can win or lose this year, and I'll understand being patient, and we can get the playoffs or not, and I'll understand being patient and letting that process play out. But I just want to see things improve. You're looking for progress here. Not 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, but, step forward, step and a half forward, another step forward. Team seems like things are coming together in that way, especially at least defensively speaking. And boy, it makes you feel so good about this year. But thank you, Linda. I appreciate that support. And great win for the team here today. Big time win on this season. Catch, thank you for subscribing to the channel and for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that, Catch. If Arizona loses to the Vikings next week, they may just fall off a cliff. What do you think of a realistic rebuild timeline looks like for the 49ers? 2 years? 4? Great. You got great questions tonight. So much for me to just turn over even to answer it. I love these questions. Kyler Murray had something go on with him catch at the end of this game from an injury standpoint. I don't know if it's a rib. He looked in some pretty good pain there. Walked back to the locker room. I'm willing to guess that maybe he got a little bit of the old Toradol love. And with that Toradol love, was able to get back out there and try to throw the ball around. But, do they MRI it this week and find potentially a cracked rib in there? Maybe not. I don't know. He did come up from that pretty quickly right after coming up off the ground there, and it didn't look good. The Vikings game coming up ain't gonna be an easy one for him. I want to see, is that a yeah, that's a 10 a.m. So that's also 10 a.m. catch, which for West Coast teams, that's no easy thing having to go on the road that early and play those kind of games like that. So yeah, that could be a game that knocks them out in that way and starts a bit of a downward path. They are pretty healthy in where they're standing. They're not down or light really any bodies, maybe like the offensive line, they were down 1 today, but they have Darius Robinson working back into the fray there a bit as their first round pick. Wow, what a throw by Stafford. He makes some ridiculous throws. They're just like, how does he complete that? I don't know. Maybe they didn't have Darius play today. Bringing him back slowly as he didn't register anything in the stat column, so it didn't look like they had him even playing today. But they might be getting okay from a health standpoint catch here to be able to keep themselves. What I'm saying kind of is it probably keep them in this. I think they'll keep themselves in this fight. Their schedule's not super daunting. They could even lose the Vikings and still be able to fight through this year and have an opportunity to make some noise. But we'll see. I felt like that this was not a game as much as that they didn't show up or that they're dropping off somehow. I think this was the same Cardinal team that they've been by and large throughout this year. It's really on the team that if you're more talented, can you match their intensity and then your talent will win over the top of their talent because they won't have enough. And that was the way this, to me, game played, where we matched their intensity. Our talent went out. We were better. And that ended up kind of carrying the day on that. That's just kind of the partially, to me, catch of the strength of the Cardinals this year and their consistent level of play and what you get from them on a weekly basis. As far as a rebuild timeline goes with the 49ers, I think we would take them on the recent issue here with the rebuild for the Niners perspective catches that they've not shown much of a willingness at this point to turn this over. What I mean by that is you have the Brandon Ayuk situation looms as when you look at a retrospect of make the trade, get your draft capital, do something else other than sign yourself up for $30 million a year for Brandon Ayuk. But now you're in that contract. And so because you've not made the decision twice over now, Trent Williams again, Christian McCaffrey deals, both of those deals are deals where you have multiple years remaining on those contracts to those players, but now you're reinvesting in them for even more. The Niners have put themselves in an intense pickle here now, where it may drive them so hard catch to as to push next year again to try to contend, even though all of the writing on the wall should be telling them you've got to stop. You know, you've gone too far with it. You're a madman. And they've drawn these contracts up, catch in a way where you look at the future years of these deals, and it's all this minimum first, minimum second year of the deal as far as the base salary, and then it's this super expansive bonus money that just eats you over the whole course of the deal, but also then prevents you from getting out from under the contract in a really timely fashion. Like they'd like to get out of the Hargrave contract. He's been injured this whole year. He's not giving them what they thought they were going to get in 2 seasons with them. But because they buried so much of that money into the depths of the deal, they can't get out from under that contract. So he's there another year, come hell or high water. So what I'm saying with this is that they've got the contract coming up for Brock that they've got to decide on this offseason. And if you go and sign Brock for a $50 million a year contract, yeah, you're now probably looking at that being more of a 3-4 year process getting out from under that. Because one of these days, if not this offseason, by next offseason, Trent's going to retire and you're going to be sitting probably for 2 years with $25+ million ripping off your books just on him alone. Say nothing of some of the other contracts that you're going to cut out from underneath here very soon, like Deebo Samuel. I mean, they're sitting on dead money from Eric Armstead. It's pretty tough. The thing that will help the Niners here catch is the fact that they've been able to draft recently decently, like 4th round and onwards. And if they can continue to find diamonds in the rough later in the draft, that can help them in this. But you could also say that they might find some of those solid role players here, but they are losing the difference makers. And that those are the part that are going to start to fall away from them. And that's where you start to find them falling back to earth a little bit. So I'd say it's not going to be a quick turnaround for them. They're not making, like the Rams last year catch, were faced in kind of a similar situation where, you know, they could prolong the misery a little bit and make it go like that. And instead they cut it. They went $57 million of dead money into the books at that point. And the Rams have been able to kind of turn this structure of what they're doing around quicker. But even then, the Rams are dealing with the past this year and into next year. They're going to be dealing with dead money from Aaron Donald on their books. But they're starting their rebuild process here. They're still doing what they're doing to try to contend, but it has begun for them because they made that hard decision. But we've seen so many organizations can't make that hard decision even when it is really the smart one to be made. But long answer there, Catches. It's a difficult question on that one. Cow, thank you though for the donation and your support as a subscriber. Cowgirls9, thank you for subscribing on up. Appreciate you for doing that. Addis the Gamer, who's been celebrating 2 months as a Hawks Nest member, says, come on, Philly. Beat LA. Also, go Hawks. Yeah, let's get it done here tonight, Philly. Go get it done tonight. You guys got the division. It's all yours already. Just go tap this one out. How cool would it be to be able to put the Niners to bed by the end of the week, by the end of the year? Not only maybe have the division, but also then be able to treat that final game of the year like I'm getting greedy. I can't get greedy. But be able to treat it like a bye. I'm just saying. That would be kind of nice. 22-7 Eagles over the Rams here. Rams on the Eagles side of the field. Stafford dropping back to throw. Lays it up deep. Ooh, incomplete. Flag, huh? I don't know. That looked like a good play to me. Rams got bailed out. That's a big bail right there. That's a big bale of hay right there. I don't like it either, James. I don't agree either, Mr. Bradbury. Dude, you could have done better on your drop. They got him for a pull. No, he's tugging because he didn't maintain depth in his cover 3. That's why you're tugging. So play your cover 3 right. You don't have to tug. You're supposed to stay over the top, but you got caught gazing in the backfield, gazing fondly at Stafford's gray beard, and you paid the price. House, if they are to pay a dude that has a career losing record, 50 to 60 million, then we get what we deserve. I can almost guarantee you, House, when it comes to 50, 60 million a year, when we're talking about Geno numbers, the team is not going to give him that kind of contract. I almost all but guaranteed that's not the deal on the table, and I wouldn't do it if it was. I'm resolutely with you on that one. Roddy says, can't look at one game to judge quarterback. He's been playing good football as a whole, especially as a runner. Yes, sir. Jay Gunday says, with the way this D-line and defense as a whole is playing, assuming they can keep the core together, they can focus on fixing the O-line. No excuses, John. Amen, Jay Gundy. Maybe that's one of the great other silver linings on top of this defense rounding into shape is maybe Kobe Bryant don't have to go find a safety. You know, hey, 2 inside linebackers and touchdown for the Rams there. They'll bring this within a touchdown. 2 inside linebackers cementing themselves. Ernest Jones on a contract extension. 2 more positions off the books that you got to deal with. We know that defensive line's pretty stacked up. Edge group, pretty stacked up. Corners, maybe you got to draft 1. Hopefully get some development from a Nehemiah Pritchett. But you're right. Now you can kind of laser focus in on the offensive line and roll with that. Radu's got confidence. He says Milroe will be a good quarterback in this league. I like it, Radu. I did go back and look at him again the other day. And there's some interesting traits he brings to the table. He's improved this year from last year as a passer, and it needed to improve, readily, because so much of what they were doing last year with Saban and him there was just all off the read option game. And that's, with Saban and company having quarterbacks come through that they've been willing to let be passers there. But he's come forward as a passer this year. There's no denying the athleticism, ability to move, or the arm strength. But it'll be interesting to do more scouting on him as I get a little bit more into the depths on him to get kind of to a final conclusion. Ryan, thank you for reminding me of that. Folks, please, it does help out this channel tremendously if you hit that like button. It helps me show out on the algorithm on YouTube so that other people that are looking for Seahawks content can say, oh, hey, right here, this is where you want to go check it out. So please do like, sub on up. I would really, really appreciate it. It does help out this channel tremendously. Quick shout out to the sponsor of this show, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now has got a 2-for-1 special going on. I know it says 100% beneath my head here, but actually it's 2 for 1. So $200 down, they'll match you $100. You put $1,000 down, they'll match you $500. You put $2,000 all the way up to $2,000 down, they will match you with $1,000 on that deposit. So get a little extra coin in your pocket, support the channel at the same time. Shout out to Underdog Fantasy. Use my code today, NEST, or click down the description section of the link below, and they will take you right there with the code, set you up on that 2-for-1 deal. Great ongoing contests here throughout this season. Your fantasy's done? Well, hey, they can get you back into your fantasy. Get in a weekly fantasy. Go beat a guy head-to-head. Go make some money. Make yourself feel better. You might have lost your main fantasy league, but if you made yourself some money on the backside, it's all even Steven. That's just what they say. But thank you, and a shout-out to Underdog Fantasy for showing love to the show here for a couple of years now. Thomas Cox. We got to stop saying Geno is Josh Allen Mahomes. Geno is that guy. That's why I've been convinced on a quarterback. But after Geno last game, I believe they should draft a quarterback and watch Geno. We got to stop saying Geno is Josh Allen's. I don't know anybody that's making that argument though, Thomas. I don't know anybody that's coming in my chat saying Geno's just as good as Mahomes or just as good as Allen. I think people have referenced Mahomes on the interceptions he's had this year and saying, okay, well, he's not questioned on this, and he's got the pelts on the wall to where that's, the Geno doesn't, where you can't question that as much. But yeah, I don't think there was ever a place, at least, and if that's something that I've inferred, that's not my inferment with Geno has been that he's a top 10 quarterback in this league, and that if you put the proper supporting cast around a top 10 quarterback, you can win a Super Bowl. That then it becomes less about going and finding the magical, fantastical man, and it becomes about building up that great roster, having the great coaching staff that can push the ball forward schematically, and it all working together to make you that winner, to make you that contender. CJ Kurzman, Jackson Smith and Jigba has 367 receiving yards over his past 3 games. That is the second most by a Seahawks player in any 3-game span within a single season in franchise history. Only trailing Hall of Famer Steve Largent. My GOAT, man. My GOAT. That's right. He's still number 1. Still number 1. Still number 1. But hell yeah. Great job by Jackson Smith and Jigba. He has come on in the last 3 weeks. Been just nails for us when we needed it, especially with Metcalf when he was out of the lineup. A godsend. Where Chief says he is not them. Geno's leading the league in passing yards. Zombies, yeah, we need to sign Ernest Jones. I'm ready to get a deal done. I've seen enough. I'd usually typically be like, yeah, let's be patient. If we get a contract done right now and get it at a good money marker, then amen. Yeah, I ran the cut nose. The 3 safety look worked in this game. We got pressure with it. Yeah, 3 safety look worked. Got out all 3 of the guys out there with Rayshon Jenkins, Kobe Bryant, and Julian Love. And with 2 of those 3 guys, when you align them in safety sets, both Julian Love and Kobe Bryant have a heavy background as playing outside corners. You know, those are guys that are not your atypical safeties back there that are maybe going to be lost if you put them too much in coverage. They can hold up. Dizzy says, yo, what was the Cardinals dude's round table prediction? I think he had 27-20. Might have been a 10-point win he even predicted. Catalyst says, I don't care if Seahawks draft 3 offensive linemen in a row, honestly. I don't either. Hammer it. Hammer it all to hell, Catalyst. That's what I say too. Don't mess about. Don't mess around. Don't dawdle. He says, Mike had the defense turned all the way up. I think he had 10 points there, Dizzy. I think he had a 10-point win. Yeah, Thomas has got it. Thomas has got the receipts. 30-21. Mr. Isaac says, dude, I remember when you hit 9,000 subscribers. You've now doubled that. Hell yeah. We're kicking ass and taking names, man. I'm overjoyed. Couldn't ask for more for where this channel's gone, what it's been able to do from a growth standpoint. The support I get from my people, man, it is just been amazing. It's been amazing. And we're cooking, man. We're knocking on the door 20,000. We're rolling. And it's just nothing but progress, baby, like this team. We do nothing but make progress. You know, imagine what happens if we got to the playoffs, man. David Yang, Hawks growing as a team, identify and everything. People are understanding their roles. Also, Murray plays too much video games, laughing out loud. That pass was so bad on the Kobe Bryant interception. Yet it was a real bad one. I can see a little bit with, if it's a 3rd down play like that with Kyler, you maybe a little bit, to me, would less understand it. I don't excuse it. I think he just got trapped in a couple different places there where RPO game, you keep it, OS. I thought I was going to be able to catch the corner here on Witherspoon, but Witherspoon's right on top of my face mask. Let me just try something, because quarterbacks will flail in that moment where it's a 4th down and you're down in the game from Kyler's perspective at that point. You know, you're albeit only down 3 points, you're trying to just, but like we see with Geno, when you have that quarterback instinct at times, it can help you, it can work in your benefit. But when you get too far into hero ball and step outside of yourself, and you could say to maybe in Kyler in that moment, go back, trust your defense there. Don't worry about, just throw it away if you don't have the edge there and call it a day. Or the pressure's on top of you. It's okay. I know it's 4th down, but it gets hard because I understand it's not as simple as that either. It's easy for a guy for me to just say, well, just don't be it. But they're the plays that you also pull off and that you are part of what makes you great, or part of what makes you the good player. It's that knife's edge that you're always a little bit on when you play that way a bit, and you get the good with it too, but the bad can also strike at the worst of moments. Slide says more than Rams and 49ers. Let's go Rams for just today. SVO, you should stream Rams and Eagles. I'm watching the game right now. We got 2014. Will Valdez, can we now say that the Niners window is officially closed and painted shut? It's closed. I don't know if it's painted shut because they could obviously work some wonders this offseason with some of the talent base if Leonard Williams decides to come back another year. But it's edging to me, it's shut. And once this thing closes, yeah, to say paint's probably right. It's going to be closed for a while when it does. So if it ain't there, it's on the edge of being there. Yeah. And certainly their fan base is ready to put the paint on it. The fan base is right there, man. It ain't other fans doing it. It's them right there putting the paint on. They're like, no, it needs to be shut. No, it's good. And the coach can, yeah, he can head out too. Yeah, he's good to go as well. Todd Enkenbauer says, Grubb still kind of sucks though. Can't call plays to the competition. It's not been good. Grubb's still finding his way here a bit. Yeah. It's still a bit open on that side. Yeah, Brandon Fisk is kind of a beast, man. He's having a hell of a year. Got to give the kid credit. CJ says Xavier McKinney and Kirby Joseph lead the league with 7 picks apiece in this past happy era. The fact that Sherman led the league with 8 when teams never threw at him shows how special a corner he was. Yeah, in his prime, he was not being given a lot of opportunities to do much. As far as getting challenged, there'd be whole games a quarterback wouldn't throw a single time to his side of the field, and yet he always did come away with those interceptions when they did decide to challenge him. Slide down here, guys. Get a little closer to the bottom of the chat. If I miss your question, just repost it up as we have a lot of discussion about the current game we got going on here where the Eagles busted in from a couple yards out and they're going to retake a commanding lead here in this game. Rams just don't have any answers defensively for what the Eagles are doing to them offensively. 7-play, 70-yard drive, 4 minutes and 34 seconds. They worked their way right up the field on this Rams defense. Have a good night, Thomas. Sleep well. Dream big dreams of playoff runs. Josh Sass says the Rams are single-handedly keeping the refs are single-handedly keeping the Rams in this game. Yeah, with that PI call, yeah. Well, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Mike Skinner says Josh Allen's a top 5 quarterback, arguably top 3, and is paid as such. Geno is a top 15 quarterback and is paid as such. Well said. Brian says, I'm so damn impressed with the Hawks controlled the AZ run game. Me too, Brian. I mean, not only is it the way that the Cardinals have basically gotten after teams by and large part this year, but I think in recent loss to the Cardinals, even last year in the game where we basically squeaked out at the end of the year where, let's face it, the Cardinals basically kind of let the game be a loss at the end because they wanted to get Marvin Harrison. That it was a lot of them running downhill on us. Inability to tackle, inability to be strong against the ground game. But they were dominant against the run today. They were allowing nothing. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. Hard pass on all Bama quarterbacks, old or new. They're all bums. And yes, Tua too. They aren't asked to do anything but not make game-losing mistakes. Well, indeed. I mean, who's been the last Bama quarterback worth their salt coming out, right? That I know Bryce Young got the number 1 pick, but it's been a little bit tough. I can understand completely fondness developed for Jalen Monroe, and it is a couple of those things where you want the quarterback in the modern era that can move, that can get away from pressure. You have an offensive line that may need a lot rebuilt over an offseason, may not still be at a strong point this offseason to go out there and handle their business when it comes to what you want them to get done. For a quarterback to be able to be clean in the pocket consistently, let's say, versus being a little bit under duress more often than not. And so having a middle road guy that gets you out of those troubles at times could be very helpful. But I do, and then some of it's the initial look of him, and some of this is also that I need to still do my deep dive on him. I do get worried with him a little bit of a running back playing the quarterback vibe thing that I get from him a little bit, where it's sort of like the same thing of like a Jalen Hurts, where you go, okay, is this just am I getting a better version of Jalen Hurts? And maybe on that. Just now that I think it's kind of ironic, Jeffrey, because Jalen Hurts is also a Bama quarterback. That was subconsciously that I just made that. That I was like just making even that connection, but it's even proven true there, Jeffrey. I don't know. But I think it's valid. The program has not developed pro-ready quarterbacks. Mac Jones, no thank you. Y2K. Y2K says, can you put the black cat on the other tree? Well, I think right now she's actually, maybe we can go low down here. We'll give you a little low down look here. See if I can get her. Oh no. Oh no, it's a catastrophe. She's actually down there. She's just on the, yeah, that ain't gonna work. Well, you'll have to take my word for it. If you watch closely, Y2K, you can see she's right there underneath she's on the lower end. So we got the new cat tree. We have the top end here for her, but she's currently down on the low side. So she's working her way up slowly. She's an old girl, man. You know, she don't move fast on anything. She needs to get comfortable on the low ground, and then she'll move up to the high ground. But I'm hoping eventually we get her back up here, and Pumpkin will allow it, of course, because Pumpkin has a tendency to be very possessive when it comes to this space and who's allowed to be in it, and if there's other felines that are allowed to be within it's a 5-foot bubble basically that Pumpkin's established of dominance. She's got a 5-foot bubble of dominance, and everyone's got to basically hop around through it. Thank you though, Jeffrey. Or Y2K. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, notice how jacked Mac was after the Kobe pick 6. I did, man. You know, it felt good from his standpoint, especially because on the prior play, you know, he was doing that thing where he's kicking his own butt going, I shouldn't have called that timeout. We got the stop. I called the timeout. What the hell was I doing? What the hell was I doing? What was I thinking? And then they got the pick, and as I was saying on the live stream, doing the play-by-play, that's the most magnificent timeout we've ever seen called in history of man. It went from me dog cussing Mike to worshiping at the altar of McDonald, all in the span of about 25 seconds. It was quite an emotional spectrum I found myself flying through there. But I bet that's where a little bit of that extra celebration was coming from there, Randall. It was like off the hook on the timeout. No timeout questions. All right. Let's go. Stupid Xbox in the screen there. Tiva, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Tiva. Appreciate you for doing that, answering that call. Like I said, folks, we are motoring towards that 20,000 mark. We're going to get there close. I can't wait to it. We're going to do that 24-hour stream at 19,500 subscribers. I'm picking that mark. We're going to do a 24-hour stream. See if we can just jumpstart, kick ourselves a little bit close to that 20,000 mark as we're getting to the end of it. And then also do a charity stream. Been wanting to look to set those up for a while now. So thank you for Tiva helping us get to that spot of things. Appreciate you for doing that. Polly704, thanks for the $2 donation. Feels good to feel good again. Boys finding their stride. Well, indeed they are. Indeed they are, especially defensively there, Paulie. And it does feel good to feel good again. It's a bit of a stagnation that we've had here in recent years. Not that we've been purely bad, but it's been stagnation. I think all of us can inherently, because of that stagnation we've been faced with and the repetitive nature of it, look at this team in the season and feel that that's not what this feels like. This does feel like progress. This does feel like you actually moving to something. Maybe there's longer to go than there is shorter. Maybe there's shorter to go than there's longer, but you're making progress here throughout the process of that. And that's what we want to see as football fans. If you can't get to the place of being a Super Bowl contender, can you get to the process of building up to that if it is a process? And I do believe it is. And that does feel a little bit more what they're in the mode of this year and where we're going. And it's very encouraging. Feels good, like you say, to feel good. And it does feel good. But thank you, Paulie. I appreciate you for that so very much. Random McDaniel, thank you for that $2 donation. Shanahan been looking rough as F. Bloodshot eyes. Yeah, I'm sure it's weighing on him a little bit. They've made bets on the go for it mode. You know, they've made bets on making sure we can tap this year out and maximize this year out and bring this, you know, ship finally home for the first time fully. And it's got to be probably a little bit rough from him with this pressure, where I think atypically a coach in his standpoint with the success that he's had would be sitting there, Randall, saying, well, I'm comfortable at least. Okay, we had a down year. You know, let's shake this off our shoulders. Let's turn this around to next off season and let's pivot that forward. And that's the first bad losing season I've had since I've been here. And that's no big deal. I mean, every coach is going to have those from time to time, right? And instead it is a lot of that fan base has got pitchforks and torches out and they are charging over the hill. And he has this pressure that is a little bit extra added to the situation that atypically wouldn't be there for a coach, I think, in his situation, Randall. And maybe that is weighing a little bit more on the stress side of it. Maybe there's something that the ownership has given him on this to say that you're going to stretch this money out so much. You're going to game the system so much. You're going to rob Peter to pay today. You're going to rob our 25, 26, 27 caps so you can more get extra cap space for today. Well, you better bring me a Super Bowl then from that. And if you're not doing that, another part that we reportedly heard from their ownership here coming into this year is that they were not necessarily happy with some of the contractual structure of how that's worked with the management there. And Shanahan is a part of that. He's been called basically the de facto general manager there in San Francisco. So you can't also just say, well, he's just the coach. No, he's a part of that decision making. Billy Henningsen, JSN and Witherspoon really looking like first round picks. It feels good. Yeah, feels good. Agreed. Come on, Eagles. Eagle defenders are going down one at a time here, man. They're losing their whole defensive staff, but they're holding up. Josh asked, meanwhile, I've watched Hurts take helmets and hands to his head. Yeah, he's not getting many calls on that side. Teeny Turtle says draft all guards. I'm with it. I'm completely with it. You guys want to go hard on that? Let's go. Ow. Guy's got that knee brace on his leg and the knee not hurt when he hit his knee on there. Ugh. First and 10 for the Rams. Throw out in the flat to Puka Nacua. He's going to take this for a nice 9-yard gain. 27-14 Eagles. A lot of offense here. 3:31 to go. AI, three of our four first picks next year need to be O-line. I hope John's understanding this. If he doesn't get the wake-up call this offseason, there's nothing that can get through to him on that. You know, he is getting slapped in the face with it to ignore it at this point. And why not just hammer the hell out of it? Go too far. Take it too far. I'm fine with that. Whatever it takes. Thomas says, maybe I misread someone quote, but I'm all for having Geno play one more year in Seattle while developing a rookie quarterback. I'm game. I think there's some creative options to make this happen, Thomas. You know, and that's I think that's what I'm open to here. We'll see if that is. But part of it will also be determined by, you know, what's Geno going to try to ask for? Is Geno try to go test the open market? Is he okay with taking more of that? Hey, we're going to do a middle road deal. I think John, if he's going to sign Geno, is going to want to have it on a deal that's going to make sense for both the player and the team, like he did on the last contract. And if he can't say it's that, great play and coverage by Zach Bond. Wow, jumped right in front of Puka there. That's on Puka. I think that's Bond, isn't it? No, yeah, that's Bond. Oh, holding on the Rams. I was like, they're not going to bail him out again, are they? They're not bailing him out again. Fourth down. Great play by Bond there. That's an edge for you, peeling off there in the moment, staying with Puka. Wow, great play. If I'm Stafford, I'm making that same read all day. I got Puka. Puka's got separation. He's flashing across the face of an outside linebacker, dropping to the middle of the field. I'm attacking that same spot with the throw. Just a great play, though. What just happened? Boy, Nick Sirianni has the worst resting face. And those are he's got some raccoon-like circles under his eyes. I know I might not be one to talk, but he's got the eye blackening going on there. Third and 13. Stafford and shotgun, dropping back to throw. Pressure. He's going to be wound down. They get after it there. Eagles defensive linesman, as advertised in this game, creating pressure. Fourth down, decision-making time. You got to take the field goal here. Keep this within 10. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. I would take a better Hurts. Hurts is almost good. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean to put it that way, but I guess it does kind of make sense of like, well, that wouldn't be bad. You know, especially you got that guy in a rookie second round contract. You got an improved Hurts. It's the part where I need to do a little bit. Oh, missed field goal. Yeah. Hell yeah. What? What? First place what? First place what? First place what? That's right. Number one, Jalen. 27-14. Whoop, whoop. But still, yeah, I guess the way I said that, that's almost kind of like, well, it was rookie contract, upgraded Hurts. Maybe. Maybe there's Snail. Mike Skinner, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, new week, same mantra. F the Niners. Can you say F the Niners? Say F the Niners. 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 She's all about, yeah, that's it. Good girl. F them Niners. Niner. She's with it. She's feeling you on that, Mike. F them Niners. F them. She had some chicken today, so she got the chicken sweats. Young Vagabond, how are we feeling about the screen pass on first down as our identity? It's not ideal maybe as much, but I think you got to lean into the tunnel screens as much as possible at this point. Like you got to lean on a couple of other little things on this offense that are kind of working because of so much that isn't working. And it isn't the ideal. You'd like to be able to run more consistently and trust the run game. But I think that when you've reached this point of the season where the running game has pretty much shown you for at least, let's say, the first 3 quarters until you maybe tire a defense out a little bit, that not only you're not going to get sort of the 3 yards minimum as a run, but you're going to have a lot of negative run plays. And if you've got to build that into the expectation and understanding of the offense, going to have to adjust on that by doing other stuff rather than just running your head into the wall to lose that yard or 2. I'm okay with running your head in the wall to get the 3 yards in a cloud of dust to at least eventually push yourself into 3rd and shorts, 3rd and 5s, 3rd and 4s. But when it's all ending out anyway at 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, what's the difference at that point? You know, find some other methods. Mike Skinner says, develop the young quarterback behind the vet. Look at the Packers' quarterback success over the 2 years. I'll have some of that. Me too. I think that's the ideal way. I don't want to run these young quarterbacks out first thing. Certainly want to give them the time. And that's the thing that we see in the NFL that people are very hesitant to give to these young quarterbacks. What? Oh, I know. I know you're right there. Rockman Drums, I want to thank Pumpkin for her sharp talons and her hunger for red birds today. They thank you very much for your services. Did you tear that red bird up? Did you tear those feathers off them? Did you eat them? Did you have yourself some bird breasts? Would you go? Yeah. She's feeling this dub. Figmy says, and Jesse says Kyler's better than Geno, laughing out loud when Kyler has to step in the pocket and short ass pass can't throw over the middle. That's definitely was the take, yeah. And I'm hesitant on that one myself. I'm hesitant to go that one on myself, but that's Jesse's take on it. I know that's where he stands on it. Oh, gosh. Christopher Corona at HawksNest, double dip a guard couldn't hurt. Add another center for good measure. Heck, another tackle would be great as well. Christopher, look, you guys, I'm with you. Lockstep, every step of this way on the offensive line outlook of things. And this is a guy that's at my wit's end as far as this has been my mantra for years going into off seasons. Hammer the offensive line. Make it a point of emphasis. Make it something that you're going to make it the centerpiece point, the crown jewel of your offseason was us building this offensive line into a strength. And it's going to take you doing a lot to get that there. There's maybe something more to work with than you thought even going into it 4 weeks ago when we were looking at this. But nonetheless, you can't operate and just say, well, the team is going to be good out there next year. We'll throw another Nick Harris-like signing into the mix and then we're good to go. No, hammer it. Get the talent in there. Get talent in there that can push the starter. Make sure that you're truly getting the creme de la creme out there, not just what you're sort of falling back on because the other guy's just such a catastrophe if you have to run him out there. So I'm with, if we're in this place, I hope management's finally getting to this spot. And like I said, if he doesn't it this year, I think you pretty much just ascertain. You go, okay, well, John, there's a bit of a blind spot here on this one. But I can't think that he's going to ignore it again this year. I think he's got to finally work his way firmly around. It's taken a little bit of time to bound to, hey, okay, address this in a major way. This is not working. DJ says, if the Rams lose, the best thing could have happened to us in the NFC West. That's right, DJ. This weekend would have become the best ultimate result of a possibility of a weekend. Everybody in this division lost. Even the Washington Commanders lose, which is a benefit to us on this one. You want to see that. Them or the Vikings start to lose a couple more games would be nice. And then we got the 49ers put away now for the most part here. So yeah, best case scenario coming into this game. As Gamer says, hurts, bruh. John Ruiz says, I think it'll be a couple of seasons before Grubb's at the NFL level. Might take a bit of time. Kind of find really what's going to fully work and not work. Kevin O'Connell says, haha, let's see how the refs and Stafford work on getting back in the game. It's an uphill battle right now. The Eagles just got back onto the other side of the football field, and they have just absolutely crushed the Rams defense in this game. 216 yards on the ground for the Rams offense, for the Rams rushing attack. Ay. Snail says, B, McDonald has this draft cooking. We can't waste next year with this grub offense unless something drastically changes by the end of the year. I'm going to be okay going either way with it, Snail. On it, I won't have as much of a, to me, and it's not because I'm trying to sit on the fence with this, Snail. It's as much because it's one of those things where I need to understand a little bit behind the scenes on this, like McDonald will, about the process of what's been undertaken for this offensive play calling to land at where it's landing at now. If I'm, as a head coach, going to my offensive coordinator and saying to my offensive coordinator, you're highly restricted in your ability to call the type of offense I brought you in to hire to run to be at its most successful, that you were in a lot of ways arm tied behind your back through a large part of this year, then it gets harder for me to get to a firing mechanism point for a guy like Rupp. But as well, to the other side of that, Snail, if McDonald comes to that conclusion, it also makes sense if is, hey, I told him to do more of these things like I've been saying that he's not doing within it. He's falling back into his designs of trying to get the ball pushed down the field. And, these just bad decisions with Geno. He should have been more in his ear to guide Geno into the right direction of it and make sure he, in those big moments, wasn't doing that, and he didn't. But this is some of that stuff where I need to be the fly on the wall to really understand the truth of the situation a little bit more fully on that. Because like I do say with Geno, there's a bit of this with Grubb where you are impacted by this offensive line with how bad it has been throughout this year. And its supreme inability to be effective throughout the course of football games. Kevin O'Connell says, Geno has got to learn this as a lesson. Poor play today. We can't let that continue in the coming weeks or else we're cooked. Yeah, you can, especially if you've got to manage the game as a quarterback. You're not there just to make pretty throws all over the place and you control things in the line of scrimmage, but you control things by the type of throws you choose, by your decision making. And the decision making needs to be cleaner from Geno Smith. I understand it's not easy when you're under a lot of duress like he is, and there are times where he's navigating it well. But there's got to be those moments too where you see him thinking from the position rather than just reacting, rather than just go make a play. Other positions get the ability to do that. You don't get to as a quarterback. You also have to be a bit of a manager in what you're doing there throughout the game too. Brian Myers is expecting Grubb to be let go before we have a cohesive O-line that can block well enough for him to implement his whole scheme is beyond crazy. I would tend to agree with this, and that's why, again, I think that's where McDonald's going to land on this as well, is that when it all is said and done, I don't think you're going to let go of Grubb from McDonald's perspective, but instead say to him, I think we didn't allow you to run contextually the way you want to run your offense, and I forced you to, not I forced you, but Schneider and the way we set up this offensive line sort of put you in a position to have to really restrict your offensive scheme by and large. I don't know for sure, but it is a bit of my instinct on this as well. AI says Milroad needs to stay in school. I agree. I think this would still be a little bit of a year too early for him to come out. And another year in school to further progress as a passer under Kellen DeBoer. We saw what that did for Penix, having that, kind of extra year underneath him. I think it would be good for him. I think it'd be best for him. And now he goes back to Alabama. They maybe have a chance at that point they're going to lose a couple guys on that offensive line this year in the draft, but maybe a chance to make some noise then in the next college season. Radu Turkin says Milroad will be good. Mark my words. I'm open to the possibility, Radu, too. I'm not down on him necessarily. I've got some things with him on tape that I'm a little concerned with, but I haven't done the supreme deep dive on him yet to really get all of the ins and outs on him as a player yet. And he has taken steps forward. And if a guy can take steps forward in the college and he shows you progression in college as a quarterback, especially where you're seeing that skill level increase and better, then that gives you more encouragement that that's the type of guy that can develop at the pro level too as well. Alcoholic says, let's go Hawks. Let's go. GOAT timeout. That's right. Addis says the draft should be more focused on getting more McDonald guys. The 2026, yes, quarterback is a possibility. I agree. Yeah, I'm with it. Mike, I'm not really impressed with the quarterbacks this year. I don't know if I draft one of them high. Maybe if they fall, yes. But other than that, I'm good on drafting a quarterback high. Not super sold on these guys either, man. I'm not, Mike. I'm kind of meh on this crew of guys. And there may be a guy in that second, third, fourth round that John just develops an affinity for, but I'm okay with waiting too. This is not a guy that there's not a guy that jumps out this year that feels like a guy you want to really just jump on, no doubt about it. Now, again, like you say, if there's a guy that drifts or slides a little bit and there's some value there with some guys, some upside, it's a different tale there, you know. Radu says, don't judge a quarterback of one game from Oklahoma. Keep Geno to that same standard. Then he's played good football overall with characteristics that you can't teach, elite running skills, and a good arm. Oh, no, I'm open to it on it. No final conclusions drawn here, Radu, I promise you. I just need to do my full deep dive on the guy. I've watched a couple of his games, but I need to do my full deep dive, especially with all of his games this year, to get the full understanding of where he is as a player and where I think he's going on the upside. It was brutal last year, a little bit on some of the games, watching it Rod do with him last year. Again, different quarterback this year, but and doing as much of the deep dive as I'd started to do last year on him, just the feeling of a little bit of a running back playing the quarterback position with a good arm. There's room for that to develop and grow, and the skill set and the physical ability is not to be undersold because he's got the physical stuff checked off all the way down the line. Second goal for the Eagles here, 10:51 to go, 27-14. They're on the 8-yard line in the Rams territory. Hurts dropping back to throw, and he's just going to toss this through the back of the end zone. BP says, who would have thunk we'd be number one in the division? It's a crazy year here in the NFL, man. It's part of the reason this is such an awesome sport. The swings, the twists, the turns. You're sure of one thing, and then NFL says, no, not so fast. Rob says, defense found its rhythm. Now offense got to find something, or a very good offensive team, we might be screwed. They got to pull up their end here now. You're right. Time for them to step up here. TJ says, Eagles starting O-line has 2 first-rounders, 2 second-rounders, draft, Seahawks. Amen. Amen. Jacoby Brissett's getting commercials. Is he getting commercials? Even more Seahawks. Jalen Hurts has bad pocket presence, limited arm strength, bad processing. He's not a good quarterback. You have a top 5 receiver, top 5 running back, top 10 tight end, and a top 5 O-line. Hurts is just a game manager on a good team. Agreed. Part of the reason why I don't think you should have paid Jalen Hurts from the Eagles' perspective, where it doesn't make sense when you're paying that amount of money. Eagles making it work. But I have the same outlook for him. Rodney says Milroe might not be the number 1 quarterback in this class overall, but sure as hell might be number 1 in potential. If you can get him at value, why not? I'm open to it, Radu. I'm open to it. I wouldn't want to take him in the first, but if they grab him in the second, John saw something in him, I get it with the skill set, especially since it's probably a more later second-round pick. Wu-Tang Financial says Shanahan looks like he just got rescued from that island from Castaway. Wilson! Brock Purdy would be his Wilson, by the way. Yo Van Turner says, Geno is a fart in a jar that'll eventually be opened up. CJ says, Brandon, do you think Kupp and Nacua would be anything more than mediocre or any other team scheme? Tired of them being glorified when they are constantly wide open, late round picks for a reason? Well, Puka, I'm not sure is the answer I'd say on that one. I think he's a pretty solid guy. I think Cooper Kupp is a guy that is legitimately talented, that 1,800 yards. And remember with Kupp, I think he's a second-round pick, CJ, for the Rams. So he was a pretty highly drafted guy. He is a slot guy, CJ. You're not going to get Cooper Kupp, winning on the outside. But as a slot guy, the career's been the career. I don't think you put up the numbers he's put up so consistently. Super Bowl winner. One of the big catches in that Super Bowl to get game. He made that catch. Is he perfectly suited to this scheme? Has he perfectly been put for his skill set to the exact right offense to maximize him ultimately in the best of ways throughout his career? Yeah, 100%. But that's what you want from your coach to do, is to be maximizing out those guys and what they do well. So he certainly is not your full skill route runner kind of guy. And Puka, I think, somewhat of the same thing. There's times, CJ, where the Rams try to make Puka a thing on the outside because they want to keep Cooper to the inside. And I think what happens here is that they're a little bit out of alignment at times where they can eat up a lot of catches and a lot of yards, but you basically have two slots out on the receiver at any one time. And that does limit you a little bit on how you can press the field and other route combinations you might want to run if you have a little bit more of an explosive, faster guy out there to counter off of a guy like Cooper Kupp, let's say. But I think Kupp would be effective. You took Kupp and put him to the Chiefs. I think he puts up a ton of yards there. If you take him and you put him on the Raiders, does he have the same kind of level of production? Probably no. So does the environment matter a little bit to that degree? Sure. But you give CJ Stroud, Cooper Kupp, does he make him work? Yeah. Yeah. Give him a Kirk Cousins guy, he'd work him all day too. He does need the right quarterback that can understand how to really work, but he'd be effective, I think, at a variety of places. Herbert says, we need Geno for a couple more years at least. The quarterbacks in this draft suck. I think it's probably going to trend to that direction of things when it's all said and done, Herbicide. People more Seahawks roundtable about to be lit. Herbicide says, Jake, Ella, whatever. It's going to get crazy tonight. Brian says, B, Carson must have an opinion on the NFC West standings. Carson? Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Announcers were saying Dixon was having a bad year. Confused me. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about there with that one. Net average has him in the top 10-ish. Or sorry, wait, let's see. The net, which is the net, yeah, net has him in the top 10. Inside the 20. There's not as many inside the 20s, I guess, maybe. But some of that has to do with the offensive inconsistency at times. Because if you're not getting around the 50-yard line to pin guys back, you're not going to have a lot of inside the 20s. But I think Dixon's having a very good year. And he's had some legitimately great games. Yeah, maybe they're just looking at the inside the 20 marks, Jordan. But he's right there on net and average. You're not getting a lot of returns. 30-14 for the Eagles up here on the Rams, but there is 10:24 remaining. The Rams have 2 timeouts. Stafford dropping back to throw. Hits Nacua out there on an out route. First down. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I disagree on Grubb. Fail fast. Look at Waldron. Remember Kerry Williams? Heck, our linebackers, we need to hold everyone accountable. Stop scapegoating the O-line. Well, I don't know if you're disagreeing with me on I don't know what you're disagreeing with me on because I said I didn't have a take on that, Sanchez. So I thought I was really clear on this one, man. There are things I'm going to definitely have a take on that I feel really strongly about. And I say, this is what I think. And I've taken a lot of time to arrive at that place. I'm not trying to jump to conclusions. I'm factoring a lot of stuff in. There's stuff that is harder to measure on. And one of the reasons I rail so much Sanchez on the offensive line, whether our offense was successful or whether our offense has failed this year. Because the thing with the scapegoating, as you put it, line, is that I've mentioned many times over the play of this offensive line in games you've been successful and games where you've put points up on the board. And the reason for that is when you get to evaluating Geno Smith or you get to trying to evaluate your offensive coordinator, when you have a non-functional point at the forefront, If the front of your train can't stay on the tracks because it's just going to fall sliding off the tracks, it starts to affect everything down the wind. And play calling and quarterbacking are both getting impacted by how bad the line is. It's again taking the measure, Sanchez, to the right place of where we put this offensive line. It is not merely a slightly worse than league average line. It's one of the worst in the NFL. It's probably got probably got an argument to be made right up there in the top, at least 3 or 4. That's going to hold back if you go take a look at what we look at as the other teams that are in that worst offensive line situation, Sanchez, from a Raiders team on down to whoever you want to pick. I think if we look at any of those other teams offensively that have piss poor offensive lines, we're not going to see anybody that's got a quarterback that's almost leading the league in yardage thrown, let's say. We're going to see horrible indicators across the board in their performative level and what they're doing. Not to mention you're going to see a team losing not in first place on top of it, I would say, Sanchez. So to me, it's not a scapegoat if it's true that the thing is as bad as it is. I've said, though, as this to your point on this, and that's where I'm trying to give you some measure back on this. If you'll give me some rope back in my direction, so I'm giving you rope in the direction to say if they go and make that change and they make that determination, then so be it. I understand why Mike made the move to do it if he didn't feel like the adjustments were there to be made. But maybe there's a position is all I've said is what I think Mike might think in this situation, which is to look at the situation with both Geno and the offensive coordinator and say, yeah, I've got to critique both of these guys. Yes, I need to look through this season and ascertain whether these are guys that I want as part of my future here and part of the plan. But there could be a way he looks at that and says, I've also got to, though, build into this evaluation point how bad the O-line was. I have an offensive coordinator, Sanchez, right now that can't run outside zone because he has guys penetrating right and left. So now he's got to run to the middle of the field, but you can't run to the middle of the field because they can predict when you're going to run to the middle of the field. Are there things he can do adjustment-wise? Is there stuff that I'd like to see better from Grubb? There is certainly. But have you put him in a hell of a predicament here, asking him to operate an offense and sometimes an offense at times in some of these games when the defense hasn't been up to snuff, that has to score on a very consistent basis? Yeah, it's made it harder. I'm not asking for you to give him a perfect situation. I'm asking you to take the league worst situation and move it up to average so that then we can make the proper determination. If we have a league average offensive line this year, Sanchez, is he able to run the full playbook? If he's got a league average offensive line this year, for one, that you have Geno Smith coming into this game, averaging more yards throwing than anybody else in this NFL, if he gets a league average offensive line, what does that do to the rest of the production of your offense? I think it takes you up to a tremendous degree. I think it bumps you up in a wide margin. Mike might be doing some of that math there, Sanchez, when it comes to deciding not to go. It's where I lean in a little bit and saying that's where I could understand that math because it gets hard to say. But really where the bottom line lands on it for me, Sanchez, maybe I'm just not able to see it clearly as others are able to see it on this one. But from my standpoint on it, it's going to get very hard to make determinations about the OC and the quarterback when they're doing good things. There's some bad things there too, but when they're doing good things, but when there's so much dysfunction up front. So I'm not trying to scapegoat at all. Everybody's got to take their measure of the sauce of blame here on the slice of pie. Geno, bad decision-making in some key moments, bad. Grubb, not always giving Geno the proper, stuff. But if you fix this thing at the forefront, when we come to what's needing to be fixed, new OC, new quarterback, offensive line, my thinking is you fix this thing at the forefront in the offensive line, the supporting parts will be wholly improved with it. I could be wrong on that, Sanchez, but I do think, and I do trust in that being the case. Take that part up, then the rest of the trains on the track that go down behind it will run true and they'll stay on that track, and we'll see this offense pushing to truly top 10, top 5 type of state of things. But when the offensive line is as bad, no matter the skill positions, no matter what Geno's doing, no matter the great play calls that Grubb brings, if the offensive line is going to play like a bottom 4 unit, it's irrelevant at that point. Doesn't matter what you got on the back end of that stuff because the front's not guiding you right. But I appreciate where you're coming from, man. I don't think we disagree. I'm just more leaning into trusting into where Grubb's going to be on this and going with that. I think that he's gotten to see enough here where if he goes one way or the other with that, I think I can trust in understanding he didn't get there unreasonably. Whatever kind of determination he makes on that with Grubb. Thank you for the donation, though, man. All of your support to the channel today. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. JSN is the #1 wide receiver in my mind. DK disappears too much. Is that Geno or DK's fault? Boomer bust as all get out. kind of quiet, 60 yards on 4 receptions. I mean, you want a balance struck here, I think, between these two guys. That's what you're hoping to get done between DK and JSN. You had 31 passing attempts in this football game, Keon. So you're in a low volume passing attackville when you're at 31 attempts for a football game. And when you don't have an offensive line that's holding up particularly well in those times that you do drop back to pass. There was some clean pockets here. There were some extremely clean pockets in this game that the offensive line was able to get Geno Smith. But on 31 dropbacks, you still have 6 quarterback hits and 5 quarterback sacks. So there's still the pressure there. And if you're going to get it down to DK and he's going to be working some of the deeper routes and the longer developing routes, you've got to have the offensive line holding up long enough to get to those routes. And the thing that a slot receiver is going to have as far as a little bit of an upper hand over an outside wide receiver like JSN does is that you're oftentimes in motion at the snap. You're running to the shorter routes. So when the quarterback's going, holy hell, I'm under pressure, I can go down and hit you almost as a de facto check down at times through my progression read. The number one might have me going to DK on a post route here, but I got you on the backside here on the slot if I'm feeling pressure from any of the ways up in front of me. So I don't think that I think it's a little early to determine that JSN is a number one receiver because he's had a trek of 3 really good games. Let's remember before this real great run of 3 games, it had been a little quiet this year leading up to that point. It hadn't been bad, but it had been a little quiet. It hadn't been the impact it's been the past 3 weeks. And maybe the light bulb's fully going on and working, but it's really not about who's the number one wide receiver, really, when it comes down to DK or JSN. It's about JSN tapping into the talent of being a first-round pick, and then you able to work off of both of these two guys. Because remembering as well, a big part of what DK brings to bear here, Keon, on a weekly basis, is his ability to draw double teams. And if DK is drawing the double team to the outside, that's going to open stuff up for the other guys across the board, including JSN, by and large, in the middle of the football field. So they can work together to me, their skill sets. And the past 2 weeks, quiet yards, maybe. I think if Geno throws for 38, 39 attempts, you probably see DK up there around 7 catches and 100 yards, and he's looking just fine in that area of things. And last week, even when JSN had the 10 catches, I believe that DK still had 7 catches for 70 yards in the game. So still finding a way to come back into the flow of it. But I think it was more the low volume of attempts in this game, and I think that in the future, it's really them working off of each other rather than who's the number one guy, because JSN's never really going to be an outside guy. He can work a few snaps out there over the course of the game, but he's a slot. And slots can be number one as far as maybe productivity level and what they're producing as far as catches and yards go, but it still is not then the same equivalency to what DK does on the outside. They're just sort of then 2 different players doing 2 different sort of things for the offense and the value of what they bring. But I think they're both good. I think they're both helping us win. Orion LC31 says, can't wait to see what the smug Cardinals broadcaster has to say on the NFC West huddle. Hey, guys, says that Kyron Williams is good. Unbelievable vision and jukes. He's better than K9. Better than K9. Ooh. Oh. He's a good back. Mikey says, get rid of Grubb, hire Shanahan as OC when fired by the Niners. That'd be hilarious. Mike Skinner says, I feel like the last good guard we had was DJ Fluker. Dude was a monster in the run game. He was a big boy. 6'7", gargantuan, long arms. Yeah, it's been a while since we have good guard play. Snail says, B, good coaches adapt their scheme to the roster they have. We also need to be honest about the problem. The scheme is built like a teenager playing Madden. It doesn't attack the opposition's weaknesses. I mean, to a degree. I mean, I don't know. Has the offense been bad this year? Are we at that spot where we're saying that? I mean, and I don't know. I'm getting some pressure from my chat a little bit on this, Snail, to draw and reach to some conclusions. And I got to say, guys, the reactionary mode that we have to always get into after every game in the way of ultimate determinations about the long-term future of this team. There's a draw. There is a draw in fandom to do this on a weekly basis, and it gets exhausting. Are you going to ride with Grubb now? Don't you see with Grubb? You're going to ride with Geno this week? Don't you see that with Geno? Oh, Mike McDonald should have gone back to Carroll. And I don't know what's the pull of it. I know we want this team to be at the best and to do every decision that's the proper decision to get this team turned to the right direction. I get that we're all pulling from that same place. But we're not doing ourselves any favor by searching for the instantaneous reaction on a weekly basis on these individual items. And it's less of, I see less of people on some of these conclusions being open-minded to letting this play out. And I see more of a drive to reach a certain conclusion by week 8, by week 9, by week 10. And I'm okay if you want to do that. The problem I have to play is I'm getting pushed from my chat at times, and I'm getting like bristling from my chat when you don't see me driving to that same place of instantaneous decision making when it comes to this team and what they need to do long term. All I've asked for is let me make the season of assessment. And I keep getting the pushback to, you sure about Geno now? You sure? I'm in general certain places about where I see with Geno. I'm making the assessment. It determines, some of it's dictated by where we're at. No, come down to the simplistic. Are you in or you out on him? Is it got to be the QB now or not? Come on, Brandon, make the effing call. I'm like, guys, why? For the people that are putting this push on me and pressure on me to give you this thing you're wanting from me, this thing that I get pulled on from a week after week, DK, Geno, coaches, it's exhausting. Let's talk about what they do or do not without it having to always be with the anvil of fire or get rid of or not over the top. Let's just make the assessment of what we're seeing from them as the player and then make ultimate determinations after we have all of the data. The people that want to jump to conclusions right now as you're now looking like you're going to be in first place of the division, the draw to go reach that conclusion right now doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't want to do it. And I appreciate it if people don't push me in the direction of trying to force my head into this pile and saying, no, give us an answer. Grubb may or may not be the right guy. Geno may or may not be the right guy. DK may or may not be the right guy to spend more than $30 million a year on. These are not determinations for the here and now, but for the end of the season. Let all of the games play out and then we'll decide then. I'll decide then. You can decide now. You can make all your guys' determinations now and I'll push back, I'll agree or disagree, but I don't want to make my choices right now. I want to see how the season finishes out and then look at it all and then make the determination then. I get driven to make the choice, so I'll give you guys sometimes opinion, but I'm trying to fight it at every turn. I really am. Because I think it's getting too reactionary. It's getting too moment-to-game moment more than it is about taking the whole season into context. And I think if we're just reacting moment-to-moment on this game-to-game and we're constantly kind of sliding all over the place with this, what that's going to do is it's going to lead us astray to what is the real proper decision. Because then we're just being sort of pulled by our emotions on it. Let's let the whole year play out. Let's see where it lands at that point. Let's see what the team lands, see the defense lands, see the offense lands, see the offensive line lands. We just got Lucas back in the fray. We just got Oluwatimi up there at center. Let's see how that settles in over the course of the year. Does that get stronger as the year goes along? And what if you make the ultimate determination right now that Grubb's not it, that Geno's not it, that DK shouldn't be signed to a contract extension? What if they go on a run and they win all of the remaining games and the offensive line locks it on in and they get up to a place where they're a top 8 offense by the end of the year? Would you still feel the same place you feel right now in the moment? Or would you find yourself drifted at that point to go, well, maybe maybe Grubb, maybe Geno, maybe DK. I'm not saying it will go that way, but that's why I want to give it that time. This season has taught us more than ever. The NFL season can go like this on your ass. You can get down here and go, oh, we are in the muck. It's going to be years before we see again the promised land. And it's week 12, we're in first place. So let's ride this coaster throughout and see where it finishes up on. It's the first season of a new coaching staff. For the people pushing for determinations and decisions right now, it's the first year for these guys through. I'm okay even with Geno and DK stuff doing good, but like for the coaching staff, I'm like, hey, it's first year. It hasn't been perfect. There's lots of room for improvement across the board, no doubt about that. And when it comes to Grubb, to the people that are saying, I don't want Grubb, get him out. I don't like this guy. It's a high school offense. If McDonald decides to fire him, I'll understand it. To your guys' point and where you stand, I'll support it and say, hey, okay, the guy didn't do A, B, and C, and this is why he's not there. But then to the other side of it, if the offensive line is the part of the impediment that factors in as majorly as I think McDonald will believe, then they'll probably have him back for another year. And you might disagree with it at that point, but it's also understandable why they would go that direction with it. But that's why I want to be open-minded to this, because I think there's understandability behind either direction you end up going in that. But I know that's the push and the pull here, guys. But you got to understand I'm going to fight it at every turn here as we go through the rest of this year until we get to the final point of the year, because it has been an exhausting part of this season, is that everyone has their pet project of a thing that they want to see change on. And so I get hammered by that on a weekly basis of their thing. There's the anti-DKites. I don't like Metcalf. I don't want to spend $35 million. And how loud can I be in telling you that on a weekly basis, damn it? Are you listening? Now do you see? Now do you see? And then there's the anti-Geno folks. Now do you see? Now do you see? And we're like, holy hell. We're the top of the division. You would think it's apocalypse and doom. Let's celebrate a great win by this team. Let's not start thinking about the guys we got to usher out the door. I'll be back in a second. We got a lot of chat and conversation going on today, so do please hit the, make sure you got B, Brando, Hawksnest. If you have a question or comment you want me to read, please do make sure, as I know we got a lot of inner discussion going on in the chat here. And if I miss your question, just repost it back on into the chat. Keon says, Jake's diatribe is going to be 20 minutes long. Jesse will barely speak with a burning rage. Yeah, Jesse will just be over there, just smoke coming out of his ears, probably. Greg says, I don't get how people can say DK was force-fed the ball when JSN had 6 less targets when DK got hurt. Good point. Brian Myers says, overreaction is the realm of uneducated fan. Well, I think sometimes the guys I've gotten chat with are even educated folks. I just sometimes think there's a draw so heartily to want to reach ultimate conclusions, which I can get to. I mean, I probably fight a little bit of that urge, and it comes and happens at times for me too. But this is that one year where it will be more than even prior years, and like of last year and whatever, where I'm going to be in that mode because it is so new what you're doing on both sides of the ball. We talk about the complicated nature of where we're going from the simplified nature of the prior defensive scheme, but the same is very much true on the offensive side of the ball as well. And that we'd like it to go together faster. We think there's maybe more talent on the offensive side of the ball, and maybe there is, but not necessarily on the offensive line. At least not to that part. Williams says, hey, B, what's the Seahawks record now? 6-5. 6-5, baby. Herbicide, LJ got a sack. That sucked. Yeah, that was brutal. I was like, LJ's not about to take over this game, is he? That's not about to happen, is it? Denzel Joyce, I was in person at the game. Fans were way different. Think 12s are starting to feel better. I love to hear Denzel. It did seem like the volume got a little bit louder in this one. Cardinals were trying to communicate some stuff with Kyler Murray there prior to the snap. Seemed to have an impact, at least a little bit. And good to see. Really good to see. Maybe that noise can creep back on into the building. Rams trying to work their way up the field here, but this thing's almost all but done. They're down 37-14 with 1 minute and 46 seconds to go in this football game. This thing's just about wrapped up. Meg says, I don't care what is being said by others, B. Never have is no, but blowing this team up now is pathetic. Yeah. You got to give them a chance. I agree, Megan. I think they've given you enough here to understand that this team's got enough base within it. And if you hadn't have, I think, found the resiliency that they found the last few weeks and the defense hadn't really found the footing like they've had, there would be a little bit more of, I think, a more of a push to pivot into being the hard, potential rebuild a little bit. But things are starting to solidify themselves in some good places. Abraham Lucas's return comes back, gives you encouragement that maybe he can still stabilize in there as the long-term guy for you. We'll see what happens with Oluwatimi. Kobe Bryant at the safety position has played better and better. See if he can progress this throughout the course of the year to solidify you there at that spot. Your 2 inside linebackers are looking better as well. Like all things, got to make the assessment by the end, but where they're trending to and where those things are heading to, maybe that'll make you feel like there's less work to be done, less of a need to then kind of blow things up. Great catch by Cooper Kupp down the football field on Quinyon Mitchell for a touchdown. Rams, they'll get a little closer in this game. Radu Turkin says, let's go, fantasy cooking. I haven't checked on my fantasy yet today. Saquon Barkley's gone ham in this game. 255 yards on 26 carries. Keon says, Jake saying Rams were a Super Bowl team. Haha. The second he said, I was like, what team is he following? At no point are they having the Rams look great as a great team this year. No, they're not looking in that mode this year. That's for sure. And this is going to be a tough loss for them because this is going to knock them back. And that final game of the season, though, might end up being a major, major point. Meg says, be consistent. Don't tell me you hate Geno, DK, Mike, Mac, Grub 1 week and then love him the next. We will win. Amen, Megan. Preach, Megan, preach. And I'm not mad about it. I for the folks that do look to get to the determinations, I totally get it. The only thing I ask is just for me to reach the conclusions. I just don't want to at this point. Because there's just too much of the back and forth on this, and there's too much of the potential of this thing still twisting in unforeseen directions, both for the good and the negative, that will make these decisions so much clearer by the end of the season. I'm also 8-9 hours deep in my stream, so I'm also getting probably a little pissy on my side. me being a little bit. Sometimes it'll happen, you know. Hoist Hand Grenade, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that hand grenade. He says, Winers lose, Rams lose, Cards lose, we're in first place. B reached 18,000 subscribers. It's all coming together. Yeah, I'm thinking we're back. And B needed a puff. No, I'm all good. I was just getting some coffee made, and it's all good, man. I rather than turn over negative items and my team just vaulted up into first place, no matter the negative items we eventually got to look at, and I'm not saying we don't have to look at them, but there's a time and there's a place. And you just had a great team win. Your defense played their ass off in the rain. Your fans are screaming their ass off. We're in first place deep into this season. That's where I want my people to be at right now. That's where we got to be at right now. Let's enjoy it. It's hard to get to this spot in this league. It's hard to win football games. Look at this Rams team about to fall back in the bottom of the division. Look at the 49ers team as talented as they are, bottom of the division. It's a rough league, man. It's a league about parity and every week on the chopping block to lose. Or a tough win to be had. And we got out. So, yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking it as well. And love it, hand grenade. Let's go, man. Let's go. Marty McFly coming in with a $24 donation. He's hitting the 12 2 times for the 12s. Marty says, just got back from the game. Super stoked with this win, considering it was my first ever game, and god damn, was it loud. I shot guns of every caliber, but that level of noise seriously felt like my ears were going to explode. I love to hear it. The 12s amping the noise back up. It is one of the biggest advantages in all of football. It's one of the biggest advantages of all of sports, is when our stadium is rocking and rolling at the full maximum capacity of where they can be from a loud standpoint. Because offenses in this modern age want to change plays at the line of scrimmage. Quarterbacks want to make adjustments in the line of scrimmage. And if the volume is deafening, you can't make those adjustments. You restrict that offense. You impact the game in a tangible way from your fandom, from your seat, from your voice. And we've learned that here in a special way up in the Pacific Northwest, even more so than other fans in other places. Fans understand it to a degree, but we have taken it to a real extreme level when we're at our best. And when you do that, you make your defense even better. A good defense can be great. A great defense can be legendary. And we always got to remember that as fans going into that stadium, which is at times in recent years been lost a little bit. Some have pointed to the reasons why, and high ticket prices, team not giving you reasons to always root for them and their level of play and how they're playing. But they gave you reason today, and good to hear, Marty, you and the rest of the fans in that stadium rewarded them for that effort they were showing you, especially the defense. I'm sure it was helping them at times in those big moments, on those big third downs, having that volume at their back and really being able to just work off of it. So well done. Well done, and hopefully the noise is returning back to Lumen Field. Thank you, man. $24 donation. And that's a hell of a first game, man. You got the rain and you got the full Lumen experience in the winter out there, Marty. But a hell of a game to go see for a first game. I bet that was kind of an electric environment there. Chris says in some chats, I still hear, even after today's win, we should tank for so-and-so in the draft. I can't even respond to that level of stupidity. Yeah, I can't either. I can't either. I'm wired in that way of, if there's a chance to fight, if you got to, if we're still in it, if we're mathematically not eliminated, you keep swinging and you swing on down to the end. I know that there are those teams that people would say, oh, there's no chance even we got the playoffs and we took on a team that was like this or a team that was like that we'd have any chance against them. I get that. But I'm a guy that you give me a chance to fight, you give me a punch to swing, I'm going to swing it, and I want my team to swing it, and I'm glad to see my teams fighting like that. I'm glad they're not. Teeny Turtle says two 70-yard touchdowns by Barkley. Good God. He is awesome. And I'll tell you what, Barkley behind this offensive line instead of the Giants offensive line. And you've got a guy like A.J. Brown out there who's a little bit like your DK, where you got to pull sometimes those cover two shells out there to make sure you can protect a guy, especially if you don't have a guy to hold up at cornerback, which look at the Rams today, and this one, you don't feel as comfortable doing that. So you got to remove one more safety down from the box, and that's just going to let Saquon go out there and hunt and eat. And he went off. News analysis with Arturo says, Hawks Nest, big shout out to the defense. Defense was great today, and it was not always made easy. They put up 7 points on the board. Could have been 14 points if the call wasn't overturned on Leonard Williams hitting the hand there at that moment, which I'm still not sure if the ball went forward. It might have, but I'm just saying I'm not sure. And fantastic defensive effort. Rob says, when you think about it, if this is your top complaint about what you do for work, you got a pretty damn good life. Keep your head up. You do awesome work. Oh, I'm totally good, guys. So it's all good with that. I'm more of just trying to put the foot down on if they understand when I come to my answers in the future, and more of let me get up ahead of this down the line a little bit, because I'm sensing a little bit of this push, and I think I've just got to put down a little bit of the flag in the ground here and saying, okay, look, I get the draw. I get the pull from a fan standpoint to reach these conclusions mid-year, 12 games in the year, 13. I've seen 13 games. I can make my conclusion. But for just me in particular, I'm going to wait this out until kind of the full year, and then we'll go through it one by one at that point. I'll give you the full, here's where I stand on this. I do think when it comes to a Geno or a Grubb thing, though, I sure would like to be able to have some conversations with those guys in the room about what's going on with this offensive line and some of the details behind the scenes and making this determination. And that why I will kind of, I'm not a guy to appeal to authority on this, but this is where I would appeal to the authority of McDonald on this one, and that he has that information and knowledge and understanding of what was at play and all that went in to make this soup. And then we're kind of relying on him making the best choice in that, whichever way direction he goes. Brian says, Hawks Nest, next time just bring back the bong with you. We don't judge. Glenn Karn, overreacting is like predicting we're going to win certain games against weaker teams. Doesn't always work that way. Sometimes you beat the good teams instead. It is. And that's where football, I think, is just as ever, has gotten so unpredictable, trying to make those determinations. And you look at a team 4 weeks in, you look at a team 8 weeks in, 15 weeks in, you're in sort of this ever morphing state as a football team to your final form. And some teams finish strong, some teams finish weak, some teams finish at their strongest and hot at the end of the year. Some teams we got this great building point to launch off of into next year, where some of the year was dark, some of the year was bad, but you do benefit in watching this for years and trying to make these determinations on players and coaching staffs and all of that down the line. You do best, I think, to letting that full year ride out and really see where it stands. Case in point is last year, you had all of the data on what was going on with the team, and you already were kind of leaning a little bit into the, okay, Carroll's kind of at the spot where this is at the end, and you pretty much felt that way. But then you got that last Cardinal game, and you saw the team in the locker room smoking cigars afterwards. And there have been plenty of other moments in that season where you're like, there's something rotten in Denmark here. It's not just to put blame on Carroll purely, but something's not right at play here. And after a full season of seeing it and multiple years of seeing it, all right, we've got a conclusion I think we can reach pretty handily. And you've got enough data off of that to reach that conclusion. But yeah, well said, Glenn. Poncho says, just needed one more tutty from Stafford to complete my parlay. I'm sorry, man. They didn't pull it off. Sean Thompson says, Brandon, is Murphy getting double teamed all game because he seems to kind of disappear? Love the nest. Well, thank you, Sean. Appreciate you too. Murphy's playing nose tackle predominantly right now. And with Leonard Williams wrecking shop from the 3 tech, you don't have as much of a pull to draw Murphy over there. And it's to my eyes, what they're doing is they're sort of spinning between Jaron Reed and Murphy at the 1 tech, and that they don't trust a lot of what they're getting from Hankins. So they're very much reducing down Hankins snaps to a bare minimum. So you have to kind of just chunk it between the first 2 and bare minimum it to Hankins. By and large part, I think because really Cameron Young hadn't come forward for you this year. Yeah, the 4th rounder just didn't really develop, I think, for them. I think he's even still on IR. So it's kind of forcing it by necessity, but really where Murphy is at his best and where he's going to be at his best as a pro, Sean, is operating from a 3 tech. If he spends his career as a 1 tech, it's going to reduce down his capacity as a player and his ability to have effect. He's good enough to do it. That's why he's doing it, is that he's such a good soldier to do it, but he's taking on double team blocks over and over and over again. Mike Skinner B, would you rather rank where would you rank Geno, DK, and Chris Carson on the Seahawks all-time list compared to the other Seahawks who were at their position? Oh, great question. DK, I would put as, I think for my mind at this point, DK is right behind. You go Largent, Lockett, Baldwin, and then probably DK would slide in there right behind. I think at this point, I would put DK, I think, ahead of Brian Blades for how impactful he's been year in, year out. So he'd be fourth. Geno, obviously Russell's your best. So then it comes down to who's the second best. Hasselbeck probably gets a bit of the tip of the cap. I will say Hasselbeck has had way more of a supporting cast in front of him, including his offensive coach, than Geno's had. So it ain't always easy on that. And I think when you come down to kind of a Hasselbeck, Geno Smith, Dave Craig, I think all three of those guys are all kind of in a pretty similar place. You could kind of you could flip a coin on where you want to rank them from two to what is it, 5. But no worse. Craig and Hasselbeck are the only other two that have an argument to be made to be ahead of him. He'd be right behind him on that list. And then Chris Carson. Chris Carson's going to be a bit deeper. You have Marshawn. You got Kurt Warner. Chris Warren. Sean Alexander. Maybe I had a Ricky Waters at that point. I think if you looked at Chris Carson's run of a couple of years there and Ricky Waters' runs with Seattle, I think that it's probably pretty similar. You got about a 4-year stretch there. So those guys would probably be tied up, but you'd have 3 guys ahead of them. John Reese says, hope we improved our defense against backup quarterbacks. We had trouble with them last season. Yeah, that's part of the change, I think, to the new scheme, John, is that you have a defense in this new scheme that's more built to be not bend but don't break. A backup quarterback comes in against a bend but don't break defense. He's never going to get into a gamble fashion of really pushing the ball down the field. He's always going to take what the defense gives him by and large part, because backups kind of know who they are most of the time and they stay within themselves. When you have now a defense that's more about pressing you into your weaknesses and sort of taking it to you offensively, I think there's more of an opening there for you then to shut down those kind of backup quarterbacks that are a little bit limited in what they can pull off. Max Bailey says, feels amazing to win 2 in a row versus division rivals. My God. Rams working on losing 2. Perfect weekend. Oh, it's sublime, man. It's been a fun, it's been an up and down season, but it's turned out golden, I'll tell you that. And yeah, it feels good. Nice week. I'm looking forward to Tuesday, just rolling on in there. Whole rest of the round table just looking down at the floor. Addis says, Brandon, I appreciate all your takes. I've agreed with mostly everything you have said about improvements or who's the problem on this team. Keep up the grind and hard work. Well, it's not hard work. And again, I get into there's times you guys will catch me in motions, but it's never a hard job. As somebody else said above, if this is the toughest job I have is trying to say, let's not get these funds. I got it easy. And I am really blessed to be able to do what I do. And I have such a great supporting structure from you guys and how much love you show me. Not from the just donations, like buttons, subbing up, watch count views, getting over there to the Bleacher Report when I'm over doing that. And so it's nothing but like our Hawk season this year. It's nothing but golden for me doing this. I love it. And, again, too, difference of opinions. And when there's always going to be difference of opinions, there's going to be some friction on that. That's the way difference of opinions work. But that's why that's why I do say at the end of the day, whether I get frustrated with them or not, they're always welcome here, because difference of opinions, whether I disagree with them or not, are going to bring more of a well-rounded perspective and view of this team. And will ultimately drive us closer to the truth. Marty says, I probably got lucky for my first game. Maybe you get the right, you brought the right aura in there, maybe. Maybe that too. The Nuggets says, I went to the game. It was fun. I forgot to bring cough drops. So much screaming. Let's go. Berna says, look, I called 4 wins in a row, starting with the Niners win. 8-5 included. Let's go, Berna. The prophet Berna has returned. Johnny Ace is the defense. Wow, they were great today, Johnny. Tony Ride, my man from Atlanta. Saquon Barkley torched the same old sorry-ass Rams for 255 yards, including 2 long touchdown runs that were masterpieces. Eagles have given the Rams a hard time recently, Tony, and you just can't help as a Hawk fan but look at that Eagles offensive line and what they do to the front of that Rams defensive line today. And you go, maybe that's a little bit of a pathway here against this McVay defense going into the future just a little bit. But boy, Saquon put it on them. Put it on them. A game that the Rams needed. They still are. Everybody in this division is, of course, still in it. But they've got the Bills in 2 weeks. They got the Niners. They got the Cardinals, Jets, us at the end of the year. The pathway has gotten harder for everybody in the NFC West, not just with losing today, but just in the nature of what's set up in the stage for all of them going forward, including the Niners, who I think have to take on the Bills next week. Snap out of it says, the Rams changed the Dick Field logo. Now they suck. They messed with the penis. You never mess with the Dick logo on the front of your thing, man. That's the road to Loserville right there. You got to keep it out there on the field, front and center. Dio Brando, the Kobe Bryant interception was definitely the best play of the season. Huge moment in this game. Game-changing moment in this game. Great play by him. Ethan says first place in the NFC. Let's go. Megan, best day of my life was at Lumen 16, 2022, 19-9. Seahawks over Cards with B in the south end zone. Couldn't hear for 3 weeks and talk for 2. Remember B? Hawks says, oh, I remember. That was a great game, Megan. Also remember the dodgy-ass Cardinal fan at the end who was all in his emotions and mad, just saying F you to every Seahawks fan that he could find for no particular reason. Gio Brando says Jets game coming up. Fingers crossed for not being a trap game. I think it wouldn't be a trap game because I think the team's starting to kind of lock it in, but it is going to be, tougher than it might look on the surface as a Jets team, the 3-8, meaning that Rodgers is still very dangerous. This is going to be a 10 a.m. game, so it's not going to be easy from that standpoint going the road out east. We know that. And that's a defensive line that's definitely capable of getting after this Seahawks offensive line. Amazing Mario Brothers and Pumpkins fired up after the W. You know it. Mike says the level of noise is what made me fall in love with this team and fan base along with the intensity of the players behind it. It's a great thing that we've got here. It's something that I've railed on us keeping and holding on to and not letting slip out of our grips because it's something so unique, not only in football, but in sports itself. All fans are going to try to get loud in every stadium, but our fan base has been able to find a way to lock it in such a way, going back to the 80s, even when you were not winning a lot of games, to be as loud as humanly possible in a way that really has a maximum effect on the opposition. And it can cause false start penalties. It cannot allow them to get into changes in play calls at the line of scrimmage like they like, changes into protections that would help them account for a blitz that's coming. And this is such a huge boon to a defense now like the one we're implementing here, who's going to have a lot of moving parts, that's going to create a lot of stuff with the structure of their defensive alignments, that's going to force those offenses to want to do that extra communication and want to do those extra changes prior to the snap. And now that becomes even more impacted then by the volume of the fan noise at its back. It's such a huge, huge advantage to have in our back hip every single week if we can keep it. Random the Cut says our defense looks so nasty. In fact, it's carrying us. If we figure out an offense, we'll go on a run. Amen. Greg says, why would the Hawks tank when they have a good team to win and they just need more talented players to key positions like the middle of the offensive line and nose tackle? For some reason, people think the Hawks suck. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Rob Barnes, and I agree with you 1,000%. I just don't want to see you stressing about it. Everyone's saying all this crap is like the young 12s that don't quite know what they're talking about. And I'm all good. I get my moments where I get up in arms, but when it's all said and done, I'm feeling good on this. I'm just trying to pull my same 12s into that same mindset. Hey, let's just enjoy it, on that. But no, I'm all good, man. I'm all good. I love life. I love what I get to do. And this is nothing but and people ask me about the grind on it, Rob. There's no grind on doing this. I have a very, very easy job that I get to do, and I love doing it too. Good or bad. Hornfella says, lots of parity in the NFL. I think there's room for expansion teams. I think possibly. Let me get my cat. She's wanted to. That's what she sends you in the ground. Nope. Do. Chris says, Steve Rabel ain't number 2 by and large. Laughing out loud. Just kidding. There is the Rabel mustache power I should have accounted for. Jordan says, could you imagine Hasselbeck with his offensive line? Yeah, he would have lasted 3 weeks. He would have lasted 3 weeks. Like Matt would have had some problems behind this offensive line. And Matt would tell you that too. But Dick Docs Brandon, great point about Geno versus Hasselbeck when you consider Hasselbeck's O-line. I mean, you talk about a 9-day difference between from one gets to deal with versus the other. And look, Hasselbeck had some guys on the outside to throw to. He had Sean Alexander. He has Holmgren, who's one of your great offensive minds in football, probably over the last 50 years. And that was in the benefit of him to work off of that. Yeah, I think if you put Matt in this offense, no running game, no pass protection. It's where there's a draw on me on my part of this. There's a pull from me on my part of this a little bit. And the people that aren't big Geno guys don't want to hear this, but there is a draw on me to say that it might be a bit of a push here at times on this one to say Geno might have an argument made to be the number 2 guy. I'm not saying I'm full on saying it. I'm not full on saying it. I'm just wondering it. Marty McFly, sorry, a little bit behind these donos. Let me catch on up on these donations. Thank you for the $12 donation on top of the $24 donation, Marty. That is very kind of you on that support, as well as being, I know, a member of the channel. Thank you for that. Very, very kind of you, brother. Gotta love the entire media. Taking the Cardinals and not talking about us at all. Always gotta prove them wrong. Am I tripping, or do the opposing cheerleaders not travel because it was all Seahawks? Laughing out loud. Yeah, we don't get a lot of love on the main stage of things. And people like the Cardinals story. It's a plucky story. It's the one of the up-and-comers. It's Kyler. It's the coach. It's the playing over their talent level and everything else. And we do get forgotten about here. The good news on it from my side, Marty, is I think that we work at our best at times of being the underdog. When people are sort of not counting us to be that team, and that we're sort of hungry and fighting for it in that way. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be talking about us at the top of this division and how we've taken the top of this division at this point in time of the year. I think there'll be much more national discussion about how the Niners have flamed out, of how the Rams couldn't stop the Eagles and it's been a poor season, underperforming from their standpoint, of how the Cardinals have maybe finally kind of topped out on what they can be this year. More than it is of, hey, it's really coming together for the Hawks. It'll be more about the deficits of the teams below us. But that's okay. Marty, let them undersell us. Let them act like we don't exist out here and doing what we're doing. And we'll just go out there and shock the nation as this season goes along, man. We'll surprise them yet. But you're awesome, Marty. Thank you for the double dip donation, brother. 24-12. I appreciate you for that. Working off that 12 look like you are. And no, you're not tripping on that. That's always something that I've noticed at times. In how the outlook is of our team, and that we get forgotten about unless we're really a juggernaut. You're not really going to get a lot of hot discussion in the media circles. We're looked at as kind of South Alaska out here for whatever reason. We're not that far away, but they'll act like we are, Marty. They act like we are. Thank you appreciate you for that. You're not tripping at all on that side of it. Colby Jack, thank you for the $22 donation. Please do a frustrated Christopher Walken on making early, premature, low information personnel decisions. I got you. Seahawks fans, you're competitive. I like that. I do. It's good. It's good intentions in your heart. But my people now hear me, listen good. Now's not the time for yes, no, this guy or that. No, don't do that. I'm saying, please. It's not right. It's going to lead to wrong. It's going to take you down the dark path. You don't want that. Let's go to the light, Seahawks fans. Move in that way, and you'll get your title. Because that's what we all want now, don't we? Is Lombardis and trophies raised all the time. Not when you say in mid-year, now let him go, now trade him. No, keep him here for a while, let him learn, and then you figure it out at the end of the year when you know where you got to be. That's just how I see it now. But I'll tell you, Colby Jack, it's a draw from my fellow fandom, a push so hard. Try to get there now. Let him go. Trade him. Contract. I don't know. Let's wait. I like waiting. Waiting's good. Thank you, Colby Jack. I'll give you a little Chris here throughout the day. I haven't done enough walking lately. He's loving the win, though. Big time victory, Seahawks fans. You better celebrate. Number one division. You've not prepared yourself this year for where they're really heading. You get ready. It's about to happen. Colby, very kind of you, man. Thank you for the $20 donation, brother. Al's liking it too. It's a good one. I'll tell you that right now. You win fighting, scratching, clawing your way. That's how you do it. Even Nick Nolte's kind of jacked up about it, man. Nick's feeling it today. Aren't you, Nick? What do you think, Nick Nolte? You liking this? I don't give a goddamn shit about that. You ask me about that. Okay, well, Nick's not quite on board yet, but, he'll come around. He'll come around. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. The only rookie I wouldn't give another year was Mora. We got 3 rookies at DC, OC, and HC, and we're in first. Defense is balling out. I like good defense over offense. Great thoughts on your part, Keon. Thank you for all of your support today on the channel, but excellent thoughts. And yeah, with Mora, you could see it, you could feel it, you could know it. This just isn't working. This isn't going right. You had also, in addition to knowing all of what was happening with Mora at the time, the understanding that, oh yeah, here, this guy Carroll suddenly became available too. This hot commodity that everybody's been waiting on to return back to the NFL is now suddenly available at the same point in time. And those things, I think, pushed you in that way to make that move in the time you did. But it is a new era, a new dawn, a new age. And the guys you brought in, like you say, as a bottom line brass tacks, is you're 11, 12 weeks into this season, and you're in first place in what has been one of the most competitive divisions in football over the last 6-7 years. And you are doing it, like you say, with rookie head coaches, rookie defensive coaches, rookie offensive coaches. And I like the way you look at it with that, because when you look at a little bit from that paradigm and that angle, we take this crystal and we look through this edge of it, you kind of go, oh yeah, being that those guys all are rookies, yet you do still find yourself in first place in the division this deep into the season. With that, i.e., you go, well, maybe there'll be some extra growth on the back of that. Maybe there's nowhere to go but room for improvement from these cats. Then maybe you think, well, we've seen a bit of maybe what the proverbial worst of them would be as they are learning those ropes. Well said, Keon. Well said, and thank you, man, for all of your support. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $5 donation. The Guards have one wing left. In a couple of weeks, we'll clip the other one. I like that. No longer a bird of flight. Now you will become a chicken. A little tiny. You'll be a Maori chicken. That's what you're going to be. Let's go, Rand. Let's go. We take care of business in another week. We can handle the Jets this week. Whew, 8-5. 8-5 with the final little trek of the season left, and you can go take it. You can go grab it. Let's go. I love it, man. Ethan, 14, thank you for the $5 donation. How confident are you on a scale of 1 to 10 that Mike will be a McVay-Kyle level coach? $8.9. I'm almost right on the edge, Rand, of cut of being at a pure 9. But I'm going to go 8.9, but there's a pull to be at 9. I might be at 9 by the end of the year. What he's doing with this defensive staff, or not staff, but the personnel here, how he's been able to adjust, how he's been able to pinpoint problematic spots in the team, get that to John communicated. John gets that then flipped back into the right position, and then getting those things corrected is very impressive to me. That we're starting to now see the full allotment of what he has to bear, and understanding that why we didn't see it early on is the team needed to get the right personnel in the right positions, number one, but then number two, also learn those details of the scheme down to the nth degree so that you can run the fullness of your playbook. And so I would say that I'm getting pretty confident in that 8.9, 9 point area where I think he's legitimate. I think he's legitimately in that area as a defensive-minded guy. And very good to see. Great question, though. It might be a 9 by the end of the year, Ethan. It might be a 9-1, 9-2 out of 10. 8-9 right now, but the arrow's going up by the week here with him. That was a dominant defensive effort out there today. That was very impressive. That is not an easy Cardinal team to beat up on like that. Like they did on that defensive side of the ball, especially taking it to them at the line of scrimmage like they did. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you for that. It says, Brando, what a game by the defense. Offense had its moments too, but man, the run blocking sucks. P.S. Are you streaming on Twitch tonight? Well, defense was great, man. They've been just a revelation the past couple of weeks. And yeah, the run blocking is brutal. There's bad run blocking I've seen at times in history where and we've had some penetration, but usually run blocking, okay, you can only get a yard. Oh, your guys got no push at the line of scrimmage there. You're at 2nd and 9, 2nd and 8. But so often our bad run blocking ends up in a -2, -3, -4 yard gain. And it's kind of bad on kind of a whole nother level of bad run blocking. Penetration, back getting hit as soon as the handoff happens. It's brutal to watch at times. And I don't know if there's really any fixes to be had at this point of the season as we go forward. I think we're just kind of working around it. I'm going to be, Sundays are the brutal days for me, Chase, because it's a day where I probably don't get to bed till about 5 or 6 in the morning. Because as soon as this wraps up, I do the little game wrap thing that I do, which is a little like 10, 15, 20-minute video. Just looking back at the game, going into it by details. I like doing it. It's good, but it's great for the channel and great for growth on the channel. So I got to go hard through the night on that one. So probably not on Twitch tonight, but Monday night, tomorrow night, I'll probably be back over on there, Chase, for sure. And if you're not subbed up to me, I do stream over on Twitch as well. The Seahawks Nest is where you can find me over there if you're feeling jumpy. But well said, Chase. Thank you, man, for the donation. Hope you're doing well tonight. Good to see you in the house. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, so how are you going to balance drafting best player available and drafting O-line next draft? We're not getting a blue chip or O-line at the 15th pick. Great question. Fantastic question. And I have thought about this a little bit. So, as always, these are sort of a deduction process, in my opinion, just a little bit. Y2K. So a bit of a deduction process. First up, let's address this draft. Two things that I think that are kind of true about this draft. One thing that's true about this draft is a narrative. One thing that I don't think is exactly true about this draft is a narrative quite yet. The first thing that's true about this draft is a narrative is that the number of blue chip players that are available in this draft are heavily reduced. Probably about 8 blue chip guys. So if you're sitting at 14, if you're sitting at 19, if you're sitting at 22, you're not sitting in a range there to go get necessarily one of these blue chip guys. And so I know that a lot of people get a little hesitant with John Schneider trading back in drafts because there hasn't always been success in doing that. And I will say in some respects on this, trading back in drafts have been harder for GMs in recent years because teams aren't giving up the draft capital to move up. But if you are sitting at 22, 23, or 15, like you say, I would say Y2K, the approach here would be to trade back, get the extra second or third round pick, and look at targeting those linemen in that second or third round. Now, best player available and letting that win the day out, which I very much like as their drafting process over the last couple of years of having that being a guide. I'm okay with that. But here's where there's got to be a bit of a change, unfortunately, outside of the value-based drafting model. If John goes and takes care of the offensive line via free agency or via trading, then there'll be less of an onus or a need to then reach for that offensive lineman in the draft. But if John does what he's done in recent years here, Y2K, which is go very cheap in free agency on what he's willing to spend for offensive linemen and try to get everything done by the draft and development cycle of what they do with this team, then you're only choosing one of those 3 roads: trade, free agency, draft. Two of those roads you're shutting off and you're cutting off and saying, we're not going down those roads really, because I don't consider you signing a vet at a 1-year, $3 million deal to be you going into free agency and really diving in there in the offensive line market. So if they're going to close down those other 2 roads, I don't like it that it ends up driving you into a pathway of having to draft for need in the draft for the line and hammering it at that. But trade back and then hammer it if that's the only route you're willing to go as a GM. It would be really good if John could take care of it at the forefront, truly take care of it at the forefront through free agency, through the draft, so that then he comes into the draft and there's no need-based necessity to go out there and get some offensive line to fill a hole. That you can truly stay in that mode that I like to stay in, Y2K, which is to stay in that value-based model. You know, that would be the ideal to stay there. I want to be living in that range when I draft. Value, 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 value all day long. But they don't use those other 2 roads. Why? They don't use those other 2 roads. Dwayne Brown, the last really true quality offensive lineman that you've traded for in recent years, that's 2017. I think Robert Gallery was the last big free agent contract signing you made for an offensive line in free agency, who wasn't a 1-year deal or a guy on his last legs. But that's the easier way to roll it. You don't have to step outside your drafting philosophy, take the other 2 roads, get this curtailed a little bit quicker, get some vets in there rather than young guys you're hoping can kind of develop. And you can make it easier on yourself by the time that you get into the deal. Mike Skinner says, Kyler MVP, maybe of the COD lobbies. I like that. Mike. Let's go. By the way, I don't know. You guys didn't. I was hearing a few folks. I think you guys were saying that that I'm on the path. I don't know if you guys noticed with this, but the Seattle media team here. Let's see if I still got it. I think they're seeing your boy here. I'm just saying. Let me get this fitted so you guys can actually see this here. Check that out. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just saying. This came from the Seattle media team. They did a post on this for the victory. I think they're seeing your guy out here, man. I think your Hawks team, your Hawks PR staff, giving your guy here a little tip of the cap here on that. I'm just saying, Mike. Marty McFly, thank you for another $12 donation, Marty. I appreciate you for all of your support today, man. 24, 12, 12. Man, you're awesome, brother. Defense held them to 2 field goals. Gotta love it. And seeing them in person is wild. Their thighs are like the size of my torso. Laughing my ass off. Different breed of human. They are, I think, truly the best athletes in the world, football players. Because they are just built, they run. And the football players often talk about as you go along through the season is you're getting into this shape that, you don't always stay at that peak shape all year. It's hard to keep the body at that sort of place. But when you truly do get to sort of that peak place as a football player, and you've been doing those practices and you've just been training and you're in the facility and you're getting to your maximum state and you're not really busted up by injury, those players will often talk about how even as a guy who might not be the most biggest legged guy, that you end up to the place of your thighs get so big that they're basically rubbing together when you walk. That they get that big, even if you're receiver, running back, don't matter. And these guys get into some insane shape by this point of the year with all the running they've done and lifting they've done, and it is a different breed to be able to play this sport, man. These guys are not just athletic, not just strong, not just fast, not just twitchy, not just explosive, not just long and big and tall. Kind of takes it all if you want to play this game. But thank you, Marty, man. You guys did your part today, that's for sure. It's good to see the 12s out there and ready to go. John L. Williams says, Arn. Yeah, I think John L. may be a little bit even higher than, maybe we give him even the nod over Ricky and Chris. A little more longevity and a really great back too. Yeah, smart there, Arn. I think you're right on that one. I think that's fair. Chat updates here. What's going on? Okay. Sentai Donnie, how you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Hope everyone's well. Now that our Hawks are victorious, we feeling good today. We feeling good today. Oh, there we go. Josh says people are going to constantly underestimate the Seahawks because Geno's the quarterback. He'll never get the respect as a franchise guy. He might not. He might not. Josh says, I'm an Eagles fan. We can get insane, but that Seahawks crowd is something else. They are, man. We're rolling right. It's a lineage thing, Josh. It goes back generations here. It's an understanding. It's an unsaid understanding for every person that walks in that stadium. You got to know what time it is. You got to know what you're there to carry forward as a tradition. And it's not that other fans can't get loud too. Other fans do get loud too. But there's a reason we said an earthquake. There's a reason we were the original setter of the Guinness World Book of Record for the loudest crowd in the history of any stadiums. And that's because we take it to that next level. Like Pumpkin here. She takes that next level. Be more Seahawks. AB, can you tell me why Purdy is not elite? I think with Purdy, there's some pretty simple things that go down to this. And it all draws down to the initial same kind of assessment that you had when he walked out there as a quarterback. First off is that the size-wise is a limitation that he can't overcome. He's an undersized guy. Injuries due to being undersized are going to be maybe a bit of a problem that jumps up with him. The Hassan Reddick play that caused him to get the Tommy John surgery on that kind of hit, I've seen him sustain that hit a couple of times where he's at such a low angle where those pass rushers are coming in and he's getting hit as kind of a smaller guy. It just, I think, leads him to susceptible to getting nicked and dinged up a little bit. So there's the worry there. And especially that's a concern when you talk about a guy that's going to be paid $50 million a year. Is your health and your longevity and your ability to stay healthy in the long term has got to be a part of that factor in that decision. And I would worry about that if I was the Niners. The second part of this really comes down to arm strength. And that there's just certain throws that he can't make to punish a defense when he can see things opening up in a certain way at a certain time. And he's got to get his feet set and have his cleats all in the dirt. There's no, I'm going to let this thing down 40 yards off my back foot and kind of layer it in there. And this really means that now he has to work off progression reading and anticipatory throwing on the constant. And if he doesn't do that, and part of the problems that have happened with Brock a little bit this year is playmakers have dialed down, don't have as much separation on the outside and what you're seeing across the board in your progression reading. Now you're holding on to the ball a little bit too long. Now there's a little bit of a falling into that sort of Superman mode problem that we can see quarterbacks falling prey to at times. So yeah, not elite, good quarterback, certainly a functional quarterback. Give him the supporting cast and, you know, he can get it done on that side, but there is going to be some limitations to his game that there's no getting around. Kevin O'Connell says, Hawks Nest, what's the Jets score next week? 10 a.m. at New York. I think we pull it out, but it's probably a close game. It's probably like a 21-17 kind of game. Hopefully Aaron is truly done at this point. He's just tanking it in. Brian Myers says, tickets today available just below the Hawks Nest for 100 plus fees. Not that expensive, depending on where you want to sit. That's all right. Yeah, that's definitely not bad. Diego says, anyone else ready for us to run the table? Go Hawks. Let's go, Diego. I'm ready. I know I'm ready. News analysis with Arturo, the Hawks Nest. What about dome defensive players? Tutupu is my favorite Seahawks player of all time. What about dome defensive players? What do you mean on dome defensive players? Some defensive players. What about some defensive players? Do you mean my favorite defensive players of all time, Arturo? You might have to expand on that a little bit, man. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, the thing I need for a perfect birthday this week is a shellacking by the Hawks of the Jets. Yeah, let's get that done. Set that stage for that matchup to potentially put the Cardinals away the week after that. Take care of business. Kendrick says, send Jesse a knife with that fork. Might throw a napkin in too, Kendrick. And one of those cheap napkins you get, you know, from, you know, it's basically finely tuned paper. Mike says, I really want the Seahawks to have a home playoff game. I was at the Hawks versus Eagles playoff game when DK went off for my first NFL game. That'd be great. I'd love to get a home playoff game this year. That'd be just a beautiful big cherry right on the top of this great season of a Sunday if they could have that go down. And I agree, Kevin. I think Niners are DOA. Officially. Put the toe tag on them. Mike, I wasn't too sure about the Kobe moving to safety at first either. But it's definitely proven right. Proven well. Meg says, and that was the fan, and that fan that was turned around by me, you and 10 guys had just met, all wearing blue and green. Yeah, he got to walking pretty fast after saying FU. It was definitely a fly. It was a fly-by FU. It was a hit and run FU, that's for sure, Megan. He wasn't waiting around to see what happens with the rest. There was a couple of us 12s all there going, what'd you say? Bye. Bradford does. Somebody asked about the injuries. Bradford seems to be the major injury. Look like an ankle. So that's probably going to minimum be a couple games. I think that was the only injury. Jam Fishing says, just getting in here. If that defensive performance didn't make you cry with tears of joy, I don't know what will. Amen, man. Amen, brother. It was a beautiful thing what that defense did today. Beautiful. Kevin Lonice, thank you for the $20 donation, Kevin. Very kind of you, brother. I appreciate you for that. He says, B, I just got home from the game. You called Kobe's INT, but not the beast mode crotch grab. Go Hawks. Cody making me look like a prophet today, folks. I just had this, I had this thing. I had this creeping suspicion. I was just, I had to say it. I had to say it at one point or another where I was like, I'm just getting the sense it's coming. It's coming, I'm telling you. I can see the lights of the car down the street coming closer to us. And what I'm talking about, what Kevin's talking about is during this week, I had a couple of different shows. I might have been on the round table on the preview show. I mentioned it. I think I talked about it on the B&B preview show. But I mentioned a couple times, I think this is the week that Kobe's going to go get another pick. He had been close the prior couple of weeks. He'd been tapping on that door, rapping on that door, like the Raven from an Edgar Allan Poe novel. Just getting this close. You felt like he's going to break through, Kevin. And boy, he broke through at a great time, and the pick six it back the other way to really be able to then lay on the team after you're able to do that and have that pick against that Cardinal team. Exclamation point for an amazing defensive day, but then just an exclamation point for that play to go down there and pull off the Marshawn Lynch crotch grab. You're right. I didn't anticipate that one. And I don't care. I'll take all the unsportsmanlike penalties. I'll take all of them. My Seahawks want to grab their crotch when they walk into the end zone as a testament and as an honoring of beast mode. So be it. So be it. Whatever you lose penalty yards wise on the kick, you gain by swagger on the offset, Kevin. Whatever that unsportsmanlike hits here, the swagger factor has gone up to 100 when you grab that crotch. Game over as far as I'm concerned at that point. Game over. And Cody playing with some swagger out there today. Not just on that pick, but in other places of this game too. He's feeling comfortable out there. He's flowing. He's going to have another very well-graded game by PFF. No doubt about that. And a great play, man. But he's making me look pretty good, Kevin. He's making me look pretty brilliant on that one. And you watch the tape with him. You watch where he's being put himself in positions on plays. Last week there was a play where Witherspoon is draped all over the receiver. Kobe comes around the backside. Brock Purdy's trying to throw the receiver open away from the leverage of Witherspoon. Kobe drives on the ball, almost makes a pick. He's not almost getting these interceptions by happenstance, tip balls, overthrows. He's getting the interceptions by running and jumping the route and reading it true and pure and right. And that's why he pulled it off. But thank you for the $20 donation, Kevin. And it's been one of the, amongst a lot of cool things that are turning in the right direction this season. Inside linebacker play, Lucas's return, Cody Bryant right there with the rest as far as at the top of that, as far as the great things of this season that have really emerged. And him and Julian Love as a tandem back there moving into the future might be where we're going with this thing. Might be where this thing's headed. And it's very good to see. But thank you, Kevin, for the $20 donation. Great job by you guys in the house today as well. I want to say Marty McFly, Kevin Lonice, all the folks in there that went in out there today in the stadium. You guys, we've had days we've had with fan bases in there that it feels like we're not being as loud. Yeah, Geno talking about, man, against the Buffalo team, it's like, man, it felt like a away game in there at times. Not today. You guys went in there and you did full-throated. You guys did your best. You impacted the game. That defensive effort was able to be as dominant as they were. In part, I'm not giving it like, oh, it's 40% on the crowd giving you guys. But they were giving you guys were giving them that rocket fuel there to really press this down on this Cardinal team. So great job by the fans in the house today. I'm hard on them when they're not loud, but when they are loud, you got to give them the kudos and say, great job, well done. Look at what happens when you are impactful in that way with your voice and what it can do for the defense on the field. And you helped them to make that stand up today. It wasn't easy. Offense didn't make it easy, but the defense stood strong the whole way, which was just great to see. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that $20 donation. Eric Michelet, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, don't want to jump the shark, but the defense looks shades of 2013 today. Connor with 8 yards today. Yeah, this will be the season low performance by Connor for the running back for the James Conner, the running back here for this Cardinal team on the season. And that's where it started. This was a game where you knew what the Cardinals were going to do. They weren't going to come out with some weird, crazy ass attack that was going to catch you off guard. You know what you're going to get with the Cardinals. It's whether or not you're going to be willing to reach their level of intensity and match that, or whether you come in and you sort of just think you're going to kind of sleepwalk your way through it, and then they'll eventually get pass happy and away from the running game. They won't. So you have to force the stopping of the run. They don't get away for it, and especially on a day like this where it was raining as hard as it was, they didn't want to get away from that running game. They kept trying to go back to it, but there was nothing to be had within it. And the second that you stopped them there, you began the process that led to the dominance. By the run being stopped, you turn them one-dimensional. You force Kyler Murray one-dimensional. You keep him contained in the pocket along with that and not letting him use his legs and making him purely a passer and how he beats you. Probably not going to be good enough to do that. He needs those other two aspects to lean on to get the win, to have that carry the day. And it was an effort defensively that's very similar to 2013 defensive performances. They would shut you down. It would at times not matter what the offense was going to do. I mean, this game, you didn't need your offense almost to do anything. Just control the clock. They got the 7 points on their own. Did the defense basically 6 points with the missed field goal, but you get the point. In what they were able to do, much like we saw from the Legion of Boom defenses. So I get it, man. I'm not saying they're at that point either necessarily, but look, as well, we've had some dominant defensive performances this year. Have there been some games where you got to play against some lighter competition to get that defensive performance? Beat the Broncos, beat the Patriots, beat the Miami game? Oh yeah, maybe a little bit. But you're not going to apply that to this Cardinals team. That's been a legitimate offense this year. That's been a strong offense this year. So you just didn't do it to a porous offense that you were sort of able to take advantage of, Eric. You were taking it to an offense that's been taking it to the opposition by and large throughout this year. I mean, they put 28 points, or I know DJ Dallas had a return, so they put at least 21 points up on the Bills in Buffalo. Thank you, though, Eric. I appreciate that donation and well spotted on your part. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon, why did Mike hire Durd as DC? How does Durd augment Mike's defense, or is this all Mike? I think that long-term, Mike has spoken to this, Keon, that long-term the plan is to offload some of the play calling duties over to Durd. And I think that in the assembly of the defense and the running of the defense in the long term, you want to have Durd transition into being that guy there for you to run more, but that it's a process of handing that off to him. And that Mike doesn't want to hand that off to him probably until he ultimately feels entirely comfortable that Durd's going to run this and call the same level as how he wants to call it. And he'll always be hands-on, no doubt about that. And there may be moments in games where he just, even after he hands off the play calling, where he takes over the play calling. But when you were going to bring in a DC in here, Keon, and look for a guy to bring into Mike's system here, it was going to make it tough to go out there and find some top-notch DC, because Mike was always going to want to call the plays, at least initially. And so you weren't going to necessarily pull out those candidates that were tried and true defensive coordinators in this sport, because they're going, look, it's not the success or failure of this defense now isn't really on me. I'll get the heat for it, but it's really the head coach who's making this run or not. You could also be on the flip side of that saying, well, Mike's such a brilliant guy. I'll go in there and I'll look brilliant no matter what, because it will be a good defense and then I can benefit. So there's kind of a positive Paul way to look at that too, rather than the glass half empty on that side of it. But I do think that the draw there is, Keon, that if you have a DC who is well-established in this league, who knows what he's doing, that you're going to bring a DC in who doesn't get a call to plays. I think that that's a tough sell for most primetime guys that would have been eligible candidates for this team. So understand that I think what Mike did is instead pivoted really to upside, and he grabbed a young guy that he thinks has a lot of upside to him and what he brings to the table, more than finding the guy that's the seasoned guy with that. And partially some of that's driven, Keon, because you brought Leslie Frazier in there, so that the necessity of finding more of the tried true guy that can advise you in the proper ways is fulfilled with Frazier's role here on this team. And you don't need it as much then from Durd. Very good question. Eric Michelet, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Brandon, I just realized you're the only one wearing shades this week on the Roundup stream. Wear them proudly. Let's go, Hawks. Well, it must have been Kismet. I'm telling you, it must have been Kismet, guys. It really must have been. Because Eric, I went to training camp this year for a couple days. Great experience. Cool to check out from the berm. Seahawks were very gracious in giving out free popsicles, some popcorn out there you could go get. But they also gave you these shades, man. They also gave you the Seahawks shades, and they're not fancy shades, but these are free, okay? And I get to rock them proudly this week on the NFC West roundtable because our future's looking so bright. I got to wear shades. I'm going to be feeling good this week, Eric. You better believe it. And you're right. The only man on the NFC West roundtable this week wearing shades, the victory shades. The only man, the only team residing in first place of the NFC West. Your Seattle Seahawks. Life is good at the top. Life is really good at the top. Marty McFly, thank you for the $7 donation, Marty, and everything you've done for the channel today. I think you just dropped some gifted memberships here too, didn't you? Yes, you did. Oh my God, Marty. Marty with a $7 donation says, every time I gifted memberships, I seemingly force an opposing team into it. Laughing my ass off. Got me a little Cardinal this time. So Marty... All right, so Marty said, every time I give memberships, I seemingly force an opposing team into my membership program. So what Marty's talking about is that he just gifted, first off, 5 memberships. So thank you, Marty. You are the man today for all of your support to the channel today. But also he's talking about, so when you gift memberships out on YouTube, it automatically applies those memberships to whoever is in the stream listening along. And Marty was talking about the fact that every time he's gifted memberships, he's always... a gifted membership's going to an opposition where it's a Niner fan or a Ram fan. And he says, I got me a little Cardinal this time. So Run Dawes, Richard, Randy Thomas, Hamza, Bobo is my religion. You have all been gifted memberships here by Marty. He got himself a Cardinal in the mix there. Well done, Marty. And he's got no control over it, folks. It's randomized. It just happens to hit, you know. We're bringing them over bit by bit, man. Cardinal fans, Niner fans, we got you. There's room over here. Come on. All part of the division. Just come on. Come on. I know. Come on. Come on board. Come on board. Yeah, I know. No titles. No championships. You've had to deal with a lot. Your time with that's done. Come over here now. Come to the winning side. Come winning side. LA. Yeah, I know. Nobody's really a fan in LA, right? Everybody's a Dodger fan. Come on. Come on over here. Come on. Niner fans, you don't want to live through a rebuild? You're getting ready for 4 or 5 years of dark era. You're about to fire a really good coach. Come on over. Come on. Come on. Come on. But Marty, you are the man today, man. Big time donations, membership of a member of this channel, and then just gifting out memberships right and left on this channel in addition to that. Thank you for doing that. To the Cardinal fan who's been brought aboard the Hawks Nest, we're bringing you here slow but sure. It's an onboarding process. It's a conditioning process. One might say it's a bit of a brainwashing process, but we just call it becoming a Seahawks fan, and it's inevitability. It really is. They're too much fun to watch, man. It's too much of a draw. But thank you, Marty. I appreciate you, man, for all of your support and back in this channel like you do, brother. Thank you so much. David Pugh, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, how would you feel about Garrett Nussmeier using a second or third rounder? Big win today. Go Hawks. I'm okay with it. I can see on these quarterbacks that could enter into this draft into the second, third, fourth round range, David. Everybody from your Garrett Nussmeiers, Drew Allers, Quinn Ewers, Riley Leonards. There's a lot of these different quarterbacks that are guys that are not high ceiling guys that are not going to necessarily sparkle on the tape, but that are very, very solid prospects also, that they're not also chopped liver where you'd say, yeah, okay, that's just a back end draft guy. That's a day 3 guy, maybe. That there's guys that are legitimately worth being drafted in that second to fourth round range. And Nussmeier is going to be probably one of those guys. He is a coach's son, so you can see within how he plays the position, David, that he is very refined with footwork, with progression reading, with transitioning his hips between his progressions, where, quarterbacks, sometimes the head will go, but the hips don't go with the head, where you're going bump, 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 bump. You'll see the head turn, but with him, he's flipping those hips with it. And what that does is it allows you to really get into quick alignment to then make throws as you're going through the progression reads fast, as opposed to you might see it, but now you got to re-prepare your body to get it in the right position to make the throw. And so a very good anticipatory thrower, can throw guys open, Definitely has a good feel for what he's seeing out on the field pretty clearly. He's had some up and down performances this year at times in some games. I think his arm is kind of in an average-ish spot. A little bit of mobility he provides. He is not super escapable, though I wouldn't say it's kind of a bare minimum mobility stuff a bit there, David. But his ability to throw off platform, throw on the run, throw with pressure bearing down on his face and get the throw off quickly with a fairly quick trigger. He's got a very refined skill set overall at the quarterback position. You know, there's room for growth. Without I was saying also there's room for growth within his game. I was impressed by what I saw on the tape with him, David. He's certainly a guy, if you take him late second, third rounder, I would understand John falling into that line with him on it where he sees him in that way. He's a big guy, good size too that he brings. So there's a lot of plus to his game. I think the things that you would go to maybe missing that's keeping him from being an upper level prospect, like a few of these guys that are in that range, as you go, mobility is not great, and then arm strength is not great. It's all in that sort of kind of average-ish area of things. But that guy with a great supporting cast on a rookie deal could be interesting. Could be interesting, David. And I did like his tape. So I was very impressed. His ability to go through his reads and change that throw angle and get to reads, get throws off that other quarterbacks I think would get stagnant on their hold from progression read 1 to 2. Oh, I can't get all the way over here to 3. I don't have the confidence to get my hips flipped all the way over there to 3 to get to that throw. He does a good job of those. Got to give him big time props on that. Snap out of it. Can you do the Trump dance, Brandon? Sure, man. My Seahawks win. I'll do all the dances. I don't care. It ain't political. It's just dance, baby. That's all this is. That's all this is, baby. It's just a dance. I'm dancing all the way tonight. I don't care. Josh Haas says the Vikings have come back down to earth. They can be beaten. They are not as strong as they were early on in the year, I think. You're right about that. Jordan says, okay, Kidna, better than... Kidna kind of had a couple of years. Well, Kidna's, so let's say we got, obviously, Russ. You can put your order out you want for the next 3 guys between, in my opinion, Dave, Matt, and Geno. I think that Kidna would be the guy then after that. And Megan's gonna be super mad at me because she wants Zorn in there, and I love Zorn, I do, but maybe Zorn and then Kidna, I guess, maybe. But Kidna played pretty good for you for a couple of years. Look at Kidna's stats. Yeah, I mean, John Kidna threw for almost 30,000 yards in his career. I'll give Zorn over Kidna. I'll throw Megan a bone today. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, what does Howard Cosell think of it all? Howard would tell you right now that what you're saying is atypical of an NFL team guided by a new head coach finding their way. NFL fandom is one that wants of its fans the desire for instantaneous returns and ultimately dominant play out the chute. But this runs counter to the intuitive nature of NFL football. One is required to be patient and let the process play out when it has just begun anew. And thanks to the patience of this coaching staff and fan base, that has been rewarded as this team finds themselves in their most firmest footed position of the season, top of the division, with everything in their grasp getting stronger at the right time of year. This is the type of NFL team that is prepared to shock the NFL world in this postseason. Kevin O'Connell says, I think we only lose to Green Bay. I think we sink the rest. Ooh, I like it, Kevin. Let's go. Let's go. SL Hazard, y'all ready for the Christian Haynes season? Man, we're getting it whether we're ready or not. He's a coming. He's a coming. Max Bailey, you can get a great guard late in the first round of the draft. Just got to keep shooting our shots and get lucky. Agreed, Max. It's almost a shotgun approach at this point for me with the position. And if you target a guy that's a second round grade and let's say we draft, let's just say this, folks, like, right? Guards don't tend to get taken by and large in the top 25, 26, 27 picks. Sometimes the guards will be the first guard that gets taken is into the second round. So if your Seahawks were drafting or picking at, 22nd as their first round pick, and they trade back to 29, 30, and they take a guard where they quote unquote reach for that guard at 29, 30, who's really a mid second round grade guy. Is anybody going to be mad about that in the least? I don't think so. Are all of us going to applaud that in unison? You better believe it. Colby says the Hawks Nest goes into a cool stare when he does walking. You got to feel the walking, man. You got to take him on. He's also usually got a smile. He's happy most of the time. Especially when my team wins, Colby. Jack. My team wins. You find me happy, good. And that's why I want my fans today is smiling, saying, yeah, why not us like 13 years ago with Russell? Why not us? Oh, let a man dance. Let a man dance. Bio Mullen. Hey, brother, how's the second round pick for Big Cat looking now? Looking mighty good, man. And you know, with me, Bio, I've been on board with it from day one. So making me look, he's making me look good too on this. And I said, it's worth it, people. Trust me. It's worth it. I'm telling you. And we got his most dominant effort of his short time here with Seattle, but he's been good throughout. This today wasn't just a flash in the pan on that. He's been good throughout. John Thompson says, Brandon, the rise of Job is almost biblical. It is. Like the Job of the Bible, he's had to struggle through his NFL time to find finally his footing here. But it is now the time. He's been tested, and now he gets to be rewarded. Brian Myers says, we don't know the number of blue chip guys until the juniors declare. True. I'm just kind of playing what we're seeing odds-wise on it a little bit. Marty, thank you again for those gifted subs. Folks, if you are gifted a sub on the channel, keep an eye on your community post. We've got Monday morning. I'll get the PFF scores out to you guys tomorrow. And then we've also got a call-in stream today on Saturday this next week. So want to call in, want to chop it up. Let's go. Mike Skinner, go hog wild this offseason on fixing the offensive line. Throw the kitchen sink at it. I'm tired of having this piss poor O-line unit play for years. Amen. Amen. Flags have it in the house. How you doing, man? It's good to see you, Flag. CJ, Brandon, was McIntosh's decision to bring the kick out a product of him never getting to do anything? I think maybe he tried to do a little too much on the play, trying to make something happen as he was getting a rare kind of touch there to make it go. Seemed like he was trying to set the play up to start one way and then reverse back across the field, and then he slipped when he was making the pivot on the turn. That's what it looked like to my eyes a little bit. But yeah, probably just trying to do a little bit too much. Brandon Mills says, go Hawks. Still live, says Ryan White. Still live, Ryan. Still live. Brian E says, that's fine. We've seen a few quarterbacks who've won Super Bowls and barely got credit for being quarterbacks. Trent Dilfer comes to mind, and I can tell you Geno is 3 times the quarterback Dilfer was. Yes, he was. Yes, he is, Brian. And you're right. There's been some guys that have won this, man. And it's not the pathway that most will think that's possible, but I think it is completely possible. It does require then more of the onus to be driven on you building the better overall team around and a supporting cast around that quarterback. It then requires you to have the coach who can maximize that roster and then really bring it all to life. But I think we have those elements a little bit at play here in what we're bringing to the stage. Snap out of it. I think people can live vastly different lives. Don't assume people can afford the life you live. Just saying. Sorry, somebody in the chat there. Addis has got to hit the hay. Good night to all 12s. Great win, and hopefully many more to come this season. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Addis. Thanks for hanging on in the stream for the whole time on that. Appreciate you. Marty says the Lynch tribute, respectable only for Seahawks. Seen other teams do that S, and it bothers me. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, it should be a Seahawks thing. Like, that's our guy doing it. Don't you rip off our guy's thing. I like his little respect to Marshawn a little bit, but I'm also like, that's ours. That's ours. Maybe Vegas can have a little bit of borrowers on it. Maybe Buffalo, a little bit of borrowers on it, Mike Skinner says, everyone thinks you need the Superman of quarterbacks. There are plenty of quarterbacks who have won the chip that aren't as good as Geno. Is Joe Flacco really that much better than Geno Smith as a talent? No, I don't think so. I think they're very good. They're very, very similar talent-wise. And yeah, your point. There's been other quarterbacks that have won it. I've called that a bit of the recency bias that's taken into stage here where people I think see there's so much of the recent Super Bowls have won by Brady and Mahomes. And so you have two goats here doing it. And it just causes them at that point to think that that's now this is the new cost of doing business. You got to go find a goat if you want a Super Bowl win. Not necessarily. I don't think so. I just think that we happen to have gone through an era where two of the goats have passed on through at back to back. And thank you for the reminder, Kevin O'Connell. Please do, if you could for me, folks, hit that like button. We passed 18,000 subscribers today. When I get to 19,500 subscribers, we're going to do a 24-hour stream, a road to 20,000 kind of 24-hour stream, but it's going to be for charity in addition to that. So 24 hours for charity, St. Jude's Children's Hospital. I'm going to set the stream up. I'm going to get a thumbnail all put together and all that. But once we get to 19.5, that'll be the trigger. So we are now 1,500 away from that mark. If you sub up, you can help us get a little bit closer to that mark today by doing so. Brian Meyer says, Minshew out for the season. Daniel Jones to Vegas. I mean, you might try it at that point, Brian. I think that certainly with the 10% of ownership that Tom Brady has assumed from the Vegas Raiders, that he might be a guy that has a little bit of some say on that. Maybe. But you could also be, from a Raider standpoint, of just go get a backup. And I'm not a guy that likes tanking at all, but if there's one team that you can make certainly the argument to just tank and just, go get your quarterback, go get the best. Shedeur Sanders seems to be what I'm hearing a little bit about the Raiders, and that's going to be the guy for them. All right, go hit it up. Go do it. I mean, hell, maybe Dion comes there as the guy too at that point, cement it into place. But I don't think Daniel Jones moves the needle for them this year if he comes in there instead. Game Bro says our defense is legit. It is, Game Bro. They're going to be very well ranked here after coming off this game where they've kind of sealed into at this year and how it's kind of settling out. And great to see, man. Mike Skinner says, holy moly, 8 yards for Connor? That's wild. Yeah, they shut him down. He had no room to work with. Susan Martin, our D-line was amazing. Geno had what looked like hours to decide who to throw to. DK, JSN, Tyler Lockett, Walker. Isn't it amazing how many bullets he has for his gun? That throw to DK was precise. He did have a little bit of those moments and times. There would be moments where it fluctuate back to where there would be not quite as much always, openings there for him to make some headway through. But you also have some moments in this game, to your point, Susan, where he was back there, eating his lunch, having a little entree, a little main course, have a little dessert, maybe a little mocha after the dessert, to keep his energy level up, and then make the throw. But that throw, especially at the end, Susan, to your point on that, where, he's flowing out of the pocket away from pressure, easing his way to the right side, keeping his eyes down the field. DK doing a good job of moving with him in succession, keeping an open target there for Geno to see. Geno spots him, gets down for a real key first down there on third down, keeps that drive moving, allowing you to go score that final 3 points to really put that game away. But he's got a lot of targets out to work. He's got a lot of weapons to work with, Susan. It does come down to that offensive line giving him the time, and if they do, he can maximize it to the utmost. It's really the key on this offense, both for this year and I think going forward in the long term, if Geno is going to be the guy in the long term here. Chris says, give him a spork. Susan, Leonard Williams so huge and great and very handsome. Let's go, Susan. He's a hell of a player. Phoebe says, I think the Bills clinched the East today. They might have. That's a hell of a team. They're going to be a tough draw for anybody in the playoffs. News and analysis to Arturo, the Hawks Nest. What is your favorite Seahawks defensive player of all time? You mentioned Hasselbeck and Geno earlier in the stream. Ooh, good question. I'm thinking, by the way, so I'm turning it over in my mind, make sure I'm not forgetting anybody, because I always forget somebody on the response on this sometimes that I should be thinking about. So I think I would probably slide to saying that probably like Cortez Kennedy or Kenny Easley would be two of the guys that I enjoyed most watching defensively and what they brought. I mean, Cortez got a Defensive Player of the Year award trophy for you on a team that went 2-14. You know, and that guy was such a beast and a monster inside. So it would probably be Tez, and if not Tez, it would probably be Kenny Easley. I mean, the original split safety. The guy could play free. The guy could play strong safety. He could do punt returning for you. Athletic as you would find on a football field in the 80s of any player. Doesn't get enough credit from the Hawk fandom. Doesn't get talked about enough in the Hawk fandom, does Easley. But a sensational player. Megan says, heading out. Seeing you out the round table. Sounds good, Megan. Jeffrey Molici. Big Cat killed it today, and we'll see a whole lot more from where that came from. Boy, did he look great today. Jeffrey just took it over, filled up that stat line, and he has been such a welcome addition to this club. It's a place that I say on this, Jeffrey, you had to pay prime prices to trade for him. You had to pay prime prices to then sign him to a new contract extension. But there are times when you can do both of those two items and you still say it's well worth it. And I think that's important to do, because when you look at those deals potentially down the road, if we look at making a trade for a guy like an offensive lineman that's a good quality offensive lineman, but we might have to pay prime pump prices to get him, you say, yeah, but this has worked in our history in doing that for these kind of players, especially for guys down in the trenches. Dwayne Brown being another success story. Second and third round pick, that one costed you for a guy in his 30s, and you gave him an extension on top of that. Well worth it. And that's been the case with Williams, absolutely positively. Susan says, we got to see Mike smiling and run around for the first time. He's always so stoic. He's doing everything we need him to do and more. He's looking great, Susan. He's been complete. He's been strong. He's been great. And I love to see it. I love to see him out there enjoying this. And today is that for a tough season that's been at times tough sledding to get yourself from point A to point B here, for the moments that there have been times, Susan, that I don't think he's been able to run the totality of his playbook. He's finally getting to that point of fruition now. And it has to be so rewarding when it's such a tough grind and you're starting to see the plan taking root, taking hold, the players in it, clicking in with them. Chris says, I feel like Pumpkin keeps saying preach. He does keep saying preach. Jeffrey says, the Kobe pick you're talking about, what happened to Kyler on that play? Because he just disappeared, didn't even attempt to make a tackle, literally disappeared. Well, he's 5'8". I don't know if Kyler's tackling anybody. You know? And he's kind of like a speed bump if he tries to go tackle anybody. And, you know, sometimes those quarterbacks throw picks, they don't want to tackle. They're like, I think I'm good. I don't know if I got a chance to see for sure. I know Witherspoon was right on top of him on the throw, so I don't know if Witherspoon might have knocked him down. But there are quarterbacks at times. There are those guys that are willing to go out there and they'll, like Russell was great about this. If Russell made a pick, like he would turn into an absolute defender and he'd hurt you on the tackle. But in the case of Kyler, I would guess with him, he's like, I'm small. I don't really want to do that. I don't get paid to do that. John Wee says Purdy's a good system quarterback. San Francisco has a system which fits Purdy. Yeah, he's in the maximum place to take advantage of his skill set to the ultimate. And it's not to throw shade with the limitations of Purdy to say that he's not a good quarterback. He certainly is a top 15 QB in the sport this year, no doubt about it. And that's not just been the supporting cast, but by his level of play at times too. But that's also where the rubber meets the road on when you're going to pay a guy $50 million. Because you're paying a guy $50 million, I don't need system quarterback. I can find system quarterbacks. So I pay $50 million. I need a guy that's going to elevate the cast around him, not be reliant on the supporting cast around him. James Peters says Trey McBride, their tight end, tore up Love today. Had some problems. Seemed like there were some holes in the coverage in general, just them attacking the zones in the right place with Trey. A lot of wide open moments from him where there wasn't even a guy in coverage at times on him. Bryant says, B, thanks for handling another great winning Sunday. 12s, let's celebrate first place. See y'all next time. Have a great night, man. Appreciate you. Mike says, Kyler's the most overrated quarterback in the division. Forced to watch film by the staff, and I got paid for bringing the Cards to the... Forced to watch film by the staff and got paid for bringing the Cards to the playoffs one time to get immediately knocked out. Talk about jumping the shark. It's another guy that I haven't always been as big on with Kyler. I think the Cardinals have found the right way to use him this year, and that what's best with Kyler is to get him to where he's got a good ground game, work off of low volume passing attack. But that's, again, just to my point above on this, where it gets down to now Kyler kind of being more system quarterback than it is him being an elevator of the supporting cast around him. And Kyler's being paid at a high mark to be a guy that's more into that system quarterback role of things. And that's where you've got to be very sure, if you're going to pay those kind of prices for those quarterbacks at that mark, that you're certain about that being the right approach. Dre Bay, great win for the Hawks, but does anyone feel we ran that screenplay a couple times too many? It's all we got, Dre Bay. It's the only good thing that we got working at times offensively. Grub's just like, I'll go until the wheels fall off. Definitely probably ran it one too many times, but I think it's probably a little bit of also an extension of the fact that you're just not running much else very consistently well. You got to lean on it. James Peters says Marvin Harrison got shut down today. 3 catches, 6 targets, 47 yards. Great job, Woolen out there, handling business out there. And yeah, you did a good job on Harrison. He's a good player. D-Zilla Hawk, what's up, man? Brandon, thanks for your streams today. What do you think are the keys to getting our offense rolling next week in the following games? Great question, Zilla. I think that there's some specific things I would do. 1, Geno Smith. Your decision-making inside the 20-yard line in our own territory and your decision-making in the red zone needs to be reviewed. Specifically, you've got to learn to take the L and not make it a capital L, but make it a small L. That means not forcing things. That means throwing the ball away. That means making sure that if we're in a position to score points, especially down in the red zone, that you make sure we're coming away with points. And that especially you're going through football games and you're seeing the defense is playing well, that it's not like early season defense in week 4, 5, 6, but it's defense that's rounding into shape, that you can then lean on that defense, that you can then lean on that special teams unit to help you go win this game, that this is a team sport and that you do not need to be a superhero, because a lot of this is an extension out of sort of him needing to be the superhero play. Play wild and free between the 20s. Play your typical Geno Smith self, and if you throw picks in there, fine. But down by the 20s, inside your own 20-yard line, I need a different version of the Geno Smith than I'm getting this year so far. Right there is the first adjustment. Second adjustment. All right, second point, we're going to move here on this side of it. Manufactured offense. Grub's got to go to the like 10 items that you can go to in a playbook that are easy manufactured things. The tunnel screen is one of those that you can use. You're probably at times leaning on it too much, but hey, it worked for 55 yards today or something for the 50-yard play to JSN, so it's working. But in conjunction with that, throws to the flat, throws to out of, if you're going to go out of shotgun with like a read option, look, you hand it off to Walker, he leaks right up the middle of the field, you throw a little check down for 3 yards, let him work in space. Have a play like you had early on in this game where Walker's in there as a chip defender, as a help guy in pass protection. He's helping. 1,000, 1,000. Now he breaks away. Geno knows which side he's breaking to. We're in the huddle or prior to the week leading up to it. Say, okay, when you're in pass pro and you're out here to the left side and you're starting there, I want you to then leak right out to the left. Because when going through my progression read from Geno Smith's progression point, I'm feeling the pressure. I want to just be able to look at you out of the side of my eye and flick it over there to you, not have to think about where you're at, to know you're just going to be right there. But it's all set up initially a little bit out of him, sort of pass protecting, chipping initially off the play. So you're getting sort of manufactured touches at times to the running back by and large here a little bit, because I'm not anticipating you're going to be able to run the ball consistently to Zilla. That's not something that's just going to suddenly come to life. And so it's going to require a little bit more of the dinking and dunking to make that happen. Roll action out of center with Geno. I want to see a little bit more of that at times. Some easy completions with him rolling out. Sometimes, and this would be especially something that you could do when you're down by the red zone, is you get down as read simplistic, where, okay, you're coming off play action, roll out, under center. You've got the defense probably buying in a little bit on that run play. You come back, you're going to have 2 level reads. You'll have a short guy coming underneath here. You'll have the second level over here with the receiver coming over the top. 1, 2, you make your read. If it isn't there, you go and you scramble and you run, which then leads us to Zilla Hawk, my next adjustment that I would apply. Use your damn legs, Geno. I'm tired of seeing multiple times throughout a game where he's got a wide open hole there to go get him 5-6 yards. That's a successful play. I don't need you forcing the ball 20 yards down into a tight window or throwing a needless interception in the red zone when you can go get that 5-6 yards and it's always there. And there's times that he has that little bit of a holdup that he doesn't want to utilize that part of his game. He's got to utilize that part of his game. If the running game was working more succinctly, if the pass protection was holding up for more of the long developing plays, then you wouldn't have to use your legs as much from Geno's perspective. But that is not the age we find ourselves. That is not the world that we're living in right now. He's got to use his legs. He's got to do it. So those would be some of the ways that I would work this through a little, Zilla. Also, less of the 7-step drops. Less of the trying to get down the field and attack down the football field. I think that there's too much of him trying to progression read up down the field, and that's leading to pass protection woes. Again, don't have the pass protection to hold up on 7-step drops. So live a little bit more soundly in the 3-5-step drop phase of things. But I would intermix all of that. I would own a little bit in the factor of, while I do like to still staying a little bit with remaining committed to running the football, I've also got to understand at this point in time, that's not going to get any better here going through the season. The run game probably is a little bit of what it is, especially with the flopping out potentially here of Christian Haynes for Bradford, because you are going to take now even a further step back in your run blocking. You might take a step forward in your pass blocking with Haynes versus Bradford, but you'll also take a step back now as far as the run blocking goes. So gonna have to figure out that one. Have a good night, Brian. Appreciate you. Marty McFly coming in with another 5 gifted memberships. Marty, thank you for that, man. Brother, you are amazing on that. You're awesome for that, brother. I really appreciate you, man. Jeremy R, Lamb Squatch, Full Throttle Gadgets, Magic Vlogs, PGZ. You guys have just been gifted memberships to the channel here by Marty, our very, very kind man out here in the chat. Thank you for that, Marty. You're awesome, brother. You are awesome, man. Let's go. I love it, guys. Thank you for all of your support. Marty also becoming a member. Marty, you are the man. Don Mata, thank you for the $20 donation. Don, I appreciate that, brother. I'm happy with this win. I see a path on defense, but the offense, the O-line, the running game, along with Geno letdowns, is not going away. Stoked that the 69ers got spanked and the collapsing McVay washing away. Oh, wait, spanked and collapsing, McVay washing away. Great weekend. It's a fantastic weekend when the NFC West can go 0-3. You handled business against the Cardinals, but yeah, like you say as well, you might be seeing at the very same time, Niners fully put to bed, Super Bowl window slamming shut. McVay in a year where they were hoping with high aspirations that they could build upon the playoff run that they had last year, instead looking like there's a bit of regression going on, that maybe we're at the end of the road with a guy like Stafford, and that they're in a position much like the Niners are, albeit from a little bit of a different perspective of having to turn some things over? Is Cooper Kupp going to be part of the long-term plan when that was a guy that they were already kind of dangling a little bit at the trade deadline? Leading up to the trade deadline, they got a couple of wins, so they pulled them kind of back off, but it does indicate a little bit of maybe you might see the Rams in a little bit more of an aggressive push in that mode of saying, okay, we're going to have to really now, instead of just a partial rebuild here, this is going to need to be a full turnover, that this is not really ready to go. And we'll see with the Rams, and they're not done yet this year. They're still in this. Everybody's still in this division, Don, but it is a thing worth watching. There's a slight bit of pushback I was having at times in the chat on this, and I was probably being too hard on it on my side of it, because there is a drive at times for the conclusions on this team to be driven, Don, to say, okay, where are we at with Geno? Where are we at with DK? Where's Grubb at with the offense? And I understand 100% contextually the drive to get there to the determination on these decisions. And to making what is the right choice and the road to go down on these things, because these are decisions that loom. Do you want to make DK Metcalf a $33.5 million wide receiver on average per year? Do you want to pay Geno Smith $40 million on a new contract? Is Grubb, a guy coming from the college level to the pro level, the right guy to roll this into the future? Or is he a little bit in over his head? And these are going to be decisions, Don, that will need to be made and made with certainty in this offseason. I don't think you're rolling with another year of Geno. Let's just try Geno and see. I think with Grubb, it's going to be more of, yes, you're right. We're going to get the offensive line right, and we're going to trust in you to roll with it. And DK, much of the same way. So we'll see where those decisions all line. It gets hard for me on making the determinations with this, Don, and it's been hard for me to see it as clearly as it is for some who can look at this team and say, I've seen enough from Geno, or I've seen enough from Grubb. I have a harder time of seeing the picture as clearly. It looks more out of focus, out of zoom, because of the fact that the O-line holds so much of this process up. It holds back the running game. It holds back pass protection. The penalties that the offensive line will live in, where you're behind the stick so often on top of it. Let's not forget, this is also one of the more highly penalized offensive lines in the NFL on top of all of the other factors that play with it. And it really makes it hard on some of these decisions about these things that you're going to have to make decisions on at the end of the year. DK, Grubb, Geno, because all three of those things in some way or another are impacted then by the offensive line. Are you not able to take advantage of some of the deeper routes to DK Metcalf because you need the offensive line to hold up for those 7-step drops? And it doesn't open up because of that. And you can't get to those plays as much as you'd like to maximize DK. And you can certainly see with Kenneth Walker, you can't create the holes for him to really get the most out of him. He should be a game-changing guy. He should be a guy who's busting off 5, 6, 60-yarders a year. But you don't give him the holes to make that happen. And that's where I come back to, the team could very well make their decisions of certainty on Geno, on DK, on Grubb, and then pivot everything wholly onto that offensive line. And I would come out the other side of that, Don, saying, I kind of get where their decision-making is on that. I can kind of get how they didn't just backtrack that to saying, Geno, you bad. Grubb, you bad. DK, you're all right. But versus saying, no, all three of you guys, there's something here we can work with, but this line thing, this league worst offensive line thing is holding up this whole factor from happening. And that's the part, I don't know for sure which way it'll play on that, Don. I can only kind of lead to the general fashion and what I think they'll do and what I think I would do in that situation. But these are choices and decisions you're going to have to make coming up at the end of the year, and they loom. And we'll see where it kind of lands, at the end of that point. But that's why I want that full year, Don, to make that determination, because I want all of the games. I want 17 games. I want to see what it looks like. I want Grubb to have all of the time of the year. We've gotten to see with McDonald, the system start to really click into place here right the past couple of weeks. Can something similar happen with Grubb as we get into week 13, 14, 15? Maybe, maybe not. But if it did lock into place, as I was making kind of the earlier point on this, Don, if we did lock in and went on a run at the end of this year, Geno cleaned up some of the poor mistakes, and Grubb got able to lock in, maybe find some inroads in the ground game, and they were able to finish strong, and this offense was able to elevate itself into somewhat of a top 10-ish territory by the end of the season. It probably changes our outlook on guys like Grubb or Geno, even versus where some people might be right now in the here and now, Don. But tough choices, tough decisions. But the one part that's not tough to see, the one part that's not hard to understand why we're going to celebrate it and love what we're seeing from it is the downfall of the Niners, the downfall of the Rams potentially here in conjunction, right along with it. A beautiful thing to see and a great weekend. A great weekend for your Seahawks. You get the dub, all three losing this division. You stand up on top of this division now solely alone, nobody with you. And now we just got to close it out, man. Now we just got to finish the deal. Now it's this just stretch of games where you finish the deal, you get a home playoff game. You got the fans full-throated like they've been here. They're re-locked in, they're re-energized, man. Anything can happen in the playoffs at that point. Yeah, I know the Lions look strong. Yeah, I know the Eagles look damn good with that running game. but anything can happen if you can get that home playoff game and just get hot at the right time of year. That's the key. But Don, thank you for the $20 donation, man. Marty McFly with another $7 donation, and Marty is our hero here of the stream today. Thank you, man, for being that guy on the stream today with all of those donations and support. He says, I think the membership gifting is glitched anyways. I got to go, but go Hawks. We beat the Rams. Would have been crazy to go 3-0 in the division. Would have been crazy to go 3-0 in the division. I think you mean it would be crazy if we go 3-0 in the division, finish things out here. And it would be a hell of a way to finish. Finish off the Rams, finish off I guess technically be 4 wins if you can pull it off to finish this all off. But slowly but surely, you're getting that division record a little bit better here. Things are looking a little bit better on that side of it. The 49ers win, Cardinals win, the Cardinal win maybe another week. Sorry if it's glitching on you. Hopefully it didn't hand out seven gifted memberships you didn't mean to give out there, Marty. I apologize if it did that to you, though. But thank you, man, for all of your support today on the channel and prior support. In addition to this isn't your first go around with dropping all of the support and love on the channel. So thank you for that. You're amazing, brother, on that. And I really, really, really do appreciate you for that, man. Let's go. Seth K. Aloha, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, talk that shit on the NFC roundtable. Oh, I'm going to let him have it. I'm going to let him have it this week. I'm going to feel myself this week. Riding high. Ooh. All those boys going to come in there with them frowning faces. I'm just going to be there with a big old toothy grin. The whole hour and a half, just shades. Rocking them. Let's go, Seth. I don't know. They may not show up this week, Seth. We might have taken all of their spirit. We might have taken all their spirit this week. Oh, I forgot about that. Tommy mentions legit. We need Nwosu to get back to fulfill the edge help and run game too. Hey, it would do nothing but help you out. Especially you could those guys like Hall and Mafe that played a lot of snaps this year. You can get those guys with down, take about 10, 15 snaps a game off their back a piece with Nwosu and balance that off across the board. You're going to have a fresher, ferocious, more defense. And with Uchenna, you get a good all-around defender out there off the edge once he comes back, if he can be at full health. It'd be great to see. It'd be so good to see. Steelers or the Seahawks Super Bowl rematch. We got to get our back after that rigged Super Bowl. It'd be a crazy year. Could you imagine if it was Seahawks Steelers at the end of the year in a Super Bowl? God, that'd be crazy. Tommy says, that's what I'm saying. Hall isn't that good in the run game. Nwosu can do both, but dude is injury prone as of late. Hopefully he can come back and be good for the last couple of games of the season. It'd be good to see, Tommy, and you're right. I think in Hall you've seen a guy that's not quite coming forward as a run defender yet in this league. Maybe had a little bit of a better game today than he's had throughout the year, but it has backtracked in recent weeks at times. A guy that's probably could do well to have some of the snap counts reduced down on him a little bit to maintain more of a freshness. But Nwosu would provide that. It'd be great if he can come back and be at close to full health if he's getting over this fully. Always hard to say with the myriad of a couple of injuries you've had. Holiest hand grenade B, as of playoff start today, where do we stand? 2, 3, 4. If the playoffs started today, you would be the you'd be the 3rd seed because you would have the tiebreaker with the Atlanta Falcons that you beat the Falcons. So you would have, the way it would work is that you would have, as I understand it, so you have 3 playoff wildcard teams. So the way it would work right now is you'd have Commanders, Vikings, and the Arizona Cardinals would be your 3 playoff wildcard teams. That would put the Detroit Lions as the bye. The Eagles would then be the team that would take on the Cardinals at 6 and 5. And then the Seahawks would take on the Commanders at home if the season ended today. Great question. Mike Skinner says, Hall is giving me Darrell Taylor vibes as a pass rusher, but can't set the edge against the run or scramble. Yeah, I mean, Hall's had some impressive moments this year, Mike, but there's also been some things that have me a little concerned with him. And I think that he's taken some development steps forward this year, but there is also some places that have remained a little stagnant. I think the criticism on him as a run defender, setting the edge and that type of stuff. We've seen him a little out of control at times with the pass rush. There was a couple moments today where I thought he kind of gave Kyler a potential out of the pocket that he didn't need to, where he just got a little bit too out of control on his pass rush. Soyan says, I hate Geno now, B, laughing out loud. He keeps making bipolar plays that give me heart attacks. Dumb interceptions, and then minute later, amazing passes in the tight windows. Grrr, laughing out loud. Geno's not an easy evaluation, Stoyan. There's nothing about this outlook in Geno, and though I do stand in a certain place in my support of him, I've always said for the folks that aren't necessarily in as stringent a support of where they stand on him, I get it. It's not an easy evaluation. It's not straightforward. It's not just you know it right when you see it and it's easy. And like you say, there are the moments where he gives you that just absolutely make you pound the table and go, that just, you can't have that kind of play happen, Geno. But then he comes back and also does things that other quarterbacks can't do. And you just backtrack through of what causes it. Can it be corrected? I tend to think it can, but I do get that there is a concern with seeing it and seeing it as much as we have seen it on the other side of it too, Stoyan. James Peter says, I had to admit, I told my brother we'd win today since Mac would have a shade defensive back on Murray all game. You made a great call there, James. Great call. Good morning, football breakdowns. I really think we draft Starks, especially if Ray Sean will be gone next year. Probably will draft a lineman in the second. Very possible, man. I could see it happen that way. Good morning. He's the kind of player that definitely would be something that you could see catches the apple of Mike McDonald's eye with his versatility, flexibility. Spaces, if we're keeping Geno, we need to go all in on creating a badass O-line. Amen. I would agree 100% with that. 100%. James Peters, Bradford, his knee. I think it was his ankle, James. They were probing around on his ankle on the field. I didn't think it was his knee. Well, Breeze Brandon shirt going crazy. Let's go. I had to get this when I saw this on Amazon. I was like, that's too nice. CJ says, one Hawk for the Legion of Boom days I always thought was super underrated is Jerron Johnson. Good things always happen when he's out there. Yeah, one of your kind of glue guys out there a little bit. Special teams guy in the secondary for you down by the goal line plays. Yeah, good player. One sec here, folks. We'll be right back. Greg says, the crowd was into the game today. Much better. Thanks for the chat. My pleasure, Greg. And I do agree. It seemed like the chat was, the crowd was rolling today. It felt like. It was great to see. Monsoon, will we beat the Jets? I think we're kind of rolling. I think we've got momentum. I think the kind of the opposite of what the Jets have going right now. And I don't think the Jets are playing for a whole hell of a lot at this point, other than draft positioning. And so, yeah, I think we get it. But they're dangerous still. That defense and that defensive front line is going to give our offensive line a lot of fits. And Rodgers, as much as he struggled and has been in trouble town this year, remains still a very dangerous guy who's played a lot of great football in this sport. You never know when they might just sort of tap into a vintage level of play. Gives us, as we seem more focused on the road and generally played better, reflected in our 3-1 record. Confident we can beat New York next week. Me too, man. Me too. BC's is 4-hour post game, longer than the play-by-play. Amen, BC. Amen, man. We a lot of times we go 7 hours on the post game stream here, so it's just the way we go. I don't know any other way. James Peters is in shotgun. He doesn't need a 7-step drop. A 3-step drop is sufficient with as many times Buddha was down in the box in single high safety. Throw the ball downfield to DK with a little more air. Yeah, agreed. You can just, it's less of a reliance. And when I call it that 7-step drop out of shotgun, it's of course like they're doing it like a 7-step drop from a time frame standpoint, where it's like he may be dropping 2 steps, but with the progression rate and how long he holds the ball, he's obviously holding it for the longer developing routes to happen, which you go, I don't know if you got the pass pro to make that work there, Grubby. Not to do it as much at the volume of rate that they're doing it. And James Peters, I agree, man. Making the offensive line a centerpiece of what we do this offseason. That's at the first and foremost. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, Plan D. A, B, C needs to be offensive line. Then we'll get to whatever D needs to be. Go get another outside corner. Go get a nose tackle. But let's get the offensive line handled. Brandon Jan says the roundtable is primarily a digital space for talking S. Tune in and bring your top tier grade A smack talk. Let's go. Let's go. Seth says Hall crashes down too fast on the pass rush, allowing quick quarterbacks to roll out. Yeah, he's coming from that wide angle, which is part of how they set up the pass rush in conjunction with where they're marrying the other 3 guys to what he's doing a little bit. So a lot of times they are running games around what he is doing, but it can lead at times, to your point, on just getting out of control, downhill too much, and taking himself out of the play a little bit, along with giving that mobile quarterback a way to get away. I think that happened a little bit at times with Daniel Jones in that game. Yeah. Kevin says, please, for the love of God, develop sharp and never let him go. You're definitely struggling to find a maximum. He had a nice little run on a nice little gap run from the Hawks today, but not a lot. Jordan says, I think Hall has the ability to be a really good run defender, unlike Taylor. Hall just gets a little too focused on the pass rush. Yeah, he's got a more of a bag to be able to do it than Taylor did. Much more sand in the pants, much more pure power, much, I think, better length to be able to do it. And he did do it at college at Auburn. It's just been something that maybe it is just getting too enamored with rushing the passer and not locking in as much as the run defender. But I think that there is a little bit more potential upside for him as a run defender than he's necessarily shown so far. Femi says, B, with the way teams value O-line, if we got a guard in the 20s, would you be upset? No. There are positions of certainly that I'm going to get angry about when you go out and you reach for them, where you go, especially if the value on the board was so better to go a different direction. But considering where this offensive line is at, considering that the team does not want to seem to utilize trading for a high quality guy or signing a high quality guy, and that they're going to only make the draft the way that they decide that they're really going to try to take care of this positional group, fine. Then hammer the hell out of it. Hammer the bloody hell out of it. And if you take a guard in the 20s who was ranked to go, I had that guy ranked as 37 on my big board, and the Seahawks took him at 25. I don't give an F. I don't give an F. The situation has gone beyond the pale at this point, and it's going to cause us to probably have to overpay a little bit to rectify it. So be it. I'm not happy that that's the conclusion that we find ourselves in, but that's the conclusion we find ourselves in. Kevin is pushing Alder McIntosh out there for some fly sweeps. I like it. Definitely go to the fly sweep game. Could be helpful too, man. We do not use any of that. Little Dallas Cowboy. Brandon, great show. Thank you. Good win, y'alls. Hey, it's rush hour. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I think you're great win by your Cowboys too. I know you've kind of packed it in so far this season, and understandably so, but hey, it's always good to be a rival within your own division. Knock them down a little bit of a peg. So appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. It's good to see you in the house too, little Dallas Cowboy. Jordan says at UW, they were a pass-heavy team, but they could run the ball, and Grubb did run the ball a lot. Yeah, he did. Yeah. And it kept the defense honest. Agreed. I think it's hard to have much trust in that ground game because you just have such a hard time of getting any kind of push, so much penetration. Christopher Corona, Jeremy Lane, another Super Bowl underrated guy from the back-to-back trips to the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 49 went to S when he got hurt. Yes, he did. And he got hurt literally, Christopher, on an interception on Tom Brady on that opening drive. So when he was making a great play at that, to your point. Mike says, give Grubb some time in his first year. He was already better than Waldron and Shoddy. I'm in the same approach of that at this point, I think, by and large. I'm willing to let everything kind of play out this season. And if Mike was to pivot off, I'd understand what direction he's going with it, but I'd be by and large driven to say, like, let's just roll with this. Let's just go with this. See where it goes. Crashy says, if we pressure Rodgers like we did Kyler, we might send him to a retirement home. Yeah, we might. And the thing that stands out about Rodgers right now is the teams are putting a lot of pressure on Rodgers, a lot of blitz looks, a lot of forcing him to try to have to move. And many people have kind of run this up the flagpole that Rodgers is probably dealing with a lower leg injury in his left leg right now. And that's really preventing him from planting on that front foot. It's kind of maybe a hamstring injury. It's preventing him from getting away and being as escapable as he's been in the past. It's holding him back. For a guy that's already an aging quarterback, it's hard to kind of overcome that. Seth K. Aloha. Thank you for the $5 donation, Seth. The pressure on Kyler today was impressive. And our run D, I'm loving what I'm seeing from this defense. McDonald is that dude. Hey, he is that dude. Its defense is absolutely rounding into shape and to the best way we could ask them to look at this time of year. And it seems like it's clicking into place. It seems like the last 3 weeks, Seth, you've been able to bring out more and more of the playbook. Like you're dialing up like it's a dial that you just keep dialing up a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit more tricks of the trade, a little bit more flourishes here, a little bit more spice on the top. And that's what it seems like he's bringing. Defense has become even more effective, being able to go into the depths of that playbook. They've also played things much more soundly, to your point, especially when it comes to defending the run, which is much more about will, effort, gap integrity, doing your job, being willing to get in there and mix it up. And the defense has really taken on that, taken on that challenge. James Peters says the best part of the defense was the interior defensive push in the pass rush. We didn't get that last year, and quarterbacks always stepped up in the pocket to work the middle. Today, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. And that was a couple of times where you did see, to your point on that, Kyler Murray stepping up into the pocket to try to extend up things up, not to run, but just to get up a little bit further up in the pocket to look down the field. And yeah, you had the guys up in the middle to take him down if that happened, especially Leonard Williams at the center point of that. But everything seemed to collapse down on him when he did that. And the Hawks did a pretty good job overall in their pass rush. The guy like Kyler being, for the most part, under controlled, where once the pressure got to him, he had no escape routes, which is really easier said than done with Kyler, because there's almost always an escape route for Kyler. Brody says Brandon should stream till 4 a.m. Oh, goodness. My tongue would probably fall out. JSN already has the same amount of targets than all of last year, laughing out loud. He's getting worked. He's finding his footing, man. Hanger, I'm sure a big part of Sharp's not being good is the deal with the offensive line. Yeah. He's not a back built to be where he's got to create his own. He's a back that you need to create something for him in the holes that you give him, and then he will maximize those holes to the utmost. He's a little bit of a different player in that way than Walker in that respect, but you're not creating the holes to allow him to maximize anything. 3 Hours says, I'm all for taking Booker or the kid from Arizona in the mid-20s. Sign me up, 3 Hour. I got no worries or hesitancies. If they want to pay big for offensive linemen in the draft, you want to overpay a little bit, you want to take a guy 15, 20 spots higher than everyone else is telling you he should go, fine. I don't see how you won't still get the benefits of that. Oh, we got a league average guard that we took in the first round. Everybody else can poo-poo that away, but understanding we have had desperate issues with finding league average guard play. That is like finding dominance if we could find that. I maintain it's almost just about get this offensive line to middle of the road and this offense can be dominant. Jordan says Sharps isn't a difference maker. He's solid, but he needs a line in front of him. Him missing chip blocks is a different issue. I really don't want to get rid of Grubb and get an OC that is a run first play caller. We're definitely setting ourselves back then. That's the worry I'd have by pivoting off of Grubb too a little bit here. And why I'm a little hesitant to get to that road of things is because I think you potentially can end up taking a big step back rather than thinking you're taking your steps forward by doing that. Sharps is, you're right. I don't think he's a difference maker. His drafted point of being a second round pick looms over the top of him a little bit in people's evaluation of him, including my own. It is getting disconcerting the past couple of weeks in some of the games this year where some of his ability as a third down back, which is supposed to be where he's being at his best, has been a struggle. You know, he couldn't get the chip block last week. He basically caused a sack with Lucas where he basically picks Lucas out of the play weirdly. And then you got the play here in this game where he's blocking down on Budda Baker and picking him up on the blitz, and he just doesn't really pick him up soundly and lets him slide kind of inside. Sharps can be a handy guy to be utilized, but he is what he is as a player, I think, too. And there's some good side to him, and we can still maximize him as a player on this rookie deal, but is what he is too as a player. James says, I'm okay with us taking a defensive tackle in the first round as long as we use that defensive tackle Jones money for a $15 million left guard. Me too, James. I'm okay with it. Especially if you're operating off the principle of value. Value-based drafting model, take the highest guy on your board. Maybe that guy might be a defensive tackle. 3 Hours says, I take Kenneth Grant or Deon Walker, nose tackle. I wouldn't take another 3-tech. It's understandable there too. You are a little deep on 3-techs at this point. Radu, hey Brandon, you should make a video on the McDonald's Seahawks defense and show his different defensive schemes at some point this season. Great suggestion, Radu. I will seek to do just that. Yeah, definitely about time to put some kind of video like that together. I'm going to work on an Ernest Jones video this week. I want to hope to try to get out. So that's going to be a little bit at the forefront of what I'm working on this week to get kicked out by like Friday if I can. But Olu, a little bit of look at him too. And then, yeah, defensive scheme would be something cool to kind of take a look at as well. Great suggestion there, Radu. Crashy, hey B, who's your favorite quarterback in the draft you would be okay taking? Garrett Nussmeier late in the second, Drew Aller in the third. Actually, no, I'd go this. I'd say that Milroe, Garrett Nussmeier, and Drew Aller. If one of those 3 guys fell into the third round, I certainly am happy to jump on them at that spot of things. I would be begrudgingly okay potentially with those guys into the second, but I think I would be more driven to want to find the value on them in the third, where you're sort of replicating a little bit of the Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson thing from 2012, where you had a draft there where there's some guys at the top that were picked, like this draft where Shadur Sanders and Cam Ward, and then maybe a couple of actually quality guys dip down because they're just not silver bullet prospects with a huge amount of upside. You know, they've got some strong upside, but not amazing upside. But those would be 3 guys that have stood out to me that I think would be very good fits into the spread scheme potentially. I would say that it's that kind of draft that aligns right to go get more of a guy in the third round spot of things. And I'd be open to rolling with one of those 3. I don't have a guy that's far and away crashy that's just won me over that I'd say, oh, no doubt about this. I want this guy. Like, absolutely. Like, all of them have some good spots to them. All of them have some of the bad spots on the other side to them as well. I don't think you're getting any real pure game changer in this draft, even if you're going to take one of the 2 guys in the first round. Because I do think Ward and Shadur go in the first round. Keon says, AZ's punter was flipping fields all day today. That really played a role in our ability to score. Without a decent run game, it makes tough. We aren't great at sustaining drives. We need chunk plays. Yeah, they did do a good job. That punter was on it today. He boomed some kicks. That's for sure. We've got some tough matchups this year against punters, too. It feels like we've gotten some grade A punting games here this year. Good point, Keon. 10-yard line, 15-yard line. Yeah. Radu says, could you get Darnell Washington next year trading for him? You could, Radu. I don't know if the Steelers are going to be as open to doing that. I mean, they might look at him as their number one tight end waiting in the wings if they don't like necessarily what they get on a Fairmouth to the long term. The other part of this comes into play is that I think the reason that he did drop in the draft is that we heard the reports after the draft that the reason this guy who was so much more talented than versus where he went in the draft went so low in the draft was because of what was called a ticking time bomb in his knee. And if it prevented the Seahawks, Radu, from drafting him in the first place, I would probably say it's going to probably prevent them from potentially going and trading for him into the future. And we've seen with the Steelers that they are one of those unique teams, Radu, that are willing to overlook physical detriments on a player. So, James Conner, cancer. Hey, we'll still take him. Darnell Washington, ticking time bomb in his knee. Hey, we still go take him. Peyton Wilson, right? The kid out of NC State, no ACL in his knee. We'll still take him. And so they're not hesitant on that in that way. But I think that might make I think we might have a little bit different outlook than the Steelers on that one. Brody says, am I the only one getting tired of K9's dancing and JSN has been playing like our wide receiver one? I think there are times this year, Brody, in watching the tape on the 22, and others have noted this as well, is that there are moments where there's too much dancing going on. There's too much of bouncing it outside. There's not enough of just take the 3 yards in a cloud of dust. And he wants to bust it out. He wants to break it out. I think this is a little bit the thing that affects the quarterback thing too, Brody, is that you get the quarterback, not making the proper decisions when he's under too much duress too often. And then likewise, if you have a running back that's constantly getting hit in the backfield, that's constantly looking at the play segmented hole and seeing defenders already living there before they're even having a chance to basically get the handoff, that it starts to make you think that every single play that you get the handoff, you've got to redirect it to a different hole because they're going to be living there right in that main hole. So some of this is as an extension of that. And again, why we come back to get the offensive line right. So your running back can be more confident in the holes he decides upon. So your quarterback can play within himself. So you can more maximize the talent on the outside. Brody says 3 years, $90 million, $50 million guaranteed for Geno. I think that the Hawks would be happy to take that deal. I don't know if Geno's taking that deal, but I think that John Schneider would be happy to make it happen. And I do think, Brody, that when it comes down to a Geno deal, when it's all said and done, people have tried to overstate this case. I've seen people press as high as saying Geno's going to ask for 20% of the salary cap. And it's never going to get that high, I don't think. And I think that there's room here to find an economical deal for both player and team, a middle of the road kind of deal to make sense for both, a compromise kind of deal to where you're not paying the top end prices of $50 million a year, but Geno's still able to get that final major deal maybe of his career. And we'll see what happens. But that'd be my prediction. Hard to say how it'll all shake out. Don't know what's in John's mind. Don't know how much they're going to put and hold Geno to account here on some of this decision making this year, versus maybe putting some of it on, the pass protection, the lack of the running game. Crashy says, I like Drew Aller. He's very young, can develop for a few years. Big guy, kind of like a knockoff Herbert. I like Drew Aller as well. Was watching him last night, actually, Crashy. I was going through about 3 of his games and checking into what he could do, and came away very impressed. He's got a very good arm. My comparison for Drew Aller is Joe Flacco. I think he's pretty much Joe Flacco with maybe a smidge more mobility, but he's not at the Herbert range or level of Herbert as far as his mobility goes. He is going to be a bit restricted within the pocket, I think. He can play a little bit off script. He throws off platform well. He throws moving to his right really well, and he can still throw with velocity and accuracy moving to his right. He's a very good progression reader. He'll throw with some anticipation from time to time. In addition to that, there's a lot of stuff that's sometimes heavily structured up in the Penn State offense, like Quinn Ewers gets for Texas, where it's a lot of just quick throws. And then every once in a while, you get a throw worked in there where there's a progression read and him pushing the ball down the field a little bit. But he's one of those guys that I do like in the draft. If you want to get him in that 3rd round range, I'm okay with it there. I have a hard time to go in the 2nd round with that kind of guy because the arm is not that outstanding, and the mobility is a little bit limited. But 3rd round for a guy that can bring that to the stage, yeah, sure, why not? Hoop craze. Draymond Jones was fairly respectable today with the inside pressure on the Leo sack. Yes, he was. Hoop craze. And I think when you look at how they stopped the run today and stopped the run in recent weeks, I think part of that has been Draymond taking more of an onus as that early rundown defender off the edge to really truly be that pure power edge that should be able to give it to tackles who are typically looking at guys at 250 on that side of things versus him being a little bit bigger. And I think that he's also done a good job over there too. Radu says, would you say we found our identity yet, or is it not yet determined as you were saying in the past? I think offensively, you still don't have an identity. I think defensively, you're developing it, where it is one where we'll stop the run, we'll turn you one-dimensional, and then once we turn you one-dimensional, you're in our trap. We got you at that point. You're not going to be able to find success once we put you in the trap. Now, if you can keep yourself out of the trap defensively, you can find some running game and you can keep us off on our heels and you can remain balanced, you can make some headway against this defense. But if we take that running game away from you and we force you one-dimensional, we've seen enough indicators where that is a little bit of an identity that this defense has shown. I don't think that they have reinforced it enough to say that's what you're going to get on a weekly basis, Radu, but that's what's starting to form as an identity. When it comes to offense, I think you're still searching. I think you're still just kind of going, I don't know. We're trying. We're spinning through some things. Seth says Draymond's been stepping up the last couple of games. I must admit. He has. He's been a factor. Flag says, man, I love seeing the locker room speeches. Mike's coming into his own. I can't wait to check it out, man. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, Flag, but I'm looking forward to it. Space says we're on the right path, and we are, Space. We are. Keon Lund, K9 with a good O-line would look like Le'Veon Bell. His dancing will be renamed Patience and Vision. I like it, Keon. And to your point on that, it's hard to make those determinations on Keon saying, oh, well, just he's too much of a dancer, or Kenneth saying too much of a dancer, when you don't give him that line that is forcing him to dance so much. You see it with Charbonnet too. He just doesn't have the ability to dance. Jonas says, how was Olu today? Thought he looked decent again. I thought he looked decent, Jonas. To my eyes, it's hard a little bit for me on the line play where it's you got to give me that little bit of that second look back on the all 22 tape, because when I'm doing the play-by-play, it's so much of where the ball is, and my eyes just I can't do the lizard eye thing where I can look two different ways at once, like those lizards can. So sometimes I have to go back and watch kind of the 22 to get really the feel for how Olu played or whatnot. But he held up. He wasn't a big wink link in this game. I don't think he was blowing assignments right and left. The snaps were in good shape. That's, hey, snapping alone, right? It's kind of a big deal. Seth says, I definitely see Byron having a huge breakout second year, kind of like Jalen Carter for the Eagles. I could see it. I mean, I think he'd be having a breakout year even right now if it was just a matter of you being able to go a little bit more consistently to being able to use him as a 3-tech. But he's happen to operate as your nose tackle because you have the need there at nose tackle. I don't think Jalen Carter was playing a lot of nose tackle last year. Don't think Jalen Carter is playing a lot of nose tackle this year. That's why they got Jordan Davis in there. He handles those duties for them. So Byron's being the good soldier here. But I expect when he eventually does settle into that 3-tech role, he will be dominant in that role. 3 Hours says, Luke looked fast on the JSN screen for 40 yards. It's part of what he has is he's got football fast. He didn't test well necessarily, but when you went to Olu on the tape at Michigan, he could land all of those movement-based blocks that you would want within the system. Climb to the second level, pull it back out in space, get out there in the screen game. He's going to get to the right spot at the right time, whether he tested really well or not. I saw the same thing. Hoop Craze, was Josh Jobe even targeted today? Really like how he has been for us. Not often if he was Hoop Craze. There was the one Marvin Harrison play where he was almost able to reel it in on the sideline where he had the bit of the jostling catch, right? That ended up being an incomplete when they went back and reviewed it after the coach Gannon tried to challenge it. And so that was the only time I can remember of him being targeted. And he has been great for us from the jump in that way. A big improvement over what you've had out there with Trey Brown. Like says it takes 2 to 3 years for defensive tackles to break out. Guy's not playing his natural position. He's so damn hyped. Yeah, and he's still playing well for us in the position he's playing at flag. It's just that you're not going to be prolific as a pressure guy, as a TFL machine, as a sack guy, if you're operating from the nose tackle by and large. You're taking on double team blocks. You're doing the dirty work. It's going to depress a little bit of your ultimate production. But it doesn't mean he's not being productive. He is. It's just the role that it's asking him to play. Crashes is Olu's so strong, laughing out at their own people. James Peters says, Olatimi can be a legit starting center as a perfect blend of power and ability. I'd love to see him with a dominant left guard. As would I. As would I. And I think he can be a pretty good player in this league. How good would it be for this offseason if we have both of our 2 inside linebackers set up? We got Kobe Bryant locking down the safety position next to Julian Love long term. And then when we flip it over to the other side of the ball, Lucas healthy, raring to go at right tackle. Olu solidifying himself in there at center. Now left and right guard. Now get some center depth help. Now it doesn't look like as long a road we have to cross to get this thing to the right stage of things. TJ says, Brandon, how has Charles Cross year been going from your point of view? I think ultimately it's been a step forward from his development side of things. Last year, I think he had that injury at the toe right from the jump, and it impacted his ability to really progress last year to a large degree. I think he gave you a little bit of an incremental step forward last year off of what was a strong rookie year, and he's given you another step, not an incremental step, but a step forward this year. He's going to be like a top 8, top 9 rated left tackle by PFF after this week's game, and that's about what we thought we were getting in him. And the guy that you were getting at the top 10 pick was not the guy that you were expecting to be Walter Jones reborn, but was the guy that I said I thought he could be when he rounded into full shape, which was the Laramie Tunsil type. Guy that could be a top 6, top 5 left tackle in the sport. And that's pretty damn good. I'll take that. But he's had some tough games here as well. Last week against the 49ers, he had some hard moments. But overall, he's held up. He's taken that step forward. I think he's going to be a sub-dominant player there for the left tackle. And of all the guys to put on an extension this year, coming out of that draft class from 3 years ago, I think he's going to be the easiest one to sign to a new deal as far as making that determination. Flag says, Quentin Williams, Jeffrey Simmons, Dexter Lawrence all took multiple years. Yeah. And Byron's been fine this year with Lauren Flag too. You know, it's those guys, back to your point again, none of those guys I don't think were asked to play. Maybe in the case of Dexter Lawrence a little bit, but most of those other guys I don't think were asked to just strictly live in the one, nose tackle role throughout the course of the year. Brody says, is it Grubb or Geno or the O-line or all of the above? I think it's all of the above. I would probably put a little bit more on the O-line than the other two. I think the other two are being impacted in what they can do by the O-line. I don't think the O-line's being as much impacted by Geno and Grubb, if that makes sense. Keon Lund, thank you for another $2 donation, Keon. I appreciate, man, all of your support. And LTUDO6, thank you for subscribing to the channel, LT. Appreciate you for that. Keon says, later, skaters. Perfect weekend. Thanks for the great post game. My pleasure, Keon. Thank you for all of your support today. I appreciate all of that from everyone and you as well, and multiple times over. No one gets the type of support that I get out here on YouTube. I'll tell you guys that. For my size, for my bang for buck, for the people that come in here and show the love every single time I go live without fail. I would never ask for more than what I get from you guys. You guys are, you are absolutely showing me all the love in the world, and amazing at that. And it puts me in awe at times how much support I get on this channel from you guys. I'm very thankful for it. You guys are letting me chase down my dreams on this and being able to do this. I love it. I still want to say, I still want to see what the chat has to say as we do kind of start to finish up a little bit here today. Am I off my rocker here? Like, am I off my rocker on this one? You guys got to let me know. Get to this here. Let me get to this. Where am I at here? I mean, I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. I need the chat to let me know if I'm taking crazy pills here, because this is the Seahawks. If you guys don't know, the Seahawks had this cool meme thing here, posted from the Seahawks channel. You guys can see here, Seahawks double X point weekend, kind of knocking Kyler, right? Kind of having fun at Kyler's expense. I think they're showing your boy at the Hawks Nest some love here. I think they're showing some boy. We got the gray chair, green headset, even with the green line. Look at that. With the same green line right on it. Controller in hand. Beast mode behind the gray chair. Beast mode behind the gray chair. 12 to my shoulder on the front. 12 to the shoulder on the front. I mean, maybe I'm just crazy on this one, but I feel like I feel like maybe the Seahawks are showing me a little love on this one. Subtle love to the Hawks Nest. Some subtle Hawks Nest love. And I just want to say, the Seahawks PR team, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. And if it is the truth, I dig you about it. Maybe just a crazy coincidence, but I appreciate it nonetheless, as I just thought that was kind of cool. I was like, wait, what? What am I showing you? Am I seeing this right? Am I seeing that? And I just dropped that video like a couple weeks ago too. So I think they saw that video I had it on. I'm just saying. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Lakin Tomlinson, the guy even LJ Collier can beat. We would be monsters with a half-decent left guard. Yeah, it's one of those things where you want the sort of, here's just a great place for where, here's a great signifying moment for where you find your offensive line, like where you've reached. And LJ Collier is not necessarily having even a solid year for Cardinals. He's just a guy there for them out there. He's been just like he was a guy for us. And he goes out there and whoops Lakin Tomlinson's butt. And you go, yeah, that's kind of emblematic of where this offensive line's been at. Not just the left guard, but just where the line's at. Like, we're handing out career days to these edge rushers right and left. Guys like LJ Collier that can't get so much as a pressure or even sniff of pressure is out there getting a pure sack on you. And yeah, it was a kind of a tough moment in the game, Ski, where you went, yeah, it's been that kind of year with the offensive line. That it fit the form. As shocking as it was to see, Ski Nation, it also kind of fit the form from what we've seen from this line. But thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. And good to see you in the house tonight, Ski Nation. Thanks for being a member of the channel as well. Radu says low-key beast mode in the flag. I mean, it's just, I could be seeing something, man. I could, but it's just so close. Beast mode to the back, beast mode to the back. Great chair. 12 to the front there over my right shoulder. 12 to the front on the right shoulder right there. Headset with the green line. Like, they even did the green line with my headset. Might just be my ego. Hoop Gray says, Seahawks admin for sure took inspiration. Jose Lopez says, that's you, G? Let's go. Maybe I ain't crazy. Ski Nation says, it's Brandon. George says, no way that isn't you. It was cool. I caught that right before I went live. I just did like a double take and went, wait a second. That looks familiar. Wait a second. Eon Tyrell says, what a win. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Sentai says, cool. Yeah, kind of cool, huh? Brody says, Kyler got a small concussion. No way the brat. I thought you were calling Kyler a brat, but you meant beat. Says, no way they beat the Vikings next week. Excuse me if I can breathe here. Yeah, it's hard to see them going out there and getting the dub against this Viking team next week. That's for sure. On the road. 10 a.m. game. Kyler and this group has traveled well this year. They played the Bills tough on the road. They beat the Dolphins 10 a.m. on the road. So they've stood up. They've stood up. That part's for sure this year. And that's a team that doesn't tend to just sort of, give you a sort of stinker. They might lose, but they're going to show up if they lose. But again, you bring up the point with Kyler. He did get back up off that field with, I thought he was concussed too. He had kind of the concussed look where there's sort of that dazed sort of look. They were doing something with his ribs. I do think that maybe he had gone back in the locker room, got kind of the Toradol shot there, Brody. That's why he was able to come back out there and play through it. We'll see if they do an MRI on the ribs and if they find that there's something going on in there. But he might not be. He's not going to probably be at 100%. And that Viking front with all of their blitz games that they'll run at you, you saw that gave the Cardinals offensive line trouble in this game and might very well do the same again next week. Vikings have at times been very good at stopping the run. So they take that away from the Cards like we did today. Might get the same results, Brody, to your point. Hans Van Wyn has been celebrating almost 12 months, 11 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you for that. Hans, what up, B? Woke up this morning with an awesome feeling after that dub, and you are still going. Love it. Go Hawks. Hey, man, I got to go strong for my peeps after a big dub like this. Season-changing win like that. Jonas is from Jersey, seeing in the Hawks versus the Jets next week. Let's go, Jonas. Let him know, man. Represent. Rob says, haha, that's great. Warchie says, total nod to you, my bro. Seahawks are recognizing the potential. Let's go. I'm glad I'm not the only one seeing it. I was like, I think it's there. Brandon Johnson says, haha, for sure, Brandon C. Coincidence don't mean totally random. They certainly took a piece of posture from the old Hawks nest in their meme. Gotta be the case. Jose says, that's you, G. Seth says, that's our boy. I thank you guys. Cool tip of the nod, man. That's a cool thing by the Seahawks PR team. It's a great joke, number one. It's hilarious. But it's also cool to be included in it in that way. Hoop Craze, how do I think Knight played? Knight played a great game. Another game where obviously Ernest Jones is eating up all the tackles because he's just a tackle leader, and that's just what he does. But Knight right there alongside with him. And so 10 tackles in this game from Ernest Jones, 9 tackles from Tyrese Knight. Knight also got a sack in this game, tackle for loss, and a pass defensed. So another guy that just absolutely filled up the stat column, but you also felt his presence out there. And it is both Ernest Jones and Tyrese Knight in upgrading those 2 inside linebacker positions over recent weeks, which is part of what's galvanized this defense and injected the life that's injected into him, especially when it comes to stopping the run. He is a big linebacker out there. He is a sure tackler in space. And that showed up a couple times in this game. But got you a little bit with the blitz game as well. Him and Ernest Jones running a little bit of a looping action there on the play, forcing Kyler up in the pocket. It worked. He was able to get the sack. It was pure on his part. And he's been really good, Seth. He has been really good. PFF had Jones knocked on the grading last week, you noticed, but they had Knight highly rated in the game in his PFF score. He's going to come out again in the same kind of way. CJ says, Kyler having nightmares of getting spawn sniped from the Hawks nest. Let's go. Radu says, call me crazy, but Josh Jobe and Tariq have been playing pretty equal. No, you're right about it, Radu. There was a stat that came out that Jobe just crossed the 100 snap count last week of a minimum on him being graded as other corners are out the league and how he was performing. And he's been one of your better corners in the league and how he's held up yards per target and completion percentage and quarterback rating. And if you look at corners across the sport, he's one of your highest graded guys up there. And we're starting to get beyond that sample size point as it's been quite a few different starts he's stacked up to put that performative level out there. Seth, I've been wanting him to play even before the Jerome and Tyrell trades. He's making you look good on that, man. He is. And I didn't know that he'd be this much above where those guys would be at from his ability to be performance. And I got owned on this one. I was flat wrong off the tape of what I saw with Tyrese Knight. I put a little bit of an asterisk on it saying, look, I didn't get as much tape to watch on this kid, so making ultimate determinations isn't quite as easy with him on this one. But he's gone so far beyond what I thought we were going to get from him as a player in the long term and in the short term here. If he's playing like this right out the jump, and he's been playing like this right out the jump going back into training camp and the preseason games, what does the upside look like on Tyrese Knight? What does that guy look like? James says, a lot of people forget Josh Jobe was a starting cornerback for Alabama for 2 years and got hurt right before the college playoffs and the draft. He's legit. You don't do what he's done in the past couple of weeks just by happenstance or accident. Because keeping in mind, to your point in this, James, when you're in a secondary that's going to have Tariq Woolen on one side, who's given up about 170 yards total in receiving this year, and that quarterbacks don't tend to target a lot. When you have Witherspoon, who's been very good in his coverage abilities, and you have Jobe, what that's going to cause quarterbacks to do, I think, by and large, and by nature of that, right, James, would be to go for the weak link, or for the preconceived weak link, which you might think is that Josh Jobe character over here. But he's holed up. And that certainly is a lot of what the Falcons tried to do in that first game that he started, where they were attacking him all throughout that game. They were getting Drake London matched up on him and going after it. And he was holding up, and he almost jumped a pick in that game. And then I think got a pick the next week after that. He has been very, very impressive. Very impressive. And if he keeps playing like this, frankly, if he maintains this, James, he's going to earn himself some money this offseason as a free agent. Slowly one. Think DK and JSN dropped 1,200 this year? I do. Yeah. I think they've started to find a very good balance between these two guys. And you're going to have both these guys probably hovering right around 100 yards receiving throughout the rest of the year with some of the balance that you found between them, not to mention the fact that you're probably not going to find much of a real consistent ground game at any point in time, which is going to probably keep you into a pretty high volume passing state throughout the rest of this year. Jonas says, that's definitely you, my guy. Oh, thank you, man. I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw it then. You know what I mean? I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw it. Very cool moment there today. It was a great win, but what a great, cool thing to see after at the win, that little thing post up on the Seahawks thing where I went, all right, let's go. George Squitter, let's go. First place in the NFC West. Is Tyrese Knight really that big of an upgrade over Tyrell Dotson? This defense has been playing a lot better since Knight took over. Indeed. I think with Dotson, the team kind of was starting to run out of patience anyway a little bit, at where you're not working at Mike. We're going to move you back to where you were at your best with Buffalo last year at the Will. Played 2 games at the Will. They didn't see the improvement from him. They said, hey, Knight can at least give us that as a standard issue of a base of play. Plus, he's got the upside of a ceiling that we have a lot of faith that he can go up there and hit. And yes, it's the combination of Ernest Jones. It's taking these 2 inside linebacker positions that were below average from what you're bringing to you're getting above average to maybe even a little bit better play than that from both of the 2 of them over the past few weeks. And how that's then elevated the rest of the defense with it. And when those 2 other linebackers that were here, they're not bad players, but the deficiencies within their game were holding back the defense. Not being instinctive enough, not getting off of blocks enough, not playing with enough ruggedness as tacklers. You can get out of their tackles too easily at times. The combination of those factors really mounted, I think, for this defense. Jeffrey Toss says, I saw your reaction to Kobe's pick. It was awesome. I'm just this short away on the moment of dog cussing out Mike McDonald. If you guys get a chance, go back and watch my reaction to Kobe Bryant on the live stream. I'll try to post it as a clip to the channel. But I'm basically dog cussing Mike out for the worst timeout called in the history of man, to then just the pick 6 happens, and now I'm just completely flipped around, calling Mike brilliant. I had to chew on my tongue on that one a little bit. Not my best of moment. I get emotional during the games, Jeffrey, you know. The Gavin King, Gavin, KG. Go Hawks. Awesome win today. Awesome win today. 3 hours says, I'd assume PFF grades Leo in the 90s. I really don't see how you can't. 6 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 3 TFLs, a pass defense, and a handful of pressures. Yeah, I don't know how he's not up in the 90s either, or 88.7, something like that, right? 3 hour. If he comes out of this game with a grade of like 72, PFF's doing something wrong. This is the one where he should come out top end all the way. I mean, that was a dominant game-wrecking effort on his part. Jack Maloney says, hey, Brandon, any other solo gimmicks you finna to bring on the round table? It's solo this time. Ha, ha, ha. I was making the joke, Jack. Everybody already Mike in our group chat on the round table already put in, I think he was doing it jokingly, where he's like, I'm going to be a little late on Tuesday. And it wouldn't surprise me if we find all 3 of those guys a little late. Maybe I'm going to have to run the whole show there with Z-Bot. It'll just be Z-Bot asking questions about the greatness of the Seahawks. You know, great Seahawks or greatest Seahawks team, you know, those kind of questions. But Jack, I'm looking forward to it. And I'll see if I can work up might have a couple gimmicks in my bag. Might have a few tricks up my sleeve. Drunk says, I want to say Witherspoon sealed the game for us with that pick 6. He's just a difference maker. Credit to Kobe Bryant for the pick 6 too. Working together, man. It's teamworks make the dream work. And it's to get turnovers. It's sometimes 1, 2, 3, 4 guys working in conjunction to make it happen. On that play, it's your defensive line taking away the read option look for Kyler Murray, forcing him to take it to the edge and see if he can get it to the edge. Then from there, it's Witherspoon driving on him and forcing his hand faster than he wants his hand forced, certainly taking away the edge so that Kyler can go get the first down. And then it's Bryant in the right place at the right point to make the right play to go get it. And wonderful play, game-changing play in this one. Grandizer 12. Brando, congrats on the win. Your prediction on how the Hawks season will play out. Seattle Seahawks remaining schedule. At Jets, at Cardinals, Packers, Vikings, at Bears, at Rams. Go Hawks. The pathway as I've foreseen it here coming into last week, and it fit to true this week, so I'm going to stay with it, Grandizer. You get both of your wins against the Cardinals. You get a win against the Jets. You get a win against the Bears. And you take down the Rams at the end of the season, and you take the division. You can lose against the Packers. You can lose against the Vikings. Both games at home, by the way, they have very much a good chance to go and get those wins. But you take care of business on that side of it. That'd be my way I'd predict the season to play out as it finishes out. Of course, There's a lot of room in this NFL for things to switch on a dime. But you go through there, you've got your prerequisite wins to get the division. By that point, you very well may be facing the Rams in the final game of the year, and they may be completely out of it. They may be reaching that Week 17 matchup, and there's no chance for them to make the playoffs at all. And if that's the case, do they pack it in at that point in that final game? So it's right there. It's right there within our grasp, Grandizer. 3 Hour says, you see Hodson's winning pick? I didn't see it 3 Hour. But good congrats for him, man. CJ says, I always thought the Carroll regime looked past Kobe too quickly. People forget we drafted him ahead of Woolen. The Jim Thorpe Award winner for best defensive back in the nation, overlooked because he played with a guy named Sauce. Indeed. Indeed. I think there was a little bit of an outlook of what's the natural position for him. Where does he need to settle in at? There wasn't always a plan there in place for him. I think what's helped for him too is going to a defense that's going to ask a safety not just to do real in the box kind of safety stuff, but allow this safety to say, hey, you got to do a variety of things. We need you varied. We're going to use you all over the football field. And that's one of the nice things, CJ, with this new coaching staff is they'll take a player with this multi-functioning skill set. You played outside, you played slot, you played safety. We can utilize that. We're going to pop you all over the field a little bit. Beamy says, we had a crazy spoon game, and then it was Leo who's next B. Maybe one gets 2 picks next week. It's Aaron Rodgers, so anything's possible. Hey, Aaron will try to fit balls in at times. That's for sure. He'll try to get it in there. So maybe you might be right. Maybe you get to be the prophet this week, Feed me. James Peters, I believe Job is restricted, and the Seahawks could put a second-round tender on him. They might. They might very well do that, man. Let me take a look at him. I thought maybe he had been in his 4th year here, but let's take a look. Yeah, you're right. So you can throw a second-round tender on our guy at that point. And maybe the team does it. And boy, again, you start to eliminate things that you have to necessarily deal with moving into the offseason at that point, James, right? Hey, we've got Kobe Bryant locked in at safety. One potentially still here for another year. Witherspoon's still here. Job out on the other cornerback role. Nehemiah Pritchett as your developmental guy behind them. Your 2 inside linebackers set. Your defensive line set. I mean, if you get Job on that contract with the way this defense is kind of developed, you might very well walk into the offseason going, well, we nose tackle, maybe another edge. Not a whole lot you're going to necessarily have to go and deal with in this offseason. But I do agree, James, you let Trey Brown walk at this point. That's for sure. No, that's undoubted. Ricardo says, hey, still basking in the glow of the win. Oh, I've got that thing they used to use in the old days, all the older people back in the 70s when they were sun tanning before they learned about skin cancer. I got that thing out right now. I'm bathing in that glow. Says, loving everything about this team except Grubb. His play calling is so vanilla and predictable. The O-line excuse only goes so far. Well, you're not the only one to say that today, even in the stream for me, Ricardo. We've had a couple folks in that same lane of things. Understand where you're coming from. And very well, that might be the case on the way Mike McDonald sees it at the end of the year in his assessment of it. We'll have to see. But you're not alone in your outlook of that at all. Jeffrey, we need to pay a lot of good players soon. Which players do you think we need to invest in? Cross is a lock, but I would hate to see K9 thrive somewhere else. You've got the money to sign any of the guys you want to sign here, Jeffrey. You really do. There's cap flexibility for this offseason. There's plenty of contracts to move off of to sign the new guys. I think when we get through this offseason, I would register to guess that you will get a contract extension for Charles Cross done. You'll get an extension done for Boye Mafe. You'll get an extension done for DK Metcalf. Tariq Woolen is a little bit hard to predict where the team will land on him and if they may have him play out that final year of his deal. K9 is another one that's a little bit tough to predict here, Jeffrey, where there's been a recent track record of when the team has paid the last few contracts of giving out significant money. So the final last deal that you gave to Marshawn Lynch, the Chris Carson contract that you handed out, even an Eddie Lacy deal that you handed to him. These have not worked in the team's favor paying money to running backs recently. And they maybe, as we've seen with John before, if he gets burned onto something a couple times over, he might change course with it and say, I don't want to be paying for these guys. I might draft them high, but I'm not going to pay them. So I think that it's going to be a bit of a hard part for me to see them spending the money on K9. But with that said, if you can find some of these middle of the road contracts with running backs, Jeffrey, we're seeing some of these running backs start to have their come to Jesus moment where they're like, okay, look, my value should be this, but running backs just don't get paid that. So I'm going to take that instead, which is still really well paid, but I'm not breaking the bank. Josh Jacobs, or the kid that signed with the Titans, whose name is escaping me, in Pollard. Certainly the Saquon Barkley deal is a much of a higher end deal, but some of those lower end deals that you saw that were still pretty good market setting deals, but maybe you can find something like that. Use the Chuba Hubbard recent contract for Walker as kind of a beginning place that you can leap off of maybe. But I don't know for sure on that one. It's hard to say with that, Jeffrey. As far as anybody else goes, Ernest Jones might be another guy that I say you're going to invest in at this point. I think that's a pretty solid bet. Those are the only guys for certain right now, I'd say. War Chief says, Brandon, whenever we're number one in the division, you should wear a crown, laughing out loud, along with your shades. I need to go find a crown, man. That's a great suggestion. Got to locate that on, I'm sure I can get that on Amazon. Slobby One, do you think the Niners front office will actually let Shanny go? I don't think they're that stupid to do it, Slobby One. I just think that there's some impetuous, impatient fans in the Niner fan base that, are looking for sort of the new shiny toy. And I don't think that the ownership is going to do that. We've heard that they are very much pro Shanahan. They may make him, Slobby One, remove some of his powers from the general managerdom, where, hey, less of you telling John Lynch what time it is and more of John Lynch being able to be a true general manager. So I think that's really what we're more likely to see from the ownership rather than letting him go and firing him. Phoebe says Trey Brown has pretty much got his job taken barely on the season. He did. Job's taking it, man. Sometimes that's what happens. Henry says, in that case, B, Rams probably try to play spoiler. I mean, they may. If it's Stafford at the end, if it's some guys that have been beat up along the year, like Puka's dealt with his share of injuries, Cooper's dealt with his share of injuries. I mean, in the case of a guy like Cooper, if Cooper's a guy that they're looking as being a real true trade asset that they want to use this offseason, if they're looking to turn this thing over, like let's say they get Stafford retiring and they want to then say, hey, okay, let's turn this thing over. Cooper Kupp's getting a little bit older. Maybe there's a team like the Chiefs that will sign up for giving us a second round pick for Cooper Kupp. Well, keep him healthy through that last game. But you're right. They may just very well try to play spoiler instead. Drunk says, what's going on with the Jets? Is Aaron Rodgers playing or is done? Hopefully it isn't a trap game. Should we be worried about the defense of the Jets? Yeah, I think that's at the forefront of our concerns here, Trunk, is that you have an offensive line that has had susceptibility to having defensive lines take them over, both in the run game and in the pass game. And you have in the Jets a really good defensive line that can get after it. Will McDonald, Hassan Reddick, Quinnen Williams, the most dangerous threat on the inside. Even guys like Michael Clemens, who is functional behind them. So they can run a lot of tough guys at you on that line, and they can be a long day at the office there just on that basis alone. Not to mention Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed are effective corners on the outside. Those Sauces having a little bit of a down year out there. Aaron Rodgers is, I think, dealing with an injury. I've heard people say, and I think it's true, that there might be something like a hamstring on that left leg that he's dealing with because he's not able to step on that front foot when he's throwing the football. You can see him favoring it. And I think that that's causing some of his throws to be errant and him not to be able to really, drive into things as well as he'd like to. Calm Cow, Hawks Nest, was there any important injuries to know of besides Bradford, which TBF is kind of whatever. Tariq Woolen went out for a little while. He came back into the game, but to my eyes, that was the only real major injury other than that you dealt with in this game was just the Bradford one. Brandon Jana, we're definitely beating the Rams. Packers are the largest looming concern at the moment. Might actually gamble on the Vikings game. Think we win that too. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Ricardo says Jets are cooked. Their defense regressed, and Rodgers is a statue. He won't hold up to our pass rush. And they're at 8 losses on the year. I don't know if they're in even the mode of where you start to have guys looking at that Cabo schedule, making their vacation plans. How long till the season's over? You even get that mindset even a little bit. You get a little bit of your edge lost and start thinking about that. You have a little bit of your team thinking about that in that way. You're going to get beat up pretty fast, pretty quickly. But the Jets have seemingly remained competitive in most of these games for the most part. So I don't think they're just going to lay over. It's going to be a tough game still nonetheless. I think it's going to end up still being a close game. So he just says, what I love about Kobe on this team is he could naturally slide in at corner if we ever needed him in a pinch. His original position, so versatile. I'm happy starting for us now. Me as well, man. Well said. Yeah, if you ever need a pinch at corner, he could probably pull out there for you in a little bit of a spell. Brody says, do we want the Rams to win next week so they don't lay down against the Cardinals? No, because I'm still Niners out of it, Rams out of it. Let's just take them one at a time, week by week. Let's just drop these suckers out the back door one at a time, and then we can hand off the Cards the week after that. We can make them the final drop off for us. Keep losing, Rams. That's what I say. Seth K. Aloha, thank you for another $5 donation. Seth, I really appreciate you for that, man. You and Jesse are always honest and non-biased on the NFC West roundtable. Always love hearing your takes on the division. Let Mike have it. He was so confident. Yeah, Mike was feeling himself, that's for sure. I can't blame him. That team's been playing some really good football and a lot of reason for that confidence. And I really do appreciate that about Jesse. And it's what I want and what I do with you guys here at all times. It's not about me being the rightest of the right. It is about, if I give you guys an opinion, you know with 100% certainty it's me being honest. It's not being driven by rose-colored glasses, but it is truly what I think. And I've probably given it a lot of time in reaching that conclusion. And I think with Jesse and how he runs his channel over there as well, that is absolutely the case. That he's going to be honest with his takes on it. That he's going to be right more often than not on his outlook of things and see it very clearly. And a smart football mind on top of it. And that's something that's, I think, it's a tough pull in this business and what we do on this, because there's so much of a draw to become a homer. There's so much of a pushback you will get at times for being negative. You don't get benefits for running counter to this, everything's great, everything's wonderful, we're the best team ever. But you trust in the fact that the people will appreciate, at the end of the day, the honesty more than they appreciate you waving the palms. And it's not easy. That's why I say it's not easy to make that choice. That's a tough decision to make as a person doing this stuff, because people do push back on any kind of negativity. They don't like it. Thank you, though. Appreciate you for that, Seth. I'm going to let Mike have it. Don't you worry about that. He's got a show, though. Feed more Seahawks. Kobe Bryant is a rare player. He has great ball skills. Rare. Forcing fumbles. Rare. Playing versatile. Rare. Dude was made in a lab. Hawks Nest. Definitely a perfect kind of fit, too, for a McDonald defense. A guy that has that much versatility maybe doesn't get as much out of a Carroll defense as someone else was mentioning above, but you get him in this McDonald defense, he's like, I can put that guy to use all over the place. I can get the most out of that guy. And he's developing into a hell of a safety. Zorn76 says, fun game today. In person, good crowd, solid noise in the stadium. They held up. They did their part today, Zorn. Really did their part. One of the better games of the year as far as the volume of noise. And maybe the fans starting to get a little bit energized by what they're seeing from this team on the field. Radu says, could Shanahan get fired and be demoted and hired as an OC somewhere else? If Shanahan got fired tomorrow, Radu, he would be hired as a head coach. If he was fired on Monday, he'd be hired as a head coach on Tuesday. He would instantly become the number one target of any NFL team looking for a head coach in this league if they were to fire him. And I think just by that nature alone, by that being the reality, that eliminates that really as a possibility. Because I think when the Niners get down to it, to the brass bottom line here, when that owner's looking at Shanahan, no matter where the season ends up for the Niners, and he says, hey, if there's a line of guys going out the door that want to get this guy, if we let him go, maybe we shouldn't let him go. But I do think when you talk about demoting, I think the demotion comes from what we've heard in general terms is that essentially Shanahan is also the general manager there. That, yeah, Lynch is general manager by name, but that Shanahan is general manager by practicality, by actuality. And so maybe you see them pulling back some of that from his control. Seth says, I should have said cocky. Oh, yeah, I'll give him a little cockiness. I'm down for that. Why not feel myself right now with this year? Rick Cepeda, thank you for the $5 donation, Rick. Good to see you in the house, brother. The offensive line still allowed 5 sacks. What's the opinion on Kelvin Banks and Wyatt Milliam? I have looked at Banks. I have not yet looked at Milliam. So give me some time on that one, Rick. Let me get my notes out here on Kelvin Banks. So here's my initial look. I did about a 3-game look on Banks with my first look with him, Rick. So there still is certainly some more opening for wanting to look at him with a long-term view. He is a left tackle in college, but I think he may offer some ability to be a right tackle at the pro level. I don't think he's going to be able to be moving well enough as a left tackle. He's too much of a guesser in pass protection as a left tackle, meaning I just don't think he has just quite good enough feet out there to work as the blindside left tackle. Now, he's got enough power, 6'4", 325, to work as a good maybe potential power right tackle. And so maybe right tackle is a place he can settle in at. He is the type of guy, if you talk about taking him in the first round, where we saw last year, Rick, that the Seahawks were looking to target heavily on J.C. Latham. That if Latham were to drop, I think he's the pick over even Byron Murphy if he falls to them. And I think in Kelvin Banks, I see a guy that I do see as being a guy that you want to long-term move him, I think, to left guard at the pro level. He's a built-in-the-lab type offensive lineman, strong punch, ideally sized, just doesn't have quite the natural feet. Can get, a little bit of a stumbler, can get off balance, but you kick that guy from tackle to guard, now becomes a good mover inside. Really good sink to his hips and a good command of leverage. And that's a big part of why I saw with him, Rick, as a guy that could be transitioned into left guard, is if you have a tackle that has a tendency to play high out at tackle. This is one of the reasons that I've always pushed back on Lucas going into guard, is Lucas is a 6'6" right tackle that also plays with a little bit of height because he has so much length and he can leverage that out and he can win that way. He doesn't have to be a pure leverage guy to win as much. This guy with a lot more, and Lucas got some good sink too, but this guy, a little more natural bit of sink to his hips, 6'4", good natural, a little bit lower bend that he can give you there. I think you kick him into left guard, and then he also gives you a little bit of insurance there, Rick. I love this about this, and I love this about the attack Seattle would have had with J.C. Latham this offseason. There's a guy that goes out there and can fill in for your right tackle if Lucas goes down with the injury stuff, but then also can then slide into left guard if everything's working out right and Lucas is running full bore and everything's good to go on that. Wyatt Milliam, I will add him right now to my list. I know I've been meaning to get around and take a look at him, Rick, as he's been referenced a couple times to me, and I want to take a look at him and where he's at. But Kelvin, an interesting cat. Because the guy you might progress out and say good high end for him as a guard. Teams looking at him as maybe quasi a tackle. You take him into that sort of 20s range in the first round because I don't think he'll necessarily be a top 15 guy. And you slide him into that guard and believe he'll fit in really nicely there, and I think he potentially can. I will take a look, though. Check back in with me, Rick, on Wednesday's roundtable show. I'll try to make sure. There's two guys I want to look at, the Indiana quarterback, Rourke, and then I'll try to take a peek, too, at Wyatt in addition to that. Zoran76 says the Seahawks cannot take anyone lightly, including the ayahuasca day tripper. Very true, man. Any given Sunday. Slubby Juan, Lincoln Thompson's going to give up 7 sacks alone against the Jets. Might be a long day at the office for our guy out there. Might need to get some double team help. Ricardo says, I have multiple Jets in fantasy. I've been watching all their games, and I truly believe the Seahawks don't have much to worry about. It's been a tough year for the Jets. They've really struggled to find their footing, and hopefully you can take advantage of that and continue to do so. As I said, they do have some dangerous elements in this game coming into that can give us some problems. But like you said, they haven't, this year so far, they've been what they've been. They didn't get to 8 losses by happenstance. They've earned those 8 losses. D was awesome today, Zorn. They were great. Carter says, I'd like for Shanahan to replace Grubb. I doubt he takes his demotion, though. Yeah, not when he's got all those head coaching opportunities that he'd have in front of him. Freebies, it's hard to take the Cards seriously. 60 years as a franchise, but 1 Super Bowl appearance, not good. Yeah, it's been a rough road for that fan base. It's been a rough road for that fan base. And I do think that they've been moving in the right direction. And even if they finish off softly this year and come out to 7 or 8 wins, that's an improvement over 4 wins, and they're moving in the right direction. And if they can just get Gannon, the defenders he needs to make his defense run right, they're very dangerous on into the future. And we're talking about next year, the year after that, who are the teams that remain dangerous for us as this moves into scope? It kind of is more so Cardinals than it is Rams and Niners that are a little bit at the end of their road. Imagine, Ricardo, if Shanahan just took the OC job with us just to get back to the Niners. Like, I could take the head coach. I'm just going to go there for a year just to wreck the Niners shop. Just to go get the Seahawks a world title and show them Like he does it out of spite. Daddy Dennis, Card fans call themselves Red Sea or Bird Gang. When I hear Red Sea, I yell Hawks. They sell C. They said C. Zorn says the D parted their C today. Yeah, they did. Our Seahawks D was Moses with the staff today. Ricardo says, I only recall the Cards being good once when they had Kurt Warner and Fitz and Bolden. Yeah, that was the best Cards team that's ever been. Radu, who's the worst quarterback prospect you've ever looked at? J.J. McCarthy? I think the two that stand out to me from the same draft that got talked up a lot were Matt Corral. Like, do you remember how many people were getting hyped up on Matt Corral? And he finally dropped in the draft the right place where he should have gone. But then obviously Malik Willis too, where you had many in the Seahawks fandom that were even hitting the gas for us to take him in the top 10 or whatever it was in that draft, which would have been absolutely silly beyond all measure. And with Malik Willis, the thing that stood out to me watching the tape with him is he looked rough on tape playing at Liberty against Liberty's level of competition. When he's struggling against that kind of competition across from him, how do you expect him to be better as a pro at that point? So it was so many rough edges that were around his game as well. With JJ, I could see him being a decent prospect, Radu, but that was more of he should be in second and third round rather than being talked about as a top 10 pick. So that was a guy that there was some value there to him as a player, but not in a top 10 range of things. That one just seemed like a one that was being driven wholly by this guy, the national title, and just people were getting enamored with all this other extra stuff other than he should be more about here. Hand grenade B, any Jets O-lineman we can snag in the offseason? No, unfortunately not. No. I got some older parts and pieces on that line in certain spots that we'd be uninterested in. And a guy like Elijah Vera Tucker, who we might like, is not going anywhere anytime soon. So, Daddy Dennis, 3 lowest winning percentages all time for NFL teams. Bucks, 40%. Jags, 41%. Cards, 42%. Ouch. Boy, the Bucks did so much damage with those late 70s, early 80s teams. That team's won a couple of world championships, and they're still behind that ball, huh? Woo! Zorn says the St. Louis Cards NFL were fun in the 70s with Don Coryell before he went to San Diego. I don't even remember that team. BB, hey B, Jay Reed's turning 32 this year. He's not going to be expensive at all. Can he play nose and 3-tech? Any chance we can keep him? He's the lead to go to. I'd love to keep him. If you can find some relatively good salary that's going to make sense for both him and team, like they did before in the prior deal they signed him to, I'd love to see it. And he has had a very solid year this year, Feed Me. On top of, like you say, being a very good leader in there. Him and Leonard Williams, I get the impression that those are two of your big leaders there in that defense. And it's good to see. OT says, honestly, if Geno uses his legs more, I think we make it deep into the playoffs. So one of those places I say of adjustments offense can make going forward, OT. Like, we've had problems. What are some tangible things we can do going forward to correct this? I think one of the things that stands at the front of this, to your point, is having Geno use his legs more. From Grubb's standpoint, telling him in the course of games, hey, use your legs here. Run. Force the defense to be honest in their way of assessing, with your legs, not just running out of control in their pass rush all the time. Brody says you should play GTA 6 on stream when it comes out. I'm going to, Brody. I probably won't be doing it on the main Hawks channel here, but you will definitely see me over there on my Twitch channel, TheSeahawksNest, as I stream over there a lot of my video game playing, and I will be definitely doing so when GTA 6 comes out. A couple games coming out this year. That's why I wanted to get the Twitch channel really rolling and going, Brody, is that this offseason, especially when things quiet down, I'll be over there quite a bit. So definitely I plan on doing some streaming on that one for sure. Danny Dennis, worst ever. Kelly Stafford, followed closely by Dan McGuire for quarterback. Yeah, I think Dan gets it. I think Dan gets the nod on that one. Kelly, it's good pick right there too. Definitely good pick right there too. Sword 76 is Kyle an only child? He never learned to share. Brandon Jana, haha. Shout out to Liberty, 15 minutes from my house. Yeah, passing on Malik was a wonderful thing. I was fighting so hard against it because there were so many in the fan base that time that were so on board with it. I'm going, no, take Cross. Take Cross for the love of God. Just take Cross. King Zhao, what a defensive performance we had today, Brandon. Oh, it was a beautiful thing. Dominant from the start to the finish. You took it to him, pick sixes, pressure, stopping the run. It was the full meal deal of a defensive performance. Full meal deal. Radu B, do you like John Mateer out of WSU? I do. Yeah, he's a fun quarterback, man. An improviser, really good legs, good vision down the field, and being able to assess things on the fly really well. I think he's probably going back. He's got another year, I think, of college that he's going back for, and hopefully he can stay at WSU. He's got a lot of people that are trying to pilfer him away from WSU. I love seeing him in those colors. I like seeing him out there just making it happen, and yeah, I haven't done a deep dive on him, but the little bit of action I've been able to watch him on, I've been very impressed. Solidly built QB, pretty good arm. Needs another year of development, I think, at the college level before we start really looking at the full outlook of where he'll be as a prospect, but impressive. Yeah, I do a little GTA. Brody says, Mike is just going to blame the bye week and not credit our defense on Wednesday. Possibly, Grody. Yeah, that makes sense. He might say that. Well, we just, it's obvious the bye week at that time just caught us the wrong time and just threw off our mojo. King Bomber Brandon, let's have him go. Let's go, King Bomber. I'm so hyped for this defense. We're so back, baby. This is our division. You better believe it, man. I love it, King Bomber. Let's go. Let's go, brother. And a hell of a game. Hell of a game. That was a fun one to watch. Last 2 weeks, this kind of football I can enjoy. I can like this. Crashy says GTA 6 won't be out for another year or two. Keep getting delay it. They keep delaying it. Yeah, they do kind of keep doing that, don't they? Which is weird because it's been like 8 years since the last game. Like, you guys, you're making billions off this game off the old one. You can't, like, you're stuck. It's getting harder to make games, I guess. King Bomber, I'm so hyped for this defense. We're so bad. Oh, sorry, I read that. Moto Kyle. I didn't end up watching any of the Seahawks game here today at my mom and stepdad's house. And good news, the Seahawks ended up winning today sometime versus the Cardinals. They got it pulled off, man. King's out. Devin Witherspoon's 100% the value in the 5th overall pick. He's doing 3 players' jobs at once. He's by far my favorite defensive. He is by far my defensive player of the game. Well, I think he was right there, Devin, and the game he played was great. I'll tell you what, for my money, King's out. Leonard Williams was just a game wrecker out there from the defensive tackle position. But if you want to go with Witherspoon, I'm good with that too. He's been a great. And yeah, he's proving well worth the 5th pick at this point. It's not about the statistics and locking on that. It's about really just watching the game and him flying around on that defensive side of the ball and all over the place. Hey, Dennis, all I know is beating stolen teams is sweeter since they stole our Seahawks. One time for the St. Louis. Hey, one time for St. Louis. We'll get you guys back at the end of the year for the Rams too. We'll double dip St. Louis for you guys. King Bomber, on a less positive note, the Geno interceptions have to stop. Offensive line has to get better. Amen and amen, man. Geno's got to get better in the decision making. And especially when he's down in the red zone, these red zone interceptions, it needs to be over with quick. Needs to stop. He needs to start learning to live another day, offensively speaking. Radu says, I think the roundtable will finally credit our defense, which they should. I'm hoping they do as well. King says, and how about JSN today? He's really emerging as a top 10 wide receiver. He is. Yeah, he looked great. He's rolling. Bomber Witherspoon played phenomenal. I watched the press conference and Mike McDonald gives the most relaxed response. Yeah, he was the flat guy. He did his job. It was cool a couple weeks ago, I thought, where Mike kind of singled out Devin Witherspoon a little bit. And I kind of wondered if Mike was doing that at the time a little bit because of the fact that it had been a little bit of a quiet year for him as far as, pure production goes. I think he was playing still a good year up into that point and still doing all that we thought he could do, but you weren't necessarily getting the full impact of that on the field necessarily. And I think Mike was given a bit of a tip of a cap, confidence booster kind of moment of, hey, Kid's putting in the hard work. He's doing the right stuff on the practice field. Just got to stay with it. Just got to stay with it. And this guy's a game changer in our defense. He truly is. And Mike's been hyped for him from the day one on that. Zorn says JSNs equals poetry in motion. King Bomber says the 49ers downfall is here. We need a ring in the Mike McDonald era, baby. Let's go. And yes, I do think we're hearing that window slam, slamming shut for that Niners Super Bowl run. A few more Seahawks. You going to play Marvel's Rivals when it comes out, B? I mean, maybe. I'll check it out if it's worthwhile. They're going to have to earn it. I ain't going to just give them the money over, but I'll take a look at it. Brody13, I didn't know you had a Twitch. I will sub up now. Thank you, man. If you are looking to, folks, if you look in the description section of this very video, you can see a link that will take you directly to my Twitch channel. It's The Seahawks Nest on Twitch instead of just The Hawks Nest, The Seahawks Nest. But I'm usually over there streaming a couple times a week over there on the games. So it's not as much chat interactive at times because I'm locked in on doing what I'm doing. But I get a little bit of interaction there with you guys in the chat on that side. But definitely as we get into the off season, especially, we'll be doing a lot of streaming over on the Twitch side of things. Seth Kaloa says, you got to send Mike a fork after the L we served them. I might just have to. I might just. Ricardo says, it's interesting what Leonard Williams said in the press conference. He said that he watched film on Kyler, and if he pressured him closely, he can't throw over tall defensive tackles. No, he can't. Yeah, you get your hands up, especially a guy like Leonard Williams, who's already so big and then so long, and you're getting that close to Kyler. He does not have the ability to get up over those hands. He's got to create separation and space from the defender to be able to throw over the top of it. And it is a restriction from Kyler's game. It really is. And it's a restriction that there's not a lot he can do about. But can you force him into that box? That's really the key, and they were able to do that today. Brandon Jan says, well, damn, currently playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Any opinion? Pretty fun IMO and sad storyline, apparently, like the first. I've gotten with age a little bit more into the multiplayer games, where I just don't get as much satisfaction from the first player games. I tried Red Dead Redemption 1, and there were just some, because I was thinking about getting part 2, and there was just some repetitive nature to stuff, and some stuff that you're doing these like not fun things as much to. And so I just don't get as much from the first player angle of it. I like multiplayer games. I like working with the homies. Team Bomber says also, I think Rick Woolen might be traded at the end of the year. It's possible. It's possible, man. There's possible trade value out there for him. Is he a fit to this defense and what Mike wants to get from his corners on the outside? Maybe not on that one. Guys, Zorn says JSN smooth on his routes, holding AZ to 6 points. Surprised me for sure. Hell of an effort on our part. That's a good offense, Zorn. And to stop the run as well as you did is big time. King Bomber, Geno has looked like a phenomenal quarterback for 99% of the time of the game, then looks like he doesn't belong in the NFL the other 1%. He fixes that, and the line can get better. We can make a run. I think Mike just doesn't want to hype a player up. He knows that was an impressive play and doesn't want to make him overconfident. One of the many things I appreciate out of him. The roundtable show is going to be so fun. Tuesdays are starting to become my favorite day of the week. Let's go, man. Let's go. And yeah, it's the hard part about the assessment in Geno Smith is that it's not pure and it's not always easy with him. That there's a lot of extra math you have to do at him, where some quarterbacks you can just look at them and make that assessment and okay, you see it clearly, you know what he is, you know where he's going. And you're right about that with Geno, is that there's all these parts of his game that he can show off that's so good and the decision making is so right and it's so pure. And then you get those moments where the one, like you say, the 1% or even a little bit more than 1% at times pops on up and it's the worst possible result when that thing goes wrong in those small amounts of times that it does go wrong. But it gets you the worst possible result. It's the interception down there at the red zone that's inexcusable. It's the fumble at the end of the half that costs you 3 points. Throw it away. Give yourself the field goal opportunity. Play to your defense. Read the room. And that's where we've seen him have some problems. I think where you come down to can he fix it or not, to me, King, is it says, well, is there a hitch in his giddy up, or is there something he's doing that we can have as a coach come to him and say, you don't have to do that as much. And I think it's the hero ball nature that he's driving towards at times, where he's just trying too hard to make a play where there isn't one there to be made. And he's got to do a little bit more of trust your defense, trust your special teams, trust the rest of your team in general. This isn't just all on your shoulders and on your back. And so that's where it is potentially correctable by sort of the coaching guidance. But it also might just be, as well with Geno, something that just is a factor of holding him back. And that there's not really two ways around it a little bit. LTU DO6, he says, you called that Kobe pick, right? He made me look very smart this week. Yeah, I had a random occurrence, and you guys know I don't do this a lot, but I had this random, maybe I was feeling something in the ether of the flow. Some of it was watching the tape on him and seeing how close he had come the past couple weeks to getting a pick, but I did indeed say this past week, Kobe Bryant is getting an interception in this game against the Cardinals. I'm calling my shot. I can sense it's coming. And he made me look very smart today. Phoebe says, Kobe Bryant didn't get flagged for the nut grab. How do you not throw the flags but give them fines out? It's confusing. I think he got flagged, Phoebe. That's why that field goal was a miss, is that the field goal got dropped, pulled back because of the 15-yard penalty. Bomber, also still no news on Nate Davis clearing waivers or anything. Very interesting. Also thought Haynes played okay for most snaps in the game. He definitely struggled at times, but overall, okay. Always hard for me to tell on the line because I'm so locked in King Bomber in the play-by-play. So it's kind of, I got to review the all-22 to see on that. And Nate Davis clearing waivers, nobody putting a claim in for him. Kind of interesting. Some of that is, I think, the $4 million price fee that goes with him for the remaining portion of his contract on the season. But maybe with the Bradford injury, they kicked the tires on that one. Zoran says, McDonald showing some emotions during the pick six and his locker room speech was awesome. I like to see it too, man. You know he's got to be locking in right now and feeling good about what he's seeing from the first year of this team. Daddy Dennis says, who's the worst owner in the NFL? Jerry Jones. And it's not even close. Any owner that would want to be a general manager at the same time as owning a football team is utterly ridiculous and deserves to be laughed at every turn. Dre Bay, sorry I left the chat. Well, you got back, man. It's all good. Do you think we run that screen too many times? I don't, Dre Bay. I think what's happening offensively is you're very limited. And in being limited, you've got to work on the things and utilize the things that do work. You got a 50-yard play off the tunnel screen in this game. It's been, by and large, very effective for you, and it's been a very effective portion of your offense. It also serves 2 points where it's effective, and then the secondary part is if you can continue to run it effectively, it's going to help to slow down a little bit of that pass rush on the front side because they've got to keep a back eye out for that tunnel screen on the back end that they might have to get back and help out on. So it serves a couple different points of help, and I'd like to not have to run it 4, 5, potentially 6 times a game, but there's other parts of the offense that just are non-functioning and you have to do it. You can't run the ball particularly well. The long developing routes don't really work down the field because your pass protection doesn't hold up long enough to make those work. So you're kind of having to kind of any port in a storm a little bit on the play calling as it stands right now. King's House says, nah, Woolen did a good job. He really did lock up Harrison Jr. throughout the game. He did a great job over there on him, yeah. And I'm not saying they're going to move him for sure. I don't know what they're going to do on that one. There's a potential looming decision on that with Tariq. Or Reek. Night looking good, Crashy. You're right about that. Brandon Jana, thanks for the opinion on round 2B. Totally understand what you mean. Oh yeah, on the deal. Oh, Red Dead, I think I meant round 2. You meant Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, and I think when I was younger, as a kid, I loved doing the first players. I think just when the augment of the multiplayer really came out with the Halos and your Call of Duties and your just, even now you can do GTA as a kind of multiplayer thing. There's just something fun. There's nothing like the experience of when you get a crew of guys together, working together on stuff. And, I'm doing zombies on Friday night right now with my boys, trying to see how far we can get on the levels with that. I like that, It gets you as close a kin as you could get to of going back in the day and playing, pickup basketball games and stuff like that. And it gets you some of that communal spirit, some of that collective teamwork thing going on that you don't get in other ways. And I just really like that as a draw in games. I wish I liked the thing with this video game era we found ourselves in is it's a very kind of dark era for video games, but not necessarily for first player games, or for one player games. There's been some good ones that have come out for that. Daddy Dennis says, we're getting a parade of bad owners. York, followed by Bidwell, followed by Woody Johnson. Maybe 3 of the worst. 3 of not your good ones in the NFL, to your point on that. Not good. Zorn says, I enjoyed witnessing another PAT miss before clinching field goal by Mr. Myers. Yeah. And that's the nut grab by Kobe Bryant took you back 15 yards in the rain there, and it made it a little bit of a tougher kick. But hell of a kick by Myers there to put us up by 10 there and close that thing out when he did. Hell of a kick on his part with that. Ricardo says, I think Grubbs gives too much deference to Geno. Carroll had an offense that limited Geno's turnovers. He didn't have the same number of INTs the last 2 years. Very well could be the case, Ricardo. Very well could be the case on that. Dangerous. If we win the division, I want to see the faces of the people who said firing Pete was stupid. Ha ha. Go Hawks. Those folks have gotten mighty quiet over the past couple of weeks, haven't they? And what you also notice about those folks, as I often say with this, Dangerous, is that, I've got to be here whether I'm right or wrong on my takes to own it when I'm wrong and celebrate it when I'm right. And the thing you'll see with those folks that stay so hardenedly on those opinions, like the pro Carroll folks who say he gets to choose on his own ticket, he gets to leave, this guy's not going to be improvement, should have fired Carroll, is that games like last week, games like this week, you see them dead silent in my chat. You don't see them coming back forward and saying, I was really a guy. I haven't seen one guy, one person or girl in my chat and since the start of this year who's the ultimately pro Carroll person who's like, should never have been fired, should still be the head coach, who's come back in and eaten their crow and said, oh, okay, this did make sense to do that. It's the nature of the beast a bit with these kind of opinions, I think dangerous, but notable nonetheless. Brandon Jones says, I love the tunnel screens. Keep it in check, but lean towards dialing that S up more often than not. It's working whether it's with halfback or JSN. That's where I'm at with the two. It gets the ball out of Geno's hands. It doesn't get him in long progression reading moments. It at least somewhat forces that defense to not just pin their ears back and let loose when it comes to their pass rush. King Bomber says, saw another post on Reddit. The bomb Cyclone defense. The Cyclones. So yeah, and this is what I've been saying all this time. He don't know how to move in and out of the pocket. He needs to make the right decisions, what to do under pressure. Please, no more unforced interceptions. Yeah, and I think that's where Geno can quite easily in these moments of when times get tough, use your legs. When you're in a moment of confusion, just go to your legs on this stuff. But I've also said he can pinpoint this down to places on the field. It seems like these issues mostly have popped up this year inside the 20 when you're looking at a far field on your side of the field and then down in on the red zone. And if he can just even lock in those moments of playing ultra conservatively a little bit, I think it could be a big boon for the offense in preventing some of those unforced turnovers. Drunk says, what's wrong with Shaq Charbonnet? Are we using them wrong? Is he okay? Living up hype? Okay, but his blocking is not really good. Blocking has gone backwards the last couple of weeks, Drunk. Zach is a running back, unlike Kenneth Walker, that needs holes to be opened up for him to be effective. And if you give him holes, he will maximize those holes to the utmost. The problem is over the last year and a half years that you're not opening any holes up for your running backs. So there are running backs that can create on their own, Drunk. There's running backs that can't. Zach's a guy that just can't on his own. Daddy Dennis says, when are the local 7-Elevens going to change their name to 712s and get with the program? I know, man. Ricardo, yeah, COD Zombies is one of the best multiplayer games. I used to love Team Fortress 2. Yeah, I really like COD Zombies. This one this year is really nice. I wish they had a couple more maps on there. They only have the 2. And the one I really like is the open map one where you can really move around and do some things. But it's very addicting for me. I just like to see how high I can get up the levels. And I really enjoy the zombies. And working with you got 4 other guys and 3 other guys you're working with in there. I enjoy it a lot. Bomb Cyclone defense. Good name. Hope they earn it. Let's go. Trebe, based off the second MRI for Purdy and what we saw from AZ, you think Seattle versus the Los Angeles Rams week 18 will be the game for the division? Rams are going to have a tough pathway to get in there with how they're playing right now. I'm not going to lie to you there. But yeah, it very well could be set up that ends up being the way this plays and goes. Yeah. It's certainly a realistic possibility. Radu says, do you like Mike McDonald better than your off-season pick of Harbaugh? Yeah. I mean, I still would have trusted in Harbaugh doing a great job if he was brought here, but they're just doing it from 2 different ways, I think, a little bit. But I believed in what Harbaugh would bring too. I think they both can be ultimately very successful. It wouldn't surprise me if we look at this from 3-4 years down the road from now and we come to find that both McDonald and Harbaugh end up playing in another Super Bowl. I mean, Harbaugh in that case. Not McDonald, of course. King Bomber, I think you can get Zach Charbonnet production with a 7th-round pick. He's not an awful player by any means, but because he's a 2nd-round pick, I think it's a miss. Yeah. It's also, this has been a rule of thumb proven, King Bomber, with John Schneider. He tried to disprove the rule. The rule is very hard and fast. And that is that if you get a running backs that you're going to go pick high, if you don't have the offensive line in front of them to make it happen, you might have a guy with Walker who can work a little bit around that. But by and large, you're not going to be maximizing those 2nd-round running backs and getting the most out of them if you don't do that. You know, it's like how the Eagles go out there and spend this money on Saquon Barkley that some teams maybe wouldn't be willing to spend, including the Giants, who didn't want to spend that price, right? And the thing the Eagles are willing to do that is because they know they've got the offensive line in front of it to maximize that player to the utmost. And with Zach Charbonnet, he's got to be that kind of guy. And what John did here in his approach is he said, I'll take these 2 2nd-round running backs and they will overcome for my piss-poor offensive line rather than be elevated by my really good offensive line. And hopefully John has learned his lesson on this, King Bomber, but I think that that's where this decision really has gone wrong. I think if Zach Charbonnet had an offensive line in front of him actually creating holes, he'd be a very effective running back. He'd be a very high average yard per carry guy. But that it's so bad on the front end of things, you've removed that, and it has proven the rule of thumb. I haven't had a chance, Brandon Jannon, to check out the Cowboy play yet. I've been streaming, so it's been nothing but this. Ricardo says, yeah, Braylon Allen on the Jets is about as good as Zach Charbonnet, if not better. He's a 5th-round pick. Yeah, that's fair. Selby Wan says, after watching the Eagles gash the Rams, dude, I really want to know line, laughing out loud. I've been wanting one for a long time, man. And that's what the Eagles do, is they constantly put that investment into that line. They never short sell it there. Keep it built deep. Bomber says 2022 draft, however, they could have had the Eagles center over K9, but I'll excuse that okay. Could have had Juergens, man. And that Charbonnet pick in the 2nd round looms tough versus some of the other directions you could have gone. Yeah. Walker's difference maker. He can do some, he's really kind of close to special talent for the position. But Charb's just not in that neighborhood. Carlos says, hopefully the overreacting of running backs goes away with the firing. The overrating of running backs goes away with the firing of Coach Peter Clay Carroll. It very well may. It very well may. Trey Bay says, I don't think we understand how huge the Commanders' loss was. We don't just have to rely on the division to win to make the playoffs. No, it's big because you were looking at them playing the Cowboys twice, I believe, in the Commanders' case and saying that's the 2 freebie wins for you at that point. And I don't know, man. I think that's definitely, to your point, Trey Bay, opens this door back up for us to go out there and go get a wild card if we don't get the division too. You're right about that. Joao Ferraria says, can Geno get better? Yeah, Geno can get better with 2 things that can be done, I think, at the forefront. First and foremost, get the offensive line in front of him and turn that into a strength of this football team if it's possible. The second part of this is, Geno, dial back the hero ball. Play cleaner games. I understand you feel a draw and a pull to have to be this guy that elevates and flies high and everything else, but you don't have to. Stay in the pocket, trust your defense, trust your special teams. Especially down by the red zone. Those 2 things happen, you'll have an elevated level of play from Geno, I think. Soren says, I don't think Rodgers will finish the game the way the Jets are going. Might not. Rodgers says, draft time is one of my favorite parts of the football. Shows the brains of the team. Yes, it does. King Bomber, yeah, agreed. This is precisely why I hated the K9 pick. He might be a good player, but you're not getting the most out of him in his prime, which is his rookie deal because your O-line and offense is awful right now. Yeah, I certainly was okay with the 2 picks at the time, and John saying, hey, I don't think the analytics stat heads are right on this. I think they've got it wrong. I think that running backs can overcome bad line play. I think that they're that effing good. And Instead, what's happened over the past few years since the Walker pick is that that's been disproven from John's perspective. So like all things I say to my general manager, I don't expect you to be perfect. I don't expect you to hit everything right. You want to zig when everyone else is zagging? Fine. But then learn your lessons along the way. Oh, this worked. Oh, that didn't work. Let's stay with this. Let's go ahead and throw that in the trash. Let's go ahead and throw away the second round running backs in the trash thing when we don't have an offensive line to give them any kind of holes to work with. That didn't work. That's been a failure. And a big part of why, on top of a couple other things, this offense has been so bloody inconsistent. Ricardo says Jaden Daniels speed running that RG3 arc. Grandizer, thank you, Brando, for taking the time on my question. I think by the time the Hawks play the Vikings, Fleury's defense will get figured out by the late season teams. Geno should be able to pick it apart. Go Hawks. Well, I hope you're right on that, Grandizer. I think that is one place that even today you saw at times giving our offense troubles is those stacked boxes in fronts. And it being so varied by Flores and how he runs it. And that it's not only given Geno problems in times recently in recognizing where the blitz is coming from, / when the blitz is coming, but it's also given our offensive line a lot of troubles in properly picking up the pass protection stuff. Even down to a guy like Zach Charbonnet in recent weeks, struggling as your help defender back there, as your chip guy back there. So go Hawks, Grandizer, anytime, man, anytime. King Bomber, we're also seeing it with CMC with the running back thing. Man, his career seems derailed with those calf injuries. There's the spot that they tell you about, King Bomber, that you hit 2,000 touches as a running back and that Father Time is not forgiving after that point. And that you'll have a weird guy like a Derrick Henry who might be able to outpace that, or a guy like a Frank Gore, or occasional guy like Adrian Peterson. But most backs, once they hit that 2,000 touches, and that's including, by the way, King Bomber into college, that when you get to that 2,000 touch point, it's pretty much, you're going to be close to Dunsky. And if I'm not mistaken on CMC, he's up at around like 3,000 touches almost when you take into his college touches with his pro touches. And he's getting to that age where this is about the inevitability that you hit. It's not a shocker that he's landing at this spot, especially King Bomber with his heavy amount of usage with the Panthers for his first couple of years where they were trying to validate that first round pick that they put on him, where they were really working him probably too much. And certainly has been the case there with Shanahan and how much they've overworked him there as well. John Stillwell in the house. What's up, John? Man, it's good to see you bring a smile to my face. See my man John Stillwell in the house here. John has been dropping the big notes here on the channel, showing that big time support, and he comes in with a $100 donation. John, I don't know if you saw this, man. I know I've showed it to you guys already, but John's just recently come here into the house, so I got to show him this cool thing. I got to see what John thinks. John, check it out, my man. Check it out. I dropped this video a couple weeks ago on my Shorts channel, reacting to that Abraham Lucas was returning, John. And we get this little meme from our Seattle Seahawks here in this game after the win. They're dunking on Kyler. They're making a little bit of a joke to his Call of Duty double point XP weekend thing, right? With Kyler Murray on that. And then you look at the top here, John. Take a look at this picture at the top, my man. Take a look at this, brother. You got your guy in his chair, gray chair, 12 over the right shoulder, beast mode over the left shoulder. They got my headset. Headset matches up. I don't know, Johnny. I think we got a little bit of love from our Hawk PR folks today. Got a little love. John says, "Hi, Brandon. I hope you're doing well, man. I'm doing phenomenal, brother. You are also phenomenal, of course, in everything you do for this channel, man. One of our absolute Mount Rushmore folks as far as support and encouragement on this channel for many years now on that side of it. From John's perspective, he has been absolutely unbelievable in what he's brought to the table for this channel. And John, man, I know I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, and it never seems enough on that with this kind of support that you do give to this channel and what you allow me to do on this channel, because there should be no way that even a guy at the mark that I'm at right now on this spot at 18,000 subs is able to do this full time. Many of the people I'm sure even that you'll see at this spot across the landscape of content creators aren't even close to getting to that place of being able to go full time. But I'm able to do this because of support from guys like yourself, John, and what you brought to the table on that. I really thank you for that, man. I really, really thank you for that. As I get to do the dream job, and days like this, it's just a reminder as to why when things go right. There's hard days on doing this, but there's days that are just nothing but a lot of fun to do it on this side with a team that's outperforming where we thought they maybe would be this year. That's got a lot in their sights this year as far as for possibility, capability, upside. Anything is still in their mark, and that's the beauty of this sport. Is it's so hard to predict about where it's going to go and how it's going to go. But great to see you in the house, man. I thank you for all of your support to the channel as a patron, as a member, as a man that's donated multiple times over as far as gifting out subs on this channel. John Stillwell, along with a variety of others here on the channel that have put so much into this channel and donating and supporting to me. From the bottom of my heart, man, really, really from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for that. It is really blessed with the position I'm in, and it is never lost on me, man, being able to do this and having this kind of support, because it's peerless. There's nobody else out there getting. I watch the other channels, I see the other streams. Nobody's touching this kind of support from their people like I get from you folks, and you, John, is the centerpiece of that. Multiple years over, really supporting this channel in a way to allowing me to be able to do this at a full time when it was right on the line there, John, where if those kind of supports wasn't coming in, I might have to backtrack down and go get that IT job back. But we've pushed through. We've gotten through that mark. You helped us get there, my man. I thank you for that. And we're rolling. We're rolling, brother. Thank you, John. You're awesome, brother. $100 donation from John Stillwell today. Let's go. Let's go. Loving it. Zach says Seahawks need to check down more than they do when they have been to running backs. Both K9 and Charbonnet can do damage when they're running downhill. Agreed. More of the manufactured touches. Tunnel screen, great. But again, to your point, Zach, there's a couple other ways you can do this. It could be throws out to the flat to the running back, where you script up and you have Geno drop back, have him looking down the field, get the depth of the zone drops to kick in. Then he cuts it right back over to Walker over there in the flat, and then let Walker work. 4 yards, 5 yards, it turns into sort of a de facto running play at that point. Or like they ran a little bit later in this game, Zach, but it took them, I think, down to the reaches of the fourth quarter to run a play like this, where you run sort of a play action off Walker. He goes up through the A gap. He takes about 3 or 4 yards in front of the defensive line, comes to a stop. You throw it right then on a quick 4 or 5 yard route to him right there in the middle of the field. Quick, easy completions like that to the backs, and let them see if they can go work in space at that point. But manufacture those touches to them, Zach. And it is one of those places where we talk about what are some of the adjustments this offense can make to find some more secured footing. Geno, using his legs more. Stop playing a little bit as much of the hero ball, especially when he's inside the 20 in his own territory and at the red zone in the other side of the field. But also then manufacture touches to your running backs. Quick just throws to them in space. Let them see if they can go work. And if it's the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, that's all you're getting off the plate, so be it. It's at least getting you some productivity from the backs. It's getting you a little bit of an offset to the defense to where they can't just drop back and anticipate you're going to be trying to go through those deep progression reads and the 7-step drops and allowing them the pass rush to get to you. John Stillwell. It's good to see you again, man, in the chat here. He says, I think Walker is a long-term foot injury. I think Walker has a long-term foot injury that'll impact his career, but they are finding ways to use him. Might be the case there, John. It might be the case. And, we were talking a little bit earlier on this where he is one of those guys that you are coming up around to on this offseason, potentially having to make a determination on him being, is he a guy after 3 years through his rookie contract that you feel comfortable in signing to a contract extension? And when it does come to Walker, I think he is truly a game-changing talent. And if the team did sign him to an extension, I would understand their reasoning behind it. But to your point on that as well with the injury front, he's been dinged up. He's been banged up a little bit. And I don't know if there is the foot thing there that may be a possibility of something there that is he's having to kind of work through and deal with at all times. Could be the case. I know that it has come up a couple times with him. But I am very hesitant, John, in general, to pay running backs money. I still feel like coming down to it that you just end up paying the price on those kind of deals where you just don't get out the good that you want out of it or you think you're getting out of it. And I think there is a strong argument to be made that you sort of potentially go find that team who will be willing to give you a little bit of some value for Walker, who maybe factors him in as that game-changing talent that will actually give you a bit of a draft pick compensation back in return, and then go back and keep that running back position inexpensive. and build, and then thusly with it, build up that line in front of him. It's part of that, to me, John, of this being the proven of the rule case here with Schneider on the Walker Charbonnet picks, is that you had the line not in place. You got the backs thinking they could overcome that porous line. They didn't. So get the line in place, and they will maximize whoever is back there in your backfield. And maybe you don't have the game-changing talent, but because they're opening up those holes up front, you're still able to have very good production from the running back position. King Bomber says, well said, John. You might be onto something with that. He went down again in this game too, John. Got dinged up at one point in this game, able to get back on the field later on, but he did get a little bit dinged up in this one too, in addition to that being Walker. King Bomber, yeah, I better not see another second-round running back unless it's Ashton Genty or the equivalent in talent. And in Genty's case here, King Bomber, I think he's a guy that's probably going to go in the top, probably 10 at this point. Hard not to see him there with his level of talent. But yeah, I'm the same way. This has been an interesting science experiment, because the analytic folks with the running backs were telling us pretty hard lined that you're not going to find a difference making enough back to overcome that line. That's what they told you prior to those picks. And they didn't say it with some slight confidence. They said it with ultimate confidence. Like, look, the data is succinct and it's telling us a story, and it's telling us the very same story time and time again. And John kind of pivoted off that, like I say, he sort of zigged when everybody's telling you to zag, and that's fine. You gave it a try. You ran it up the flagpole. Didn't work. So you got to pivot in a different direction at this point. Ricardo says, I'm watching Jake streams too. I wonder if he's still holding to that Super Bowl dream. Laughing my ass off. Rodney says 13-4 prediction from crazy. It was crazy from Jake. Yeah, he got big eyes, man. That playoff run they had last year, but I think the factors that really need to come into play for him and really recognizing is the Aaron Donald impact and loss of that. But I think it was also hard to probably anticipate a little bit of that offensive line not necessarily performing up to snuff with all of the investment that you put into it. Slobby 1. Who are we replacing Laken Tomlinson with? Will there be any good offensive line guards in the free agency? There's Tevin Jenkins. He's an interesting cat from Chicago. A little bit of an injury history, but he would be a fit athletically wise. He can move. And he's pretty solid over at left guard. He's a good all-around player. So Tevin Jenkins would be certainly one of my higher priorities. Robert Jones out there, meh. It's not a lot of good upper-level guards necessarily that are sitting out there and available for my first look of things. Might have to look to more of the draft on that one, Sloby. Warchie says, I was reading something where it said the Niners had something like 10 straight missed tackles today at one point. Damn, we broke them. Maybe so. I think, Zach, we're going to probably target a draft. I think that the likelihood is you're going to end up releasing Noah Fant to free up cap space this offseason. And you do have Noah Farrell Brown on just a one-year deal, so he's also a free agent, leaving you with only Barner in-house. I would anticipate that the team's probably going to look to either draft or sign another tight end out there in addition. King says, yeah, CMC seems done. Shanahan seems incompetent when it comes to rotating running backs. I remember praying they wouldn't use Mason because Mason kept gashing us while CMC was running like for 3 yards. Yeah, Mason was being very effective against us. Yeah, I saw the same thing. Where Shanahan does have that weird thing where he will ride that horse until that horse has broken both of its legs. The hoofs have been wore off. It's on its little front hooves walking like this. He goes to that point. He did it with Debo. Why is Debo shot? Debo and DK aren't that far off of age. They came in the same draft. Why is DK still performing at that same high level and Debo looks like a shell of himself? Because you used him up. You use him like a running back. And that's sort of Shanahan's way, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. When CMC came back, you should have still been working through, to me, a rotation should have been with CMC and with Mason and even working Garendo in there a little bit. But that's Shanahan's way. Brandon, I'm not convinced there are K9's best days here within the scope of his rookie deal. Not saying he's Saquon, but his best days might be well ahead of him. He's certainly worth re-signing. I'm open to it, Brandon. I'm not against it. Not at all. It'll be a bit of a tough decision, though. I think from Schneider's perspective. A lot to weigh in on that one, but very well you could be right. You haven't given him that line, so you certainly haven't given him a lot of holes to work with that you feel like, hey, he hasn't done anything with what we've given him here. I mean, come on. He hasn't. He's not had that. Birdies by Ben. I worry about the Jets being a trap game. East Coast, 10 a.m. They have a losing streak to snap. Thoughts? I mean, it's possible, Birdies. It is possible. But I also think that you're a team that's fighting for this division title at this point. We're getting down to kind of the home stretch. You know what matters. You know what's at stake. The team seems to be getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Like things are kind of rounding into shape a little bit for them. But do they drop their guard against a team like the Jets who's been playing where they... It's possible. There's a human nature component to this that I have to acknowledge. But I would like to think that they're kind of getting locked in right now. Maybe I'm of the false belief on that one, but I'd like to think they're locking things in a bit on this one. DBN says $100 at 12 a.m. John's a beast. Laughing out loud. John is a beast, man. He is a beast. And I'm telling you, folks, my man had dropped $100 on us, gifted tons of subs to this channel, one of the true backers of this channel, and being a beneficiary to it and helping make this thing go, especially in the early days when we first got going full time, when there wasn't as many donations coming in a couple of years ago. And he was right there at the forefront in the same kind of way, showing that love, showing that kind of support, and helping through that support me to be able to put more in the channel at that time to get more videos out and more live streams out, because I'm not doing some stupid ass job on the side, so that we can just keep this thing with all guns shooting here, all cannons firing at all times here. Whatever growth we can maximize, able to be maximized, because I can just put my head down on this thing 24/7, which is just the way I want it. So yeah, John is awesome. Grandizer, Brandon, IMO. Not only are you able to do this full time, but at the highest level with fully insightful Seahawks content. A1, gold standard. You go, great work. You do great work, sir. Well, thank you. And it is you guys that motivate me and keep me riding high, keep me laughing, keep me thinking, keep me as much as I'm informed. This is me coming out of it on the other side of it at times, and the interactions I've had with the chat who've had me thinking and have me considering things at times that I'm not even turning over. That's part of what makes this so much fun for me to be able to do, and why I do it so long, and why when people say, oh, you're on your grind, I'm not on my grind here. I'm chasing my dreams here. I'm doing what I love to do. I only hope that the rest of you out there are able at some point in your lives to be able to get to do the same kind of thing, where you're able to chase after the things that you truly love to do. Because it's a wonderful, wonderful thing to be able to have the head pop off the pillow every day and say, what do I got? What am I coming up with today? What are we going to talk about today? What cool thing can we kind of turn over and discuss on this team, or I can kind of put together as a video and be creative. So I love it, man. Truly blessed. Brandon Jana says, Birdies, we kicked your ass at the 1 o'clock time slot. Jets should be a win. Not saying easy win. It's the NFL. Look at the Browns beating Pittsburgh and Baltimore. True. Anybody can get it on any given Sunday. And this Jets team is dangerous enough. We got to take them. We got to take them seriously, and we got to bring our A game to win this game. Zach says that pick Geno had, that first down with his legs, it was there for him. It was, Zach. It was. And even to me, Zach, Geno, even if he doesn't think he can get it, has to manage the game in that moment to go take the 4 or 5 yards. Even if you need 7 on first down and you only get 5, take the 5, get yourself closer to go and then make the field goal to put yourself up by 10, which at that point basically puts the game away. And Geno knew it. They showed shots on the sideline where he had the realization of it. He know it. He's going to kick himself of it, but he's got to correct it now. He's got to understand that that's been a bit of a fatal flaw for him this season as a quarterback, and own up to it and reverse course on it and try to clean that stuff up in his game. Billy says, please tell me we re-signed Jones so I can buy his jersey already. I don't see how you don't, Billy. It's hard to find these linebackers in the draft. They don't come out by the dozen. Every year you get like 2 or 3 in the draft. It gets so lean that you get to a point where the Pittsburgh Steelers will take a pretty high pick on a guy like Peyton Wilson because he's so good despite the fact that he's missing an ACL and he has no joints in his shoulders. So I think you're going to do it. It's all about, can you find the common ground signing figure here to make it happen with Jones? We'll see on that part of it. But I don't know how you don't do it. He has been an absolute game changer since arriving here. And yeah, Seahawks blue and green, switching out our linebackers has made a world of difference. A world of difference. Ethan says, I think Grubb should shout in Geno's helmet if he chucks it the ball 3rd and 3. Even if he completes the throw, it's what we were getting so frustrated with Russ about. It's 3rd and short, dude. I know. Take the easy completion. I will say Grubb can help him out on that, Ethan, though, where that throw where he tries to push it deep on 3rd and short, where he's got Walker in there in pass protection instead of having Walker leaking out as an outlet option on that play when the Cardinals are blitzing. Much rather see him going out into the flat there, throw it out to him in the flat on that 3rd down rather than keeping him into pass protect. King Bomber says, I just went through the 2023 draft for 3rd and 4th round, and only one player was graded 65 and above, and he has 8 snaps on PFF. Not saying PFF is king or anything, but says a lot to the offensive line of the draft, so I don't blame Schneider as much as I'd like for that Charbonnet pick. No, it was a tough draft for linemen. It was. And I'm not, in retrospect, going to knock Charbonnet for Schneider on the pick for Charbonnet because I was supporting in the front. I like Charbonnet as a running back, and I thought he could be very close to right along with where Walker was as a kind of, quasi difference maker for the position. But I think it has proven a little bit of that rule of thumb to it of that even if the value on your board is that 2nd round running back and you're sitting with a Walker, if your line ain't in place to make it happen, if not, then drafting the guy that's the offensive lineman, King Bomber, then flip that pick to go get that offensive lineman. Because that's the other way you could do it too. King says, yeah, Genti's a top 10 guy for sure. He is, yeah. I can't see him going, if Bijan Robinson win the top 7, and especially this year right now where we know that the blue chip prospects are going to be very equivalent to that draft where there wasn't as many in that draft either, that's going to cause Giante to go high. You might right. Watch Mike's vid. Haha. Got to go watch Jake's now. Those drink up the misery, the tears of misery. Ethan, I don't want to pay running backs either, but I just imagine K9 behind a line like the Eagles. He'd go for 175 yards per game. A shame that we couldn't have something in the realm for K9. Agreed. And look, you can do both. You can sign K9 to that contract and then get the line finally right in place. And I do say that if you get the line in place, you're going to get a more maximized K9. You're going to get a guy probably averaging 5.5 yards a carry. Ricardo says, Geno runs 4.59, but acts like he's slow-footed. So frustrating. Yeah, there's more yards for him to have there, Ricardo. It's a purposeful decision of him choosing not to run in moments and leaning too hard on his arm. And we saw Russ do this at the end too, where they want to be passers. They want to throw the ball. They don't want to run. Run the ball. You got to run the ball at times, especially when you're so stagnant offensively through these course of games. You're not good enough to just take that off the table as a player. DVN says the Rams got murked by the Eagles and the Lions. They aren't going anywhere near a bowl. Not this season. No, sir. Also, I did some matching. If we beat the Cardinals and Rams and win 2/4 the rest of our games with 1 Cardinals loss and 1 Rams loss tie, we win the division. That's where I stand on it. So it works for me, King Bomber. Like you say, Cardinals, Rams, you take care of those games. Handle the Bears, handle the Jets. You got the division. There's our pathway right there, King. You can even lose the Packers home. You can lose the Vikings at home even on that. Nacho says, B, you're still at it? Beast. Hey, man, I'm riding high. We winning, baby. I'm going long. I'm going long, baby. You know how I roll. You know how we do in here. Space is the only way we make the playoffs is to win the division outright. There is a little bit of a pathway here, Space, to where you could do it with Washington's loss today. That was the one team where they have kind of started to fade in recent history here in the season. Like they're not their best ball. If they fall back, that may allow us to move forward for a potential wild card spot. But you're right. The best way to do this is through the division. DVN says, we will win. I never lost faith. I knew we had many wins in the tank, so I just hope we pull it together to finish. You're looking good on that one, man. Zach says, anyone familiar with quarterback Kobe Bryant from KU? I think it'd be funny to draft him, but he's also got a lot of what coach is looking for in a defensive back. Haven't had a chance to watch him yet. He's on my list of guys to take a look at, though, Zach. A lot of Kobe Bryants. A lot of Kobe Bryant's out there. This Kenny McIntosh thing is bugging me. I see a lot of teams at least give 2 carries to third string running backs, but Kenny can't get on the field at all because Zach is not pass blocking. So another place where you could maybe try some different things versus what you're trying. But the team seems pretty sold on staying with their front 2 guys. Zach says Seahawks defense is getting 2+ turnovers. I also think this is the game the Seahawks offense finally breaks out as a whole. I'd love to see it, Zach. Boy, it'd feel good if you get both these sides of the ball rolling at once, along with that special teams unit holding it down from their end as they do. Chance Brown says, if we had a good O-line, K9 would be a top 3 back. Well, to your point there, Chance, walking into this week, if you look at the PFF scores, who is the top-rated player of any of your positional groups coming into this week? Who's the highest guy as far as his rank at his positional group? It would be Kenneth Walker. He was the 3rd highest-rated running back in the NFL coming into this week's action. You know, speaking to his ability if you get him that offensive line. Ricardo says the Jets checked out mentally. Too much drama going on with the team. The owner was talking about benching Rodgers. King Bomber, only Oluwatimi, Alex Forsythe, and one player with 8 snaps has over 65 PFF for the season from the 2022-23 NFL draft. Passed the Charbonnet selection. Wow. Offensive linemen, hard to find, King Bomber. Hard to find. And some drafts can be very lean in what they offer. Daddy Dennis, Saquon with 255 yards rushing today. Will he break Eric Dickerson's record? I don't think so, but it's possible. King Bomber, Paris Johnson, Darnell Wright, Joe Tipman, and Cody Mock are the only ones above 65 taken before Charbonnet. Shout out to Bergeron and Avilia, who just missed the cut there. That's also where we come to when you talk about the lessons we can learn off that King Bomber of saying then, you're in the first round. Here's this guy who's got a mid-second round grade. You take him, though, in the late first round. Everybody says, okay, you overreach for him. But also understanding, King Bomber, that you get a couple good guys in every draft, and then there can be a tendency to have a cliff thing go on at that point. And we've seen our team try to take at times those flyers on those later round guys, and those are flyer kind of picks. So you got to pay the prime pump prices to get the prime pump play. That's paying big guys in free agency, making big trades as far as giving up prime draft capital to get those guys back in return, or just taking a guy higher on that offensive line than maybe you would like, maybe the way your value board would bear out with other players at other positions because of the scarcity of the position. But that was an awful line. That not all drafts are that bad too, King Bomber, to your point. Right? Not all of them are bad. That one was just a particular one where it's like, avert your eyes. Nacho B. I know we always look at the positives when we win, but do you have any criticism besides Geno's weekly doing too much picks? Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that doing too much picks even is beyond that, Nacho. There's the part of Geno's play that's got to improve is red zone interceptions that got to be cut down. The making a bad play worse thing, that's got to stop. Managing the game from his standpoint and his decision-making has got to improve. He's getting these brain dead, brain fart moments that just can't happen. It's not just the interception at the end of the game. It's the fumble at the end of the half. It's the fumble at the end of the half too. And that's an awful play in that moment, Nacho, you know, where that takes you out of field goal range. You're looking down the field on a 3rd and short. But then the other criticism comes into play that's a valid one to look at this is that, look, Grubb, you could be doing more here to help this offense out too. Are you also like Geno at times operating with your hand behind your back? Like, hey, I can't get any consistent running game. Y'all tell me to run the ball. I run the ball. We're in 2nd and 11. You tell me to run the ball. We're in 2nd and 12. And we can't run the ball. I'm restricted by how I can call. But he's also not necessarily doing a lot of extra things around that. I think we've run like 2 trick plays this year. Both of them have been successful. The hook and ladder play, the throw with JSN. Manufacture touches to the running backs of the backfield. So the play calling is also another point of criticism that I think is a fair one, Nacho, to point to and say, hey, this is a part that goes in tandem with what's going on with the quarterback play here. The run blocking has still been absolutely atrocious. It's been atrocious. You're not opening up holes in Nachos. It's even worse where you're not even getting the stalemate. But you get the stalemate, You probably get a 2nd and 8, 2-yard gain. That's what stalemates will tend to kind of give you at the offensive line. What's worse than stalemate? We're getting pushed back. We're getting penetration. We're seeing defenses know where the run play is going by its predictability at times. So those would be the main points. I can't put much on the defense. I got to say that, Nacho. I think they held up their end all the way along to a man. Zach says K9 Charbonnet would both be great running backs with even an average offensive line, laughing out loud. Probably. King Bomber says, yep, Bears, Jets, Cards, Rams. All you need is a Cards loss and a Rams loss tie, and division is yours. And I think that's inevitability if you get those wins, King. You take care of that front side. I think that back side comes into play right along with it. Man, John, thank you again for that $100 donation today on the channel. I really appreciate you for that. You're absolutely unbelievable, man. Unbelievable sport. Ethan says, if Geno just scrambled 3 times per game, each of them 5 yards, that would make a healthy difference. It would. Just keep defenses honest. And there's plenty of opportunity there for him to take it. That's the key here. There's plenty of opportunity where the pass rush gets out of control, and all you got to do is step up and run. Use those legs. Brandon Jan says, Kobe Bryant was an idol for like 5 generations. We were bound to have a flood of Kobe Bryant, or some variation of it occur at some point. Black Mamba will live on forever. It is. It's kind of cool. We saw a little bit. There's been some Michael Jordans, right, that have come along. We had even in our own house. We had a Michael Jackson here, you know. Hell of a name to have to live up to, though. If your mom and dad call you Kobe Bryant, like you gotta meet that name. You gotta meet that name. King Bomber, this draft does have a lot of younger guys in the O-line, so hopefully they go with a few guys in the first 2 days. Yeah, I hope so, King Bomber. I'm certainly watching it. The first couple of guys that I've watched on some of my film study, I've been like, okay, there's some pretty clean prospects here for 2nd, 3rd round rated offensive linemen. Maybe not full on 1st round rated guys, but solid guys on what they're bringing. Carlos says the legacy of the Mamba lives on with our own little Mamba, Kobe Bryant. That's right. He's lived up to the name, that's for sure. DBN says Twitter's calling him CTE Smith. Oh, gosh. Ethan Tech World says, what fires me up the most about this defense is they play like they just absolutely love football. You can't teach Witherspoon's effort. 4 weeks in, and Ernest Jones looks like he's been here for years. Yeah. You've gotten the level of buy-in that we were sensing wasn't maybe as much there through the first weeks of the season. And it wasn't everybody. There was plenty of guys that were playing with fire, but that this clicked into place with those 2 linebackers locked in now and flopping those guys out. And that the messaging seems to have clicked in for the defense as a whole here. I think some of it is certainly a part of the process being that Mike is not able to implement something that is this complicated in just the first few weeks of an NFL season as he is here and new. It is something that develops there with time. And you've given, like it did with the Ravens, we were talking about this earlier, Ethan, is that 10 weeks into the Ravens, you get Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen goes out to the will, Roquan takes over his spot at the mic, bam, the Ravens are rolling. We get Ernest Jones here, we flop out Baker, we flop out Dotson at the will, we bring in Tyrese Knight, bang, looks like a wholly different defense, locks into place. And you would only think and you'd only hope, and this is what we're seeing play out too, that this defense gets better as the year goes along. As you go from the simplified to the complicated, as you start to understand all of those little details throughout, to get it all down and to master it, you play better at the end of that season, hopefully you would think. And that's exactly what we're seeing for this team that is very, very talented. There's also another good game from Job. How about that? Didn't even notice him much, which is a good thing. I don't know if he gave up a catch in this game. If he did, it was a very short catch at that, Ethan. And he has been a godsend for us as Trey Brown came in this year as a guy in a contract year that wasn't exactly there, wasn't giving you kind of that performance of a guy that felt like he's playing in a contract year and going for it. Almost a bit of a step backwards in this scheme, quite frankly, oddly enough. Ricardo says Dotson and Baker were making too many business decisions, gluing themselves to defensive linemen instead of shedding blocks and playing the run. Amen. Amen. And there are ways at times that you can make these business decisions as a defender on a football field with 11 guys on the field, and you can just find yourself where you kind of look like you're doing the job. You might be able to fool like a PFF and be like, well, he was kind of in there to do the spot. We'll give him a plus grade here. But the coaching staff will know. And by the choices that they made that inside linebacker position and by how strong a decision they made on that, moving on for a guy like Dotson who had been a pretty good soldier for you, and Jerome Baker cutting him without any hesitation. They were telling you, I think, pretty succinctly here that we think a big part of our problem here lands right at the foot of these two. Maybe not an end-all be-all. Maybe there's some of that onboarding process that was a part of it too. But, whoa, do they look different with these two inside linebackers there. Regardless, the craziest part was our run defense was all running backs under 20 yards. Craziest part was our run defense. All running backs under 20 yards. Yeah, I think you kept James Conner to 9 yards. That's an incredible effort. Incredible effort. And you rushed the passer so well today by how you stopped the run. By how often you were able to force the Cardinals into those 3rd and 9, 3rd and long situations. And now you can dial up the stack front, simulated pressures, and now you can make life hellish for Kyler Murray. And that's what you were able to do. 3 hour, I'd like to sign a vet on the O-line if there is any worth signing. Vet presence will be nice. I'm sure a line full of rookie contract guys wouldn't be terrible, but having a vet would be beneficial. Well, that's the part I go to 3 hours where we can utilize the other two methods to improve this offensive line. We're all thinking draft, and certainly recent history has been that the Seahawks have lived only in how we're going to improve this offensive line. We'll either draft it or we'll sign some old-ass free agent on his last legs, right? So there's more of an opening here from a pathway standpoint to either A, sign a guy to a good deal, sign a vet like you're saying, like Tevin Jenkins, who's in the league, who's ready to go, who can give you good play instantaneously, or go and make a trade for that guy. So that's one way to maybe get around that if they want to be more open in their manner of attacking that. Ethan, you have yourself a great night. I appreciate you there. CJ Kurzman, notice we ran out of the NDSU Bison offensive line Sundell for a play at fullback. I did notice Sundell was back there. The odd part about it, CJ, was that last week they ran that as well at the goal line with him at fullback being Sundell. But they ran him this way, and then they went with Walker here on the carry at the goal line. And what the defense did is that they carried right to the fullback. They were like, oh, yeah, you're definitely running behind that offensive lineman. And instead you were able to kind of misdirect them a little bit. This week, we went right where the offensive lineman went, and the defense was right in on it. B says, you remember this Arizona O-line was a top 10 line going into this game, makes this performance even better. Yes, this has been the strongest offensive line in the division. This has been by far the best performing offensive line in the division. And we took it to them. Brandon Jana, haha, yes, true B. A lot of pressure if your name is Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, or Michael Jackson. Way too much pressure. Glad my name is just Brandon. I can't play R2-D2 and smoke. No expectation. I can play Red Dead Redemption 2 and smoke. No expectation. That'd be pretty cool. It's probably hell of immersing if you smoked a little bit and then played some Red Dead Redemption. You feel like you were in the West. You know? I bet. Start, walking a little bit bow-legged. Ricardo, I was hoping for a play fake, roll out, throw to the wide receiver, tight end, going to the edge of the red zone. I would have liked to have seen something too. I was calling for kind of like a naked boot on the live stream on that play. And a little bit of the surprising part I've seen from Grubb this year is not as much misdirection, not as much we're going this way, we're coming that way, we're sending your eye candy this way, but the play's really heading over here. It's a little bit of more of what you see is what you get. Drunk, does Noah Fant play against the Jets? He does. He was very close to coming back this week, Drunk, but not quite good enough to go. He will be back next week against New York. AKA the Kansas City Special. That's right. I was an OC. I would just steal plays from Kansas City and try to run them. I would too. Andy Reid's a smart play caller to do that on. That's for sure. All right, folks, we're going to put a little bit of a wrap up here. Shout out again, John Stillwell, for the big $100 donation, but so many others in here. Seth Keloa multiple times over. Rick Cepeda Hans, Ski Nation. You guys are amazing. So many donations to my account. Don Mata, $20 donations. We have Marty McFly dropping 3, 4, 5 donations over, and then dropping 10 gifted subs on top of that. Insane, unbelievable, and fully appreciated support here on this channel from all of you guys on that side of it. I thank you again from the bottom of my heart, as I love what I do, and you guys are absolutely unbelievable and amazing in your guys' support for this channel and the love you guys do show me on that side of it. I really do thank that. One more final shout out to also the sponsor of the show, which is Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now will allow you on a 2-for-1 match when you use my code NEST. They will match you $100, $50 back in your pocket, $200, $100 back in your pocket, all the way up to $2,000. When you use my code, they will match you up to $1,000 back in your pocket when you use my code NEST on their site, or click down the description, directly down the description section below. They will take you directly there to the site with the code where you can utilize that. They've got great ongoing contests. You can put some parlays together between NBA and football. I do a lot of the pick'ems there with the overs and the unders. I love playing that every single week and trying to lock that in. And you can do so as well down on your fantasy league. Well, you can go into fantasy every single week still with the year remaining here, salvage a little bit of your pride, earn a little bit of money, go head to head, not with the house, but with another player out there somewhere else in this country or somewhere else in this world. There is some restrictions that do apply in the state of Washington, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the Underdog Fantasy app in full when you're on their network. But thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring that show here today. I appreciate them for doing that. King Bomber, AJ Barner's looked very solid for us. You know, I don't know if I can look at him as a guy that's the de facto tight end number one looking to emerge in that way. Very useful player, a guy with some potential upside to him. I'm not saying I'm closing the door on that, but I think that there's some opening to find some competition for him there. I think he's a real inline guy, and I think in the future, some of the easier things to find at times at the tight end position is an H-back type guy. The inline guys are getting harder to find, quite frankly. So match him up with a good H-back guy in the long term. I don't think Fant's going to be that guy necessarily, but Barner's looked very solid, and he's a very good blocker. Jordan says, I would think with misdirection, it would require the O-line to be able to hold up. Sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's also, though, you know, you're running a fly sweep guy in motion this way, and you're coming back that way. There was a drive a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was the Rams game, where it's like this one drive where you're doing a lot of that stuff. And it really stood out. We're like, oh yeah, this is what I thought we were getting with Grubb. And it worked throughout that whole drive. And then Grubb just didn't really go back to it in that game in that way. Pass protection is probably some of it. I think, for instance, the reason that you don't run as many trick plays, where last year Grubb in Washington was running over a trick play a game there and fake trick plays off of the trick play that he would run. But some of the hesitancy there has been with that is probably as well your inability to hold up in pass protection, I'd say. Femi, thank you. Appreciate you for watching 3 hour. I would also like to see us get a true nose who isn't pushing 40 and can play 15 snaps a game. Yeah, nose tackle is, you may not have a lot of holes on this defense. You put a second round tender on Job. You get your two inside linebackers brought back. Kobe slides into the safety position. Maybe the nose tackle is the one big major true piece that you've got to go add to this defense this offseason. And that makes it a much easier get for you if you don't have to get 7 or 8 guys, but you can just lock in on kind of 1 or 2 or 3 guys. Brandon Jana, Brandon C, keep kicking ass. Best post-game stream. Great win, baby. Much love, 12s. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. Thank you for watching tonight. I really appreciate you on that, Brandon. King Bomber says, yeah, I think he could be a pretty good tight end too, and maybe a tight end one if he improves his route running. And I'm open to that, King. You know, he wasn't utilized as a pass catcher in college, so there's room for there to be some development there. He has shown some flashes at moments. I love the run after a catch today, King, where he caught the ball and then did and really fought through strong, jumped at the end of the catch to get past that first down marker, get the first down. Felt really big in that moment, getting that kind of first down where the game was at, and the offense really needed it. But he's been good for us. He's been really solid. And I said at the time with him, I see when he was drafted, King Bomber, as a guy that's a Will Dissly type. That's sort of where his upside is. And look at what Will Disley's doing for the Chargers right now, showing the capability that he has in his ability. And it's just a well-rounded tight end, maybe not a game changer, but certainly very functional. And he can certainly just be your de facto starter, as sometimes that H-back guy isn't always a starter in there. You know, sometimes he's in there just to flex in on the 2 tight end packages, because a lot of times the H-back guy isn't a good blocker and doesn't hold up as well as at times we sometimes have seen with a guy like Noah Fant, who can sometimes be okay as a blocker, sometimes not be so good as a blocker. All right, well, let's wrap it up on that. Almost 7 hours today on the post-game discussion. Great discussion at that. I really appreciate it all the way across the board from all of you guys on that. Keeping it respectful, some disagreement, but always respectful no matter whether there is disagreement or not. Please do, if you guys can for me, hit that like button as well. We just passed 18,000 subscribers. So if you're watching this, we're trying to get to 20,000. We're on the road to getting 20,000. You can help us get there by hitting that like button, because it helps. What it does when you hit the like button is it makes YouTube say, hey, people are liking this channel. let me show up this channel on the search functionality so that other people can come and find this channel. So it helps directly drive subs when you guys hit that like button in a major, major way. Great win for your Hawks. They have everything in hand right now to go and take in the here and now. It is all in their control. They've got to play great football down the stretch. They don't have to play perfect football. They got to play great football down the stretch. Offense has got to find some more firmer, consistent footing here for sure, but the defense is rounding into shape. The special teams doing their part. The schedule is not hellacious down the stretch here. You've got that division right there in your sights. You're top right now. You can be setting the stage to playing your best football at the end of the year. Play your best football at the end of the year. Go win that division title, and you tell me you ain't going to have some big old eyes going to that playoffs. You tell me you're not going to be dreaming large. Yeah, it's a year where we're just getting through trying to learn what we are as a team, learn this new coach, learn where this team's going and how close we are to getting to an ascending state. That doesn't prevent us from getting there a little early, does it? Why not us? We said that 14 years ago. Russell said it. It was a great mantra. Oh, we're out in Seattle, but why not us? Why not us? Well, I ask you, my fellow 12s, why not us in 2024? We're talented enough. We're young. We got a rookie coach, the youngest head coach in the NFL, but why not us? You guys keep that faith. You guys dream big. That's what I love about you guys. Don't be looking at next year quite yet. We ain't done quite yet in the here and now. I'll be over on the Roundtable this Tuesday, the NFC Roundtable show that I participate in on a weekly basis on Tuesdays. Please do join me over there as I will be fully in my bag of braggadocio and rubbing all of their noses in it. But we've got a lot of shows packed up here for you this week, this Thanksgiving week, and we will be back very soon on my side of it. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. I thank you all for the major donations. John Stillwell, you're awesome with that $100 donation drop at the end, finishing us off just so very right here on the channel today. What a great day. What an amazing game. What an awesome team. I love this sport. I love you guys. Back soon. But please, 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 I shouldn't have to remind you after a win like this when you're residing alone in first place. I shouldn't have to remind you, but I'm going to do so anyway. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.